All right, let's kick off. My name is Doug O'Malley. I serve as the Director of Environment New Jersey. I also serve as the co-chair of the Jersey Renews Coalition, representing more than 70 organizations across a broad spectrum of constituency groups, from labor unions to faith organizations, from environmental organizations to groups that focus on business and business development, and organizations that are based in the community. Right? This is a broad coalition designed to promote clean energy, to work to reduce climate pollutants, and promote a green, sustainable, and equitable economy. And that's really why we're here, because 7 years ago, we said it was time for turbines, and we met in that small, cramped room in the ACUA. And now it is still time for turbines, but we have seen so much progress. And for all of you that did not get a chance to attend yesterday, you missed out. Because what we saw in our field trips really is a vision of the future, from the Carpenters Dive Center to the supply chain, to the science that's happening right now at Stockton, which we'll hear about briefly from Dr. Norvell, as well as at Rutgers, of course, at the Marine Field Station. In addition to the manufacturing extension program and literally the cutting-edge technology that they're working on, to the work of Atlantic Shores just a block away, right on the boardwalk. And then I also would be remiss without thanking First Lady Tammy Murphy for attending the reception, because really we would not be here without the leadership of the Murphy administration and Governor Murphy and the First Lady. And then obviously this truly is a team effort, and that's what we heard yesterday from state decision makers. We'll hear more today and in just a few minutes from the CEO of EDA, Tim Sullivan, and the work of EDA. We'll also get a chance to hear a lot more. But before I talk about today, I just want to take a moment, because last night when I got back to the hotel room, the first thing I did was look at the pictures from Florida. And those pictures, we talked about this yesterday, a lot of you have family down there. I have family in Lakeland. The storm surge in Lakeland, which is the middle of the state, it's a storm surge, but the rain, it's about 6 feet in some parts. I'm thankful because my family in Lakeland did not get flooded. Their home is all right. They lost power. There's 3 million Floridians that lost power. It's getting back on. But the cost of the cleanup and the impacts on lives is immeasurable. And that's unfortunately the world we're living in right now, where these things are becoming common. And unfortunately, the cost of climate inaction is increasingly becoming higher. In a study in Nature, if we don't change what we're doing, by the middle of this century, which is only 25 years from now, the cost of climate impacts will be $38 trillion. That's trillion with a T. The GDP of the entire world is roughly 80 trillion. And that's an annual cost. So if we are not moved by the importance of saving lives and protecting communities, we certainly should be moved by the fact that climate change is going to have a massive economic impact. And that's really why we're here right now, because clearly we will hear about the challenge that the industry is facing today, but we'll also hear about the promise. Most recently, with the approval by BOEM of the COP, the Construction Operating Permit for the Atlantic Shores project. We'll also hear about the path forward. We'll hear about that from EDA. We'll hear about that from our developers who have tremendous plans and leases in hand. We'll hear about the challenges of cost, inflation, and supply chain, which are real and are impacting every project in the world right now. We'll hear about the importance of transmission, which is perhaps the underrated topic of how you get the energy from out in the ocean onto our electric grid here. We'll hear of a keynote address from John Shin with the Steelworkers International. And then we'll also hear more on the Wimport and the importance of workforce development, making sure that we are having good, sustaining union jobs that are employing New Jerseyans to do this work. And then finally, as Tammy Murphy said last night, it truly is time for turbines because we can't afford to wait. So with that, let me introduce Dr. Amanda Norvell, who's the Dean of Sciences here at Stockton, to talk about the groundbreaking research that they are doing and being a leader on this issue. Doctor?
Well, good morning, everyone. Along with President Joe Bertolino and Provost Michael Palladino, I would like to extend my warm welcome to you for the Time for Turbines 7 event here in the Fannie Lou Hamer event room at the Atlantic City campus of Stockton University. First, I hope many of you were able to enjoy the Northern Lights display we were able to arrange for all of you last evening. It was truly spectacular. So again, hope you were able to enjoy that. I'd like to thank Deborah, Bill, and Doug as the organizers of this event for putting together such an exciting program that has brought together leaders from government, academia, industry, organized labor, and the community to discuss the current issues impacting offshore wind development here in New Jersey. At Stockton, we are aware of the effects of climate change and the impact it has on our state, primarily in the municipalities along the New Jersey coastline. And we are committed to continuing to provide research as well as education and training for workforce development to help address these challenges. As one example, since 1986, the scientists at our Coastal Research Center, supported from funds from the New Jersey DEP and the New Jersey Beach Profile Network, have monitored the New Jersey shoreline and accumulated a tremendous body of data documenting the impacts of climate change as well as catastrophic storm events like Hurricane Sandy. The CRC's work has chronicled annual changes in shoreline position and sand volume, as well as documenting more long-term effects. The goal of this work, ultimately, is to devise strategies such as repurposing dredge fill material to replenish salt marshes, or the installation of oyster reefs to minimize wave energy and protect beaches, to mitigate the impacts of climate change. Developing green and sustainable energy sources like wind is vital if we are going to slow and reverse the effects of climate change. Events like this, Time for Turbines, provide an important forum to bring together diverse stakeholders from across the industry and our communities so we can realize the potential of the offshore wind industry in helping New Jersey meet clean energy goals and developing equitable work opportunities for our citizens. Thank you for joining us for these important conversations.
And next we'll hear from the CEO of EDA, Tim Sullivan. And Tim was actually just up in New Brunswick last night celebrating the 50th anniversary of EDA. That's a long time. Offshore wind has not been around for 50 years, but just thinking about one project the EDA has focused on, which is the Windport. The Windport was just a good idea 3 years ago, and it is now not only being constructed, but the first part of the Windport is done. So that kind of shows the fact that when we talk about offshore wind, it's real, it's happening. With that, let me introduce Tim. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. You haven't mentioned the Mets once so far, which I'm surprised about. We're very close. I mean, we're in enemy territory here. I know. But you know, we got to speak the truth sometimes, which is that the Mets are having a pretty good run. Sorry, Phillies. Anyways, it's great to be with you all. Tim Sullivan from the EDA. Yeah, fresh off our 50th anniversary celebration last night. Thanks for the shout out for that, Doug. Thanks to Doug and Deborah and the team for bringing us together. Time for Turbines 7. This is turning into like the Super Bowl. We're going to need like a lot more room for the numbers. You're going to have to start using Roman numerals, et cetera. This is good. This is like a family meeting. I think this is my 6th Time for Turbines. I missed the first one, but I think this is 6 for 6 since then for me, which I think speaks to the EDA's commitment, Governor Murphy's commitment. You heard First Lady Tammy Murphy's commitment, our commitment across the administration, BPU, DEP, EDA, labor, lots of other higher ed, lots of other folks all throughout the administration who continue to be all in on New Jersey offshore wind. I think from the jump, Governor Murphy has been fully committed to nothing less than making New Jersey the capital of American offshore wind. And that commitment is evergreen, and we ain't going anywhere. We are committed to this, even at a time where we continue to face challenges. We face Jersey-specific challenges, and there are national, federal market challenges as well. But we continue to push ahead as hard and as fast as we can. A couple examples of that, the Windport's a great one. And Bill Dixon's here, and Jonathan Kennedy, who we used to give credit to the Windport before he left us. Greener in the sense of money, pastures outside government. But you know, the Windport, as Doug said, right? Governor Murphy announced the Windport. We've been kicking it around for 2 or 3 years before this, but announced it in June of 2020. It was one of the very first sort of non-COVID announcements that we made from the governor's briefings in the War Memorial in Trenton, which was like a this little beehive of communications activity of like really critical information, like, all this public health stuff that was critically important. But we were keeping our eye on the long-term prize, which was leadership in offshore wind. And in June of 2020, we had some designs, we had some plans, and we didn't have any money yet, among other things. But we kind of threw our cap over the wall, to steal a President Bartlett line from the world of fiction, and said, we're going to do this. And literally 4 years later, phase one is complete, on time and under budget. Bill Dixon, thank you, sir. And that's pretty close to a damn miracle, to have a big infrastructure project of that size, that caliber, that complexity, go from an announcement in June of 2020 to basically, phase one done in 2024. There are a lot of big infrastructure projects that, bump along, and 4 years is like a good design time frame. This one's been nothing short of a minor miracle. The women and men in the South Jersey building and construction trades deserve an enormous amount of credit. We did a PLA for that project. Every bit of that work has been done under a PLA that is delivered really, really well. So shout out to Dan Cosner and everyone at the trades who have been extraordinary partners. Which again, I think that speaks to, or is a living, breathing example of why offshore wind represents such an exciting opportunity. Yeah, of course, all the environment stuff matters hugely, right? Thinking about my kids and, someday hopefully grandkids and all that, right? This matters a great big deal. But even if you don't care about climate change, which you should, but even if you don't, which you should, care about climate change, we need the energy, for damn sure, right? AI, among other things, is driving huge demands for energy. We need it, and we have it. That's a huge market opportunity for New Jersey. We have an energy patch sitting off of our shores. That's a huge economic opportunity. And then the economic opportunity and the jobs that are going to come from installing these wind farms, from manufacturing the components, from manufacturing the infrastructure, or for developing the infrastructure that comes along with it. It's such an extraordinary opportunity to create overwhelmingly union and entirely good jobs that does not come along all that often. Opportunities like this that are almost brand new do not come along all that often. And so it's great to be here and continue to push forward for Jersey leadership. We have certainly faced some challenges. Hopefully the clouds are starting to part, although some new clouds could be around the corner. You never know. And candidly, right, we know other states have, in some ways, by some measures, gotten maybe ahead of us. They have projects that are under construction. There are electrons flowing, to other states. And we're extremely competitive, starting with the governor, and I'd like to think of myself in second place for that competition of being extremely competitive people. It's good that other states are making progress. I'd like us to be making as much progress as they are, but that is good. For the cynics and the skeptics and the non-believers out there that these things can be built, that they work, that they don't ruin the world, that they don't, conjure Armageddon, it is good that there is progress in other states. And I still think, despite having fallen behind maybe on the generation side a bit, we'll catch up, right? I'm looking at all the developer friends in the room. We're going to catch up, right? We are still, I think, the best positioned long term, and we are investing for the long term. We've talked about the wind port. We have the only manufacturing facility that's active in North America or in the United States of America for offshore wind components in Paulsboro. We have a steady diet of procurements led by the BPU. We have major investments in our workforce. We have major investments in our R&D capabilities. And we are playing for the long term. This is not a 1, 2, 3, 5-year ambition. This is a 50-year ambition. This is a century-long ambition. And it's a long game, and it's going to require real commitment. And from Governor Murphy on down, you've had that for the last 7 years. We're going to need that going forward at the state level, certainly. And what happens in Washington is going to matter a lot, too. But I think no matter what continued turbulence we face, we are committed, the Murphy administration is committed, the governor, the first lady, all of us in their service are committed to seeing this through because it's too damn important. This has nothing to do with politics. This has nothing to do with looking good or smart or anything else. It has to do with climate benefits, the energy benefits, and the economic benefits. They are vastly too big to not continue to play for and to play hard. And so New Jersey is going to continue to do what Jersey does, which is play to win and do what we need to do to address the concerns that are out there and confront misinformation and also share with folks what the trade-offs mean. This is not a free lunch. This isn't a panacea. This isn't, you don't just snap your fingers and all of a sudden we've solved climate change and the energy's clean and it's flowing out of your walls. Transmission issues are hard. Folks don't like having construction projects in their neighborhood. That's okay. That's not new. This isn't the first time we've confronted that. We're just going to require effort to explain the benefits and the trade-offs. And we're going to have to explain what this means for shore communities. And we have to do the hard work, and a lot of you are doing that hard work every single day. Doesn't mean we ignore those concerns and those questions. We've got to address them and take them seriously. And when there's bad faith efforts out there, we've got to call them out for them. Because there's bad faith and there's good faith, right? And good faith can always be met with engagement and facts and information. Bad faith, you just kind of, let's enjoy democracy while we have it. But we're going to have to continue to fight the good fight because this is a virtuous fight. It's a fight worth winning. And as long as Governor Murphy and our team are on the field, you're going to have an ally from all of us. But this is a long game. And so at Time for Turbines 17, hopefully we're talking about different issues, but there's going to be issues. There's going to be things we're going to need to fight through because this is think about any major American industry that has lasted decades. The early days are always choppy. It's okay. Hopefully we can make them a little less choppy as we go. But this is really damn important. It's extremely important. The conversations we're having here, the work that comes from these meetings is incredibly important. So thanks for being here. Thanks for your continued engagement. Thanks for being in this fight with us. It's a virtuous fight. Let's win it.
It's funny, Tim, because we thought of going to Roman numerals too. So at some point, and that's really where we want to get to, right? And I'm really excited because we're not doing a panel for our next round. We're going to have, you have to imagine, kind of a virtual Yuletide log. We're going to have a fireside chat between two extraordinary individuals, Paulina O'Connor, who's the executive director of the New Jersey Offshore Wind Alliance, and Joris Veldhoven, who's the CEO of Atlantic Shore's Offshore Wind. And what I want to say, just as a little bit of preface before they both come up, is that Paulina has been able to do amazing work just over the course of this calendar year as the executive director for the Offshore Wind Alliance. And it's a reminder that the industry really has grown up. It's not just one or two companies. That being said, the most important project is the first project that gets built in New Jersey. And we talked we talked yesterday about projects that are already happening in America. We want New Jersey to join that, and obviously Atlantic Shore is next up. But the BOEM approval just last week of their construction and operating permit is a reminder of the progress that we have seen, but ultimately we need to be able to get steel in the water. So with that, please give a warm welcome to Paulina and Joris.
Good morning.
Thank you to Doug, Deb, and all the organizers of this amazing conference for having us on. Really appreciate to kick off Friday morning with the opportunity to interview Joris. I consider, the Atlantic Shores project the vanguard of New Jersey's offshore wind industry, and it's critical that we build support around it and continue to see its success. Before we get into sort of the nitty-gritty stuff, I'd love to just learn more a little bit about you. You had this really powerful, beautiful op-ed last year, I think it was the Star Ledger, that talked about your daughter's snow boots going unused and the fact that our winters no longer provide us with snow. And when I think of Hurricane Helene and Milton and we're watching what's going on, it really makes me angry about not only the misinformation around our technology, but the sort of request for inaction, right? We need just leave things as they are when we see these drastic changes. And I would love to learn a little bit about how you got to this position, your sort of background experience, and how you view, sort of your work in the space of climate action.
All right. Thanks, Paulina. Good morning, everyone. Good to be here. Nice to see a lot of old friends and new friends, and our Stockton interns are here as well. So always nice to be here. Thanks for the question. Yeah, I learned a lot from being with our daughters. We have 3 daughters. And in fact, I was at their curriculum night last night. And I still learn new things from from them. And one of the things is that action is absolutely needed. We are custodians of this planet, and I tell this to our team all the time, like, we need to leave this world slightly better than we found it. I mean, you hear this from other people. We have the same mantra in Atlantic Shores, and we're trying to do our best, and that is not just yearning for how it used to be, and that, you know, there is no problem here, nothing to look at. So yeah, absolutely, action is needed, and what better way to have an ability to take action in a place like New Jersey, where we have offshore wind, and we can deploy offshore wind with a carbon intensity CO2 equivalent of, let's say, 10 to 15 grams per kilowatt hour. Like, that is fantastic. That is 20 times better than gas. That is 50 times better than coal. Like, we should be doing something with that if we want to leave this world a better place. I also like a lot what Tim said about Time for Turbines 17, and, you know, big industry projects, big infrastructure projects are not easy. A lot of us know that. So we need to be problem solvers. Yesterday at the curriculum night of my kids, they talked about, are we problem solvers or are we answer havers? And they explained to me that kids, you know, we don't expect them to be answer havers, we expect them to be problem solvers. I think in our industry, sometimes we need to be answer havers when it comes to, I'm sure we'll talk about that, right? When it comes to environmental science, biology, EMF, we are the answer havers, and we have science on our side, and we can be the answer havers. But for so much of what we do, we need to also be the problem solvers, because this is a complicated industry. And that learning attitude is what we try to deploy, and then deploy it in a way that actually gets turbines built, steel in the water. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I enjoy that answer. And so I think that's a good segue to discuss sort of your project, and if you could share a little bit about the state of play of your leases.
Yeah, so Atlantic Shores has a portfolio of multiple leases. We started with one lease, we divided it in two, and just 10 days ago we divided the south part again in two, because we got our COP. We got our COP. Yes! So excited. That was 5-6 years in the making. I always wanted to say that at least once in a group like this. But we got our COP, which is wonderful. And so we have multiple leases, to your question, Paulina. And our first project is shovel ready. In fact, we were driving over here and we saw the Atlantic Shores test pits actually being done today. Terrence was telling me about it, how he bumped into the team this morning. So we have a wonderful colleague, Tom, who takes the day shifts with the Creamer Jingoli team. We have a wonderful colleague, Lowell, which takes the night shifts. So this is a real project, is happening right here in Atlantic City. We're doing test pits for cable work today, this week, next month, etc., etc. So our project one is very, very mature. It's happening as we speak. Our project two is another very mature project. We got our federal permit for that. It's part of the same COP, but now part of a different lease, and that's also competing in this current New Jersey 4 round, together with some other projects that have bid. And then we have the north side of the lease, which is still not in play in the sense that we have been developing it actively for 4 or 5 years. We are at the so-called NOI stage of our COP, so notice of intent was given. That means the federal permitting has started, and that's now on a certain trajectory that will take another 2 years, give or take, before it gets federally permitted. And then we have the bite leases. Those are the leases that us and 5 other developers acquired 2 years ago now, 2.5 years ago, for a lot of money. Yeah. And we are still developing those. We haven't brought them in play yet. We have not actively bid with them. But you see, some of our neighbors have, of course, brought them in play and started to bid with them. We are still actively developing it. We have done a geophys, geotech campaign on it last year, you name it. So we're working on those as well. So pretty big portfolio, about 6 gigawatts of offshore wind, which makes us one of the larger offshore wind companies on the East Coast.
Yeah. Congrats on all that progress. You know, you sort of mentioned the work underway, major permitting achievements, major substantial awarded contracts, so money flowing on a street, and local investments. Can you tell us a little bit more about what's in store for the rest of the year and what can we expect in 2025?
Yeah, so I talked, for example, about our test campaigns are happening. We're doing over 600 test bits in the 3 communities of our export cable onshore. We clearly are looking forward to the outcome of New Jersey Round 4. I'm sure we get to talk a bit about that. In terms of further maturity, we are going to award nearly all of our packages for Project 1 in the next month, so month or 2 months. So the ones that we haven't yet awarded to players, we are about to award them, because in the current market, and Tim Sullivan talked a bit about it, it is so critical that we lock in these packages, and there's various reasons for that, but one of them is just having that maturity, having the certainty that the supply chain is with you is absolutely critical in the current markets, and you see that in other East Coast states as well, and also here in New Jersey, how important that is. In the past, we often, I think a couple of years back, we often very much focused on having a lease in place, having your permits in place, having your interconnection service agreement in place, and an offtake. In the current market dynamics, you really have to add supply chain contracts to that. So it's not, having 4 things in place and then you're maybe ready for FID. It's really 4 + 1. And that +1 is hard because you're playing with, or you're dealing with international players. They have other options. They have other countries to work in, and there's also, of course, a lot of local dynamics and wanting to do the right thing, wanting to localize supply chains here, making sure PLAs are in place. Local workforce is engaged. Workforce development is part of that. So yeah, it's a broad answer, but that's because over the next few months there will be a lot of activity still.
Good. Can I ask you a little bit more about NJ4?
Yeah, you can always ask.
Okay, I'm asking. Can you tell us a little bit about your bid and what does it mean? I know when initially it happened, folks had a lot of questions.
Right.
I think Crystal and Terrence did a really good job explaining sort of the upside down cone, ice cream cone, how she likes to refer it to. But can you sort of walk us through what it means?
Yeah, a couple of things I will share, and I'll get to your question as well. So we brought 2 projects forward in this solicitation, or Project 1 or Project 2, focused on 2 things, and 2 things very much: commitment and maturity, and also on the other side, a good fair deal for the ratepayer. There's still a competition going on. We don't take it for granted that any outcome is it is a very competitive setting, and I think everyone is keen to be successful in this round. That's exactly how it should be. There's net benefits tests. We have certain additional criteria because our Project 1, as most of you know here, is a rebid project. So we have an even higher bar of proving to the BPU how the net benefits of this project, how the local content, the environmental benefits, how workforce development, all that is even better than before, and then, and only then, we can even be considered to be for an award and compete with the other projects. And that's exactly how it should be. It should be a competitive setting, and our Project 1 and our Project 2 should only be selected if it's in the interest of New Jersey, if it's in the interest of the ratepayers. And I'm sure the BPU is actually working very hard on that as we speak.
Yeah, agreed. Your team and you have been spending a lot of time along the Jersey Shore, particularly here in Atlantic City. Can you tell us your plans for here and how you've worked with the local community to build support for your project?
Yeah, that's a great question. And yes, that last part of the question is important too, of how do you build support for the project. But I think it's also about just doing the right things for the right reasons. And if that builds support, great. But this is an industry that's new. And when we started Atlantic Shores 5.5 years ago, there were lots, and there are still lots of expectations of what we should be doing. And I think that is right, because this is an industry that starts in New Jersey. It started in 20, depending on how you look at it. If you take the first solicitation route by New Jersey as a start, it started in 2018. I mean, the leases were awarded already a bit earlier, but this is an industry that started in the last decade. So we need to live up to expectations that come with doing business in this decade. It's not an industry that can say, there's so many issues, but some of them are legacy issues, and that's the way this industry started. No, we need to do the right things for the right reasons. Work with underserved communities, make sure workforce development is good, make sure that we are a proper partner to labor organizations, and that's why we put MOUs in place, and we're negotiating actively now on a PLA with the two councils. So when I think about New Jersey, I think about those things, but I also think about our partnership with Stockton. I already mentioned our interns. We have an eco center just 2 blocks down the road. I remember driving to Atlantic City 5 years ago, meeting with Stockton for the first time and realizing there was an opportunity for an eco center there, and how excited it would be to be part of this campus. Clearly, also COVID happened right then thereafter, but we stayed true to our commitment. I'm also thinking about the Boys and Girls Club. I'm thinking about Offshore Wind for Kids. We were the first developer that brought Offshore Wind for Kids here. We're still running events for a lot of children, Boys and Girls Club, but also other kids from the Eco Center. I see Satsuki sitting here. She does a lot of that work. Yeah, those are things that come with being a responsible business partner to Atlantic City, but also to the county and also to the state. And we look forward to keep doing that.
Do you gamble?
I get that question a lot when I check in here in a hotel.
So is that a yes or no?
It's legal here, right?
Yeah, of course.
Maybe.
Okay. Well, I encourage you to do so. Everyone in this room, actually, please patronize our casinos, hardworking casinos.
Yes.
And, I'm a roulette girl myself, and I think for the first time in my life, I'm walking away up from the city. So,
Very good. It's very funny when I check in a hotel in Atlantic City, which I've done a lot over the last 5 years, and then with my accent, I check in, and then people are like, "Oh, you're here for fun?" I'm like, "Well, I'm here for work." And they look at me a bit strange, like, "Is he saying he's a professional gambler?"
Speaking of the Eco Center, I went on the trip yesterday. I had an amazing time. Kudos to you and your team. The center is right on the boardwalk. It's a beautiful community space. It's interactive. It's interesting. I'll also brag that I won the scavenger hunt that Satsuki organizes, and I flew a kite for the first time in my life. So a lot of dreams came true yesterday. And again, kudos to you and your amazing team. You really have intelligent and dedicated staff. You've invested a lot of time and funding in partnerships. I think it's $11 million to the Wind Institute. Obviously, a partner here in Stockton University. You've made some investments in workforce development. Can you tell us about your relationship with both labor and higher ed institutions, and how you see the offshore wind sector becoming a new career for New Jersey residents and students?
Yeah, that's the exciting part, and that this is becoming a real industry. And again, something I learned at another curriculum night. I was there at my kids' school, and they said, 50% of the jobs these kids will have don't yet exist today. I think turbine technician is one of those jobs in New Jersey. Offshore wind turbine technician is definitely one of those jobs. So yeah, that's the vision, right? That we are creating a new industry, and that means that we need to develop the workforce. I get a lot of board questions as well about, how's the workforce? What's the New Jersey workforce? I'm like, it's there, it's talented. It's not yet working on offshore wind, but what do we expect here? That we had a lot of turbine technicians sitting on the bench somewhere that are theoretical turbine technicians that are ready to go? No, of course not. People need training. Like, we all needed training. I needed retraining when I started working in offshore wind. And that's the kind of philosophy. I already mentioned that in 2021 we signed an MOU with 5 local labor organizations that was focused on 2 things. 1, keep each other up to date, keep each other apprised of when things change and what needs we have. And we have been in active dialogue since then. And 2, work already on workforce development as good as we could with the unions. That is many years before final investment decision, which takes place next year for Project One. But that's the kind of relationship we have. And I already mentioned that now we're turning that MOU into a PLA for Project One for all scopes. The work that's already ongoing, I mentioned the test bits, those are happening with New Jersey organizations like Creamer, Gingoli, like Riggs Distler. They're already union shops, as most of you know here, or at least mostly union already. So that already happens under the existing umbrellas, and then the PLA will follow. So that's one thing. And then higher ed, you mentioned it now, Tim also mentioned it. I mean, it's so critical, so much talent in places like Stockton, Rutgers, you name it. And so we have specific research collaboration going on with Stockton about, for example, artificial reefs and how do we play a role there. We have some funding set aside for that. We try to be a good partner. We do long-term fishery studies with higher ed. And then we also are involved in various incubator programs, minority and women-owned businesses incubator programs. Be part of the fabric of society, I think, is the mantra.
Yeah, I love that. If you're a member of the higher ed industry or higher ed institutions, please raise your hand. Good job, everybody. You deserve a round of applause. And if you're a member of the labor movement, please raise your hand. Yay. Good job, everyone. It's all about working together.
Absolutely.
On the macro level, the industry continues to face challenges, whether it's supply chain or inflation. Can you share with us some of the industry trends you're seeing and what is needed to sort of stabilize the market and continue to make it attractive to developers?
Yeah. So this is where the fireside chat gets a bit boring. Maybe. So if some of you want to switch off, I completely understand. But there is, of course, an economical equation here. These projects are done through lots of different packages, as we call them, lots of different scopes, and there's various trends happening at the moment. Overall, I think the trend is better than, let's say, a year or even 2 years ago. Partially because just the trend is better, and partially because we are more aware of the supply chain risk than I think, and other risks, than we were 2 years ago. I think collectively this industry thought that money was going to be relatively cheap for a long time. I think the regulators also thought that. So all those risks were pushed to the business cases of developers, and we had fixed inflators in offtake contracts. But if the cost of money would go up, which it did a lot after the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, and sort of 2022 inflation really started to spike unexpectedly, a lot of those risks were our risks. So what regulators have done over the last few years, they really and kudos to them. And I mean here in New Jersey, the BPU, in other states was done in other ways. But there's now a bit more these inflation adjustment mechanisms that take into account various factors, and they're starting to even take into account cost of money now in certain advanced models. Is that perfect? No, it's not, but it shares some of the risk. So if cost of capital goes up, that means that some of the pain is felt by the developers, and some of the pain goes to the ratepayers or the taxpayers through various mechanisms. That's not ideal, but it avoids that these projects overnight can become quite uneconomical, and then you have the issues that we had them in 22 and 23. So the awareness of the risk and the proactive steps by regulators and in design of auctions helped a lot. Now then there's the actual trends of commodities and the actual trends of just how much do things cost. And I think also there things have stabilized. It was very rocky in late 22 and early 23. We saw quotes that we had, binding offers that we had being rescinded. We saw contracts that we had from suppliers saying, sorry, just can't deliver, what do you want me to do? I cannot risk the company. So we had to renegotiate a lot of the work that we had already done, and I think everyone in the industry to a large extent had to do that. So that trend has stabilized quite a bit. If you look at commodity prices of steel, copper, aluminum, that's better now than it used to be. But of course, we need to watch it. Again, the awareness of the risk is also helping, because we all track this risk a lot better. We all make sure that, the regulators made sure that these inflation adjustment mechanisms were set up. So I think this industry is much more resilient. It will still have its ups and downs, and as was said, in time for turbines 12 and time for turbines 17, supply chain topics like these will still come up. But I think there's a path to deal with it, which is much better than what we had 2 years ago.
Yeah, I agree, and I think the BPU did a really good job with this fourth solicitation, listening to our needs. I'll just take a moment of personal privilege to say, I started this job the week of the NJ3 announcement, and then just like two months later, still trying to, figure it all out and learn as much as I can. I have the responsibility of commenting on the NJ4 draft. And I'll give a kudos to the members of NJOA, because I didn't know my ass from my elbow on like indices and inflation and supply chain risks. So, through their help and experience and knowledge, I was able to draft some decent comments. And the solicitation turned out pretty good. So, sort of on the topic of, how the sort of industry appears to the public, we often hear that we're losing the PR battle, and especially to those with opposing views, and those are folks who would just prefer our tax dollars to go to a new nuclear plant or even worse, inaction, right? But I think that they're a small minority, but they're a loud minority. You're American Dutch, but born in Brooklyn. I would love to get your take on, the sort of misinformation that we continue to battle. And, as someone who's spent time in European Union countries, as someone who's spent time in the UAE, how is offshore wind viewed abroad in comparison to the U.S.?
Great question. Just in terms of misinformation, I'm born close to the original Brooklyn,
Okay.
which is in the Netherlands.
Okay.
Just, I don't want to create any new misinformation when talking about misinformation. Every society, the dynamic of society is interesting. I mean, that's taking a bit of an outside-in view, I guess. I'm also in the middle of it, so that's not always what I tend to do. Look, it's not surprising that these large infrastructure projects, and keep in mind, these will be these will be the largest infrastructure projects in the US once we start construction. You're talking about projects the size of 7, 8, 9+ billion per project. So that's massive. So big projects evoke big emotions in all ranges, right? People very much in favor, people not so much in favor or very much against. That is normal. I think that happens everywhere. Two, you mentioned small minorities or loud minorities. We all should never underestimate the power of loud, small minorities. They change the course of this world, and they have always done so, for the good and for the worse. It's always well-organized, well-funded, smaller minority groups that have an outsized voice that can change the course of anything. So we take all these things absolutely not for granted. We need to keep working. Then thirdly, and I think that's what the crux here is, and I think Tim also mentioned it, there is a lot of deliberate misinformation. And when good people get bad information, they tends to still large groups of that people, good people that just receive a lot of bad information that still start to believe it. We all are completely overloaded. There's so many mediums, institutions. Which would trust institutions here? That's another great question to raise. And that trust has really gone down. So when people talk, your organization, Paulina, talks about offshore wind, people say, but why would we trust you? You're clearly working with developers, and you're part of the, aren't you part of the Murphy administration? And you get all those types of comments, and so it's very hard and people are, all of us, myself included, we have limited time to really look into things ourselves. So you have to kind of believe people. And then, when you're on Facebook and you see a lot of bad information about electromagnetic fields, you might think, yeah, shoot, maybe there's some truth here, and I should just be against it. And what's wrong with the current way of living? Like, isn't everything completely fine? I mean, some people will think that way, and that's risky, because it's based on a lot of bad information that's deliberately spread by relatively well-funded small groups of people that are just not liking an industry, and that's not needed. I mean, that is not right, but that is the reality here. So the only thing we can do, and on a lot of these topics we have signs on our side, is to keep speaking up. I encourage all of you to keep speaking up. It takes some energy, and I'm sure you have your days where, we all are a bit tired to speak up, but that we keep speaking up with facts as we see them on, whale deaths, on EMFs, particularly those topics. I'm not even talking about the more sophisticated topics like cost and ratepayers, but just like the basic facts where there's so much misinformation being spread. And that's what we keep doing. Do we do it enough? Well, maybe we need to do even more of it. But today is always the best time to start if you're not yet speaking up. So please, let's all speak up about this.
Yeah, agreed. And I'll just do a little plug on the Prebuild Infrastructure docket that's still open. That's open until, I think, end of day, October 15th. And so if you support offshore wind and you support offshore wind-related infrastructure, which, the PBI is critical, I really encourage everyone to submit a comment of support for offshore wind and the PBI by October 15th on the BPU website. I think we're going to wrap up. I have one last burning question to ask between Ken Mosca and Terrence Kelly and yourself. Is facial hair an employment requirement at Atlantic Shores?
No, it's not.
Okay. Is it a Brooklyn thing, or?
In my case, it's a Brooklyn thing, I think. But no. Great question. Probably one of your better questions.
Oh, thank you. Now I'm offended. Thank you so much, Joris. Any sort of last parting words? I thought that was really informative and educational, and we appreciate the status update of your project.
Yeah, thank you. No, let's all keep speaking up. I appreciate everyone's role in this industry. We're here, a lot of Atlantic Shores folks here today as well. So if you want to talk to us, come talk with us, and let's keep going. There's a lot to fight for. Thank you.
All right, let's just give it up one more time for Joris and Paulina. There's very few times you actually laugh during a fireside chat, so appreciate the humor. And then to quote, they might be giants, even old New York was New Amsterdam. But really appreciate the words we heard, and as someone who actually is a dual citizen in the EU, big surprise in Ireland, there's a little bit of a race between New Jersey and Ireland to see who will get the first offshore wind project. The Irish project is also supported by EDF Renewables, so love to have an Irish-Jersey competition here. And then just want to thank that panel and that fireside chat. We're going to have next a more expansive panel, hopefully as funny as informative. It's going to be led by Bill O'Hearn as the moderator, who serves as the Executive VP for Offshore Power LLC. And Bill, as we've heard before, is an integral part of Time for Turbines. The first Time for Turbines, we thought we'd get 30 people, right? And Bill was right there at the door helping to, queue in a lot more than 30 people 7 years ago. Dragging people into that control room. And then Bill has a history as a former elected official in Ringwood, as well as an offshore wind and communications professional. We're going to hear, we obviously just heard from Atlantic Shores, we're going to hear from the broad diversity of wind developers, because I think it is critical to know this industry isn't just one or two companies. It is really an industry at this point. And obviously, as Paulina referenced, the fourth and fifth solicitations are upon us, or the fourth solicitation is upon us. The fifth will soon be upon us, soon enough. So if I could welcome Bill to the podium, and then Brian Gray from Community Offshore Wind, Karen Imus from Attentive Energy, Wes Jacobs from Leading Light Wind, and John Dempsey from Bluepoint Wind.
Can I get you? While folks are getting settled in, I also want to give a call out to my 2 field trips from yesterday. I took 2 folks to the Rutgers Marine Field Station, and unfortunately, we put them on the wrong buses, and then we took them to the wrong locations, which is really exciting for a trip organizer like me. But we did get there. It was a fantastic tour, thanks to the boys in the back there, and just a stunningly beautiful place. If you have a chance to go to Rutgers MFS, do it, because it's really cool. It was great. This morning, this is, of course, our famous developers panel, industry experts, and they are living proof of Tim Sullivan's quote from last year, which is, "We are an industry and not just one company." That was an important thing to hear last year, as we may remember. These companies are the second wave of wind farms that are coming behind Atlantic shores. When we talk about New Jersey's offshore wind goal of 11,000 megawatts by 2040, as the First Lady mentioned last night, these are the folks who are going to help us get there, make it happen. All the investment, the risk, managing the supply chain, everything happens right here, these groups, these companies. Their complete bios are linked in the agenda, so you can find them there. So I'm going to kind of skip over that in the interest of time and get right to some questions. First one is kind of a softball, kind of easy, but everyone can take a shot at this. Please give us a quick rundown on recent milestones, with your projects where you are, and what you see happening for your projects in 2025. And we'll run that way. Go ahead.
Well, good morning, everyone, and thanks, Bill, for having us here, and thanks to the organizers of Time for Turbines. It's great to see a really full room. I'll take a little bit of a step back and introduce Attentive Energy too. We are a project that was awarded by the BPU in January of this year, and we're actually a joint venture of 2 companies called Total Energies and Corio Generation. We've been on the ground in New Jersey for about 4 to 5 years, so a little bit of the newbies, but not totally the newbies. And 2024 has been a big year for us. We, as I mentioned, were awarded in January of this year, and our goal was to hit the ground running, and that's what we've been focused on, delivering on our commitments to New Jersey. So as you know, when a company is awarded, the BPU files a board order, and that's something you can actually find online, and it lists out basically the commitments we've made to the state. So we've been hyper-focused on meeting our milestones this year, and that includes our compliance milestones with the BPU, our community investments across the state, and I should just really emphasize that it's all 21 counties. We have a real holistic approach to bringing the offshore wind opportunity to all 21 counties. We've made an investment in New Jersey's Research and Monitoring Initiative, which is a significant environmental and marine conservation initiative that the state has deployed. And we've been really actively going around the state focused on supply chain localization and raising information awareness about that. I should say, looking ahead, it's a lot about permitting and, advancing our federal permitting primarily, but also our state and local permitting. And really hyper-focused on those milestones and rolling out the community investments, as I mentioned. We have partnerships ranging from some of the institutions in this room to labor unions and other partners. So a lot going on all at the same time, but again, hyper-focused on delivering our commitments to the state.
Next, John.
Hi, folks. John Dempsey. I'm the CEO of Bluepoint Wind, a proud New Jersey native. Bluepoint has spent the first 2.5 years of its life focused on really 2 North Stars. The first is establishing our roots in the communities which we will be in. So we are headquartered in Newark. I've been working in Newark for the last 7-8 years of my career. Prior to this, I was at PSEG. And really getting to set up a real organization and infrastructure around the project in that city. The other thing we've been really focused on, as Karen mentioned, is federal permitting. We've always viewed federal permitting as a key constraint in the industry. The first big contract we awarded when we got the lease was to our federal permitting consultants, and we did a bunch of surveys 2 summers ago. Proud to have submitted our construction operations plan to BOEM last Friday, which is a big milestone for the project. If you're not a developer, it doesn't mean a whole lot. If you are a developer, it's a huge effort. It was about 11,600 pages of documentation. And so our focus continuing through 2024 and looking ahead is obviously offtake needs to be a part of any offshore wind project. We didn't just buy a lease to permit something and think about doing a project. We want to get offtake, but we do believe that it is important to make sure that the permits and the community that we're establishing around the project are in good shape as well. So that's been how we've been focused. A number of our team members are here with me today.
Hi, and I'm Brian Gray. I'm from Community Offshore Wind. I'm going to repeat some of the things that have been already stated, but Community Offshore Wind is a joint venture between National Grid Ventures and RWE. 2 global energy companies, and focused on the local aspects of National Grid being a utility provider in the Northeast, and the offshore wind experience from RWE overseas and globally. What we've been focused on in this last year is buttoning up our survey activity, trying to get the best understanding of what the lease area that we acquired in 2022 has under the water. We're laser focused on our permit filings, which we're expecting to be able to make here in the short term. Lastly, what I'll say is, on the community engagement front, trying to get our boots on the ground, establish the relationships and understanding of the areas, and using the folks that we have, local in the area here to be able to build relationships and start to set that groundwork.
Thanks. Wes, before you get started, I wanted to mention that you just got promoted to, you have VP in your title now.
Yeah, fair to say.
I wanted to congratulate you on that, and
thank you, Bill.
Thank you for coming back to be with us the second year, as some of our folks have done. So
yeah, thank you. Yeah, so as Bill said, Wes Jacobs. I guess I typically go by the title Project Director for Leading Light Wind. Leading Light Wind, just like all of these projects, is a large infrastructure project. I'm going to channel a lot of what Joris said, I think, in his comments. These are all large, complex infrastructure projects, and they take sometimes consortiums of investors to develop, build, and operate, and we are no different in that regard. Leading Light Wind is a partnership of primarily 2 developers, two American companies, Invenergy, who has a long history of sustainable energy development here in the U.S., and Energy Re. Energy Re is the clean energy arm of the related companies based in New York City. But Bill, like you said, Invenergy pays my paycheck, and my title at Invenergy is VP of Offshore Wind Development. So this is my second time at Time for Turbines. So I was here last year, Time for Turbines 6. And a lot's happened in the past year for Leading Light in particular. For what it's worth, we plan to be here for Time for Turbines 17 and 20 and however long they go. One reflection I have versus last year, I remember, and I say this respectfully, Bill, we were mistaken for a transmission developer last year, and I can laugh about that, and it's really, a lot has happened. We've come a long ways as a project, and I'm proud to say that along with Attentive Energy too, as Karen referenced, we are the other awardee under NJ3, and we're very proud to have won that award back in January. Yep. It's fair to also say that at this time we are still looking to finalize the contract on which we will develop, build, and operate this wind farm. And so we're in the midst of a stay period right now, such that we can get the contract right before we get going on that. So that is a big focus of ours right now, is to work with our supply chain and work with the BPU to ensure that that contract is durable for the long term, as several of the speakers and Joris referenced as well. offshore wind is the long game, and that's certainly our focus right now is future-proofing the project and the contract for the long term. In terms of more specifically where we've been and where we're going, we likewise have had a big focus on permitting. So we just finished, actually, earlier this month, our geophysical and geotechnical surveys. We're quite excited about that.
You didn't kill any whales, apparently, in that survey work that you were doing.
We did not, and neither did any of the other developers, that's for sure. And so that is a key input, these surveys and all the data that they acquire for the permitting application. And congrats to John and Bluepoint for recently having submitted their COP. We plan to do so per our schedule next year, actually, and we're very excited about that, and we're working towards that plan right now. And I should echo the congratulations to Atlantic Shores for having come out the other end of this long process with the approval from the federal government for their COP.
That's a big one.
Yeah, and likewise, I mean, we have a great team. We have a team spread across New Jersey. We have a growing office in New York City as well. We're really on the ground here in New York City, forging partnerships with key New Jersey institutions. I'll mention, one point of interest. We were one of the lead sponsors. We talked about the importance of developing the workforce. Rowan College of South Jersey recently graduated their first cohort of turbine technicians, in fact, just a couple months ago, and we were one of the lead sponsors for that program. Actually, we funded $250,000 towards that, and we're proud to have seen those graduates come out, and now they're out in the workforce at this point, and soon they will actually. There will be an offshore wind industry for them to be supporting. The expectation right now is that they'll be supporting onshore turbines. But anyway, that is one of those baby steps that we're taking, to build this industry here. So I'll stop there. I really look forward to the conversation. Thanks for having us here.
Thank you, and that's a perfect setup for our last session of the day, which is going to be on workforce development, where we'll dig into some of the environmental justice and apprenticeships and all the things that all these folks have been working on, which is, of course, a really cool topic. So our state permitters, regulators are not here today. They were here yesterday. But that's come up in all of your comments. Is there anything that the federal and state permitting process can do or ways it can improve that would help you? That would help you move faster and save ratepayers money? And anyone can jump in on that. We don't all have to take it, but anybody want to take a swing at that? You got it.
Paulina made a comment. Is this on? Can you guys hear me? Paulina made a comment about supporting the pre-build filing. I would sort of strengthen her ask and almost demand it. If you're in this room, support of the pre-build is hugely significant to the future of this industry in the near and long term. It will enable a handful of these first projects to have interconnection, which is just a extremely significant constraint, and it allows the effective utilization of 50 acres of land that is uniquely situated both on the Atlantic Ocean, but also close to a substation that can handle injections of that amount of capacity. How does that tie back to your question? When that pre-build is built, one important aspect of the permitting for any offshore wind project will be handled because the state and local permitting and testing and consenting will have been completed, so it makes our jobs as developers, if we were to use that, and of course there are companies on the dais right now that intend to use that. One of them is not Bluepoint at the moment, but I still think for the industry it will be helpful to have that built so that when you have your federal permits and you have your interconnection and you have your offtake, you can just go through that pre-build with a much easier time to execution.
Right.
So,
in theory, like plugging into an extension cord, if everything goes well.
Just as simple as that, Bill. Yeah.
Right. Piece of cake.
But yeah.
Anyone from any coastal towns here? No, okay, we're good. We can proceed.
We could say a lot more about the pre-build, and I hope we spend a bit more time on that. But I did just want to comment on the federal side, and obviously federal permitting is a very serious issue in Congress. It's something I think all of us monitor very closely, especially through our industry trades in D.C. American Clean Power has been very involved in advocating for federal permitting reform, and I think it's also important to look at not just the reform itself, but the resources for staffing and the budgets for these agencies, because right now, there are more clean energy projects in front of these agencies, in front of BOEM and other agencies at the federal, but also at the state level than ever before. And it's if you just think about like a staffing level or the budget or the resources for X number of people, and then all of a sudden you go from like 2 projects to 18 projects that need to be reviewed and now need to be reviewed on a faster timeline because we all want permitting reform, that is a huge resource question. And we monitor this closely, but through different advocates, whether they're the trade groups or the clean energy groups, calling for budget increases and resource increases and administrative increases is going to play a huge difference in actually deploying the clean energy project. So that is an issue that we're advocating and watching closely.
That's a good one. It's not immediately obvious, but staffing up of some of these key agencies, BOEM certainly seems to get overworked sometimes, and we know how that.
But kudos to BOEM, because they are doing an amazing job with the resources
and they picked
have.
up the pace. Actually, that leads us to a scary question about exactly that agency. Because federal permitting can be the long straw in this process, how will the federal elections in November affect your projects in 2025 and going forward? In other words, how much would a Trump administration hinder your progress, and how much would a Harris administration accelerate your progress? So put your crystal ball into effect.
Yeah, I guess I'm the next one in line here. So, I think that, clearly there are going to be different implications depending on which administration change happens. And, the hardest part for me on the, or I guess one of the biggest issues to solve on the federal permitting side is just gaining a level of certainty. Whether it's longer or shorter, gaining a level of certainty is something that I think all developers would, really in all industries, would be able to, achieve successes on, because, there's a lot of smart people on both sides of the aisle here. This aisle is the wrong term. On both sides of this conversation, right? So there's really smart people. We can adjust with certainty. I think that from a review, whether it's the NEPA process or a state process, regulators can adjust their resources or their processes or their coordination with certainty, right? And so, anything that we can do as an industry to gain some more certainty within this process, I think is something that will go a long way for, on both sides.
Thank you. What?
Yeah, I'd like to really answer both of your last 2 questions. I'd like to key off of some of what John Dempsey said about the PBI. So in terms of the state regulator side of this puzzle, it's a really interesting situation that we have. And we, Leading Light, we are one of those developers that does plan to use the PBI. And so we are counting on the PBI to be there when we need to pull our cable through those underground duct banks. And really what the state of New Jersey has done is something quite unique and quite amazing through the combination of the SAA, the state agreement approach, and the coordination that they have completed with their solicitations to this point, inclusive of the PBI. But what they've done with that arrangement is they've taken on the role of project manager ultimately. These large projects that we as developers manage, there's projects within our project, many projects within our project. So that's what it's all about, is us coordinating these sub-projects within our project. But at this point, it's not just that anymore. It's our very complex projects, but then there's actually 2 others that need to be coordinated by the state as well to ensure that this all happens in a coordinated and timely fashion. And that is the PBI as one, the Prebuild Infrastructure, and then likewise the infrastructure that is further downstream, as I like to think of it, in terms of the way the electrons flow, is the SAA infrastructure, and that that's a work scope that's already been awarded to MAOD, Mid-Atlantic Offshore Development, and they're getting going on that work scope at this point in terms of in partnership with JCP&L, the onshore grid upgrades, and then likewise substation upgrades and the land on which our onshore converter stations for the DC power that will be coming into the, be converted into AC before it goes into the grid will be sited, those onshore converter stations. All of that is a mega project in and of itself that ultimately needs to be coordinated by the state of New Jersey. Anything we can do to help the regulators ultimately gain the capacity and the know-how to coordinate that only helps us as developers and all of us in the room here to ensure that these projects move forward in a timely and coordinated way. So I just want to really impress upon folks the complexity of the undertaking, and I really like to say coordination is kind, and really that is key for projects of this scale. When it comes to federal election, I'll just briefly say, politicians are going to say what they're going to say. And where we are as an industry here in the U.S., we're at that point, I'd call it a tipping point, where there almost is a sense of inevitability at this point that this is an industry now. And people recognize the benefits of what we're doing. Just look around the room here, the economic opportunities that come from this new industry, and it becomes less of a, the more inevitable it becomes, the less politicized it becomes. And that's really where we are at this point, is no matter what happens in the federal election, there is going to continue to be progress in this industry. Sure, there's going to be some puts and takes on a day-to-day or month-to-month basis, but there's growing confidence in the industry at this point that it is going to move forward.
In other words, there's a sense of momentum here that we're going to keep.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can I just put a finer point on that? Sure. Ørsted had released a video a few months ago where Steve Scalise was at the groundbreaking of an SOV that was built down in Louisiana. And while there will be economic benefits, of course, to New Jersey and New Jersey jobs, the reality is there are things in industries that happen in red states that this industry will also use. And I think there is a narrow but potent political line that maybe wasn't there 4 or 5, 6 years ago that the industry needs to try and walk to ensure that there is support for this industry outside of just the states that are contracting these projects. And I think there is, and I think that is how Wes's sort of inevitability argument bears fruit.
Thanks. Important point. Yeah.
Yeah, I think just on that point, there are, for example, bipartisan letters signed in Congress about IRA dollars that have flown out to, blue and red states and not clawing those back. And I think that, that's proof of concept, right? Whether you're a blue state or a red state, that the industry is growing, and nobody wants to see those dollars disappear if you have a new manufacturing facility or a new port. And so, those things are going to matter a lot. And, hopefully those elected officials and communities and business owners are going to be at the table, when the time comes.
Yeah, my hope is that changes a dynamic that we've seen, which is red states getting major manufacturing facilities and then that they voted against in Congress, and then claiming credit for them and being there at the opening when taking the picture. So hopefully we start to, as you said, sort of build up some credibility with even red states and the legislators from those states. Wanted to shift gears here and get over to your relationships, since we're at a university here. New Jersey's universities and colleges, they've been actively engaged in all kinds of energy and offshore wind research. We heard about some of that on the field trips yesterday. Can you tell us more about the investments you've made and where you see the colleges playing a role in providing you with engineers, all kinds of talent in the years to come? The specific schools, if you can.
Yeah, that's a great question, and I think the academic community in New Jersey is, second to none. It's first-rate, first-rate academic institutions that are cutting edge and are a huge partner to this industry. It's actually one of the probably most fun parts of the job, visiting a lot of different colleges and seeing some of the cutting-edge work that's being done. For us at Attentive Energy, too, some of the key partnerships include Rutgers University's Ocean Engineering Lab and all the work that they're doing with the gliders that are very innovative in monitoring conditions in our lease area. Monmouth University, also their Urban Coast Institute, which is doing a lot of marine mammal research, but also coastal resiliency research, which was mentioned earlier, and I think trying to find also those co-benefits in our research, where we're working with academic institutions to look at how we can do R&D or programs that are not just strictly related to offshore wind per se, but to other things that we're building. And I'll just add electrical engineering and electrical work in general. I think this is a really, really key part of, I think, academic research and workforce. I think electrical workers are like the front lines of clean energy deployment, and there's a real lack of the skilled, experienced electrical workers, whether it's from electrician to like electrical engineer. And it's been really interesting to see some of the work that, for example, New Jersey Institute of Technology is doing in that regard. We just took a group of 10 NJIT students to the Offshore Wind Transmission Conference in New York, and to introduce them to other professionals, to see what opportunities out there. I think, if students don't know the careers exist, that's a huge gap for all of us, right? So part of our efforts are not only to have the sort of like R&D relationships, but to really be on the ground with students, bringing them out, bringing them to events with us, having conversations about what's possible, whether it's in the ocean engineering field or in the electrical engineering field, because we really want to see these institutions succeed. And again, I really put a fine point on the electrical field. I talk to my own kids about it. I never thought I'd be talking to them about electrical engineering. Now all I do is say, like, maybe you should think about electrical engineering. Because
it's always welding if that doesn't work out, right? I mean,
it is a huge opportunity and a huge need.
No question. I wanted to just jump in with something I picked up at my Rutgers field trip yesterday. I, like a lot of energy nerds, I get NOAA notices when there is a restriction in speed for vessels. This happens because a right whale is detected, and we all know the right whale story. Well, as it turns out, those are Rutgers gliders out there in the water listening for the chirps or the songs of right whales. So when you think about it, a piece of technology from a university floating quietly in the ocean has the power to basically shut down or slow down all traffic, say, for 10 miles outside of Atlantic City. And these notices come out every day. So we as an industry, thanks to our talented people in universities, are out there listening, trying to do our part to preserve, especially the North Atlantic right whale. And I'm always excited to see the little notice that says, as detected by Rutgers University. It's kind of cool. So that's the power we have, is some freighter that's come across the ocean now 10 knots before this stretch of, whether it's Atlantic City or off Long Beach Island or wherever it may be. That's because of the technology developed by our partners. So just wanted to call you guys out for that. Thank you for that. Any other folks with your college?
Maybe I could just briefly, sorry, I know we all have things we want to say. Just briefly to echo much of what Karen said, and also you, Bill. I think we as developers, we all have a lot of overlap in the programs that we're promoting. So on one hand, I would say it's great to hear all the innovative and opportunistic partnerships that we're working with the wonderful institutions across the state. The next step beyond that is getting out of this sort of rat race of competition that the state solicitations tend to drive, and ensuring that these partnerships become not developer institution and institution developer partnerships, but industry institution partnerships. And we're definitely headed towards that. And I think it's another sense of inevitability maybe that since we all have these parallel partnerships commencing here, the next step is then the connective tissue across them, and I look forward to that. And I'd also just like to echo the point about the glider. So we likewise have a glider that we worked with Rutgers and Maracus on to launch, and one of our team members actually was on the boat when it was launched. Hey, Jamie. So it's just really exciting to be a part of that research, and it really does make a difference. And great to hear your comments on it. Thanks.
Yeah, I'll just add that I think we hit on here. I would agree with all the panelists here in terms of the workforce development component of what the institutions will provide, and we've worked with most of the schools that have been mentioned here today as well. But I also wanted to just change the lens a little bit, and there are other organizations out there like SCEMFIS and ROSA that are more like federal agency-led conglomerate groups that are doing science work work that are, also really important in, how we think about the offshore wind industry and how we will continue to educate and learn about the existing environment out there. And there's a lot of work to do there too. So, one of the things that we're pretty proud of is that we have worked with some local organizations to identify some disadvantaged community individuals, and we sort of partner them with some of our onshore survey work that we have underway, like archaeological and the like type survey work. And so what we do is, we've been able to bring out folks to sort of shadow the consultants that we have working and doing that work. And it's turned out to be a nice partnership. It gives people exposure to some industries that they may have not seen before. And it's something that we're pretty proud to be able to do on an ongoing basis.
Great.
Yeah.
Anything you want to throw in?
No, I think Bluepoint's doing a lot of the same work, and if you've seen Lisa Wood or Sean Simmers around, they can wave their heads. I'm sure they know many of you in this room because they are very active in all these same circles. Nothing more to add, but I agree with Wes's comment that I do think our hope is this is an industry alignment around a lot of these very important efforts to get get sort of the community educational opportunities and workforce opportunities for the industry off the ground.
Yeah, one thing that I hope Amanda doesn't mind me telling a story, but one thing this is driving is that we're starting to see more collaboration on the university side too. They compete also, obviously, for grants and for all kinds of projects. And so, is it okay if I mention this? Okay. So it's just recently, Stockton is partnering with Rutgers Marine Field Station. The two field stations are going to work together and do important things like counting the seals. Believe it or not, we have seals in the wintertime in New Jersey. In fact, they're right here. And some great projects like that, as well as fisheries stuff, things that are all important to moving the industry forward. So obviously, I'm sure the universities have a competitive thing going on. We understand that. But it's good competition, and now we're seeing collaboration too.
Can I say one more thing, Bill, on that? And so I go to the Jersey Shore a fair amount, and this summer I had a very sharp answer when my friend said, "Why is the water so cold this summer?" I said, "Thank goodness I talk to the universities all the time, and we have this in hand." So there's practical and professional benefits to being close to the higher ed institutions in New Jersey.
Nice. There you go. It makes us all smarter, which I appreciate. We still have some time, so the question has come up a little bit, but I'm fascinated by the surveys, the geotech surveys, geophysical surveys that you guys do. And one of the things that I like to learn about is called, anyone know what UXO is? Have you heard those terms? Yeah, you would know. Yeah, Joris knows. It's unexploded ordnance. It's things, it's mines from World War II. It's old torpedoes that never blew up. And because we're researching into the ocean floor so much, we're starting to find these things. And when you do find one, you have to notify the Navy, and only the Navy can come out and blow the thing up to make sure that the ocean floor is safe. For fishermen, right, who are dragging the bottom, think about the risk that they're engaging in. So we're doing kind of some of that good work on the ocean floor. But in terms of the survey boats, which of course they were somewhat controversial at one point, there was a sense that maybe the sonar that we put out on survey boats was disrupting whales. That actually is not true, obviously, but I was just curious in terms of, in all this work you're doing with this, geotech and geophysical surveys, where are you in that work? We kind of heard a little bit of an answer on one hand. And what do your crews do to ensure the safety of marine mammals and sea turtles and other creatures out there while you're engaged in doing this work? Just if you have some insights on that. Yeah,
Bill, I've got a pretty good story, actually. So before, very early in my career, I was in the service. I did a tour in Afghanistan, and I have a very close relationship with UXOs. For many, those that don't know, Afghanistan was at war for 20 plus years with Russia in the early 90s, late 80s, early 90s, and so there were UXOs everywhere. And we, as the occupying force, we were always engaging with the local folks, not dissimilar to some of the work that we do here, bringing a new industry to this area. But we felt like we needed to be part of the community, and so part of that was we would help with removing UXOs as they were identified. And so very early in the tour, I was trying to be a good Samaritan. I was trying to be, a good help. And so I actually put a 20 millimeter mortar, it's about this big, that big around, in my backpack, and I walked about 1.5 miles with it. This is something that's been sitting out there with munitions for 20-something years. Probably not the best idea, but I can tell.
What did your safety manager say about that?
Yeah, safety manager in Afghanistan is an interesting person. That's an interesting role. But the point is that these things are out there, and they can cause a lot of harm, and they're very dangerous. And so having an eye towards that and making a focus of that, not only offshore is a little bit different, right? Because they're not next to major population centers, but there's a ton of marine mammals. There's a ton of environmental impact to how you dispose of them. So doing it the right way and not putting it in your backpack is probably a good idea.
Good. Thanks for the safety tip.
Yeah.
We appreciate that. Excellent.
Yeah, I'll just chime in, and maybe we could take a page from Brian's playbook and put a high voltage cable in a backpack and walk around South Jersey, but don't say that to HSC. No, but it's a really good point. I mean, I think community engagement on the subject and talking about it rather than keeping it kind of in the science of our world is important, right? So talking about what best practices we use on our vessels, talking about our buoys. This year, Attentive Energy deployed a FLIDAR buoy based on our BOEM site assessment plan into our lease area. It's been out there all year. We just swapped the buoy, actually. It was launched out of Staten Island, and it collects a lot of data about the seafloor, but also about general conditions in our lease area. And we also completed our survey work in February of this year. So we currently don't have any vessels in the lease area, but we did the survey work earlier in the year. You've probably heard a lot mentioned about protected species observers. This is a specialization that maybe if you're not in the offshore wind sector or in the marine world, you never hear about. But this is required by federal law. And this is something that we as an industry, working with groups like NJOA and with the LCVs and others, just need to articulate better. Like, what does a PSO do? What does the day in the life of a PSO look like? Because we literally cannot do work out there in the lease area if a PSO spots marine life or activity. So just even that storytelling is hyper important for us. I'll add something else about just like the general activity of marine survey activity out in the ocean, right? It's not just offshore wind survey vessels, right? The Army Corps does a ton of survey work for dredging and for beach replenishment, right? They use almost an identical multi-beam sonar on their vessels to map the ocean floor when they need to dredge, when they need to find sediment, when they need to find boulders. And it's painting that broader picture of what a survey activity in the ocean look like. We are just one small piece of a whole host of ocean marine activity, and being able to tell that story. I mean, that's something we can all do more of. But it is something that we're increasingly attuned to, that the public wants more information on, and that we need to provide it.
Yeah, thanks. That's right. Any other thoughts about the
I mean,
observers?
so many good insights. It's hard to add, but I guess what I'm interested to say is, so with respect to UXOs, I was surprised to know that the amount of UXOs that do remain on the East Coast Outer Continental Shelf. Many of us come from, I guess all of us, with where offshore wind is in the U.S. at this point in its infancy, there aren't too many lifers, I guess, in the offshore wind industry, and I'm no different. I worked oil and gas before coming to offshore wind, and worked oil and gas projects all around the world, and once led a project that laid a pipeline in Angola, and there was a long civil war in Angola, and similar to Afghanistan, but not the backpack story. But there were many UXOs there in the path of our pipeline, and yeah, there were some that had to brought in contractors to blow them up before we could lay our pipeline. And in all the survey work that we've done, not actually in our lease, but closer to shore, we have found UXOs. So Yep, it's just been it's certainly been interesting to see some of the same challenges exist in the U.S. and certainly there's a system to dispose of those safely. Let's see. So I guess another point to key on is we talk about supply chain and workforce development. One that we really haven't talked about is the connections with the fishing industry, and likewise just all of the opportunities for the PSOs themselves, the protected species observers, and other personnel that will be that are on the boats for the survey activities, which sort of these projects are in the survey phase at this time. But eventually, what we're working towards is the construction phase, where one key sort of touch point when it comes to marine life in the ocean is the installation of the foundations, likely monopiles for many of our projects.
Yep.
So that is very loud when monopiles are pile driven into the seabed. And the opportunities that exist to partner with the fishing industry are just immense, whether that's fishing vessels themselves to serve as scout vessels, sort of ahead of the work to be those scouts, either to avoid conflicts with ongoing fishing activities, or likewise to be those observers for marine life. And there are a number of PSOs that are ultimately employed on an installation vessel. And I guess it's fresh of mind for me, but we've been going through some of the analysis for just that, really. What does the PSO footprint look like? And we're talking, upwards of, in some cases, 8, 10 individuals that are employed on a vessel to ensure that there's no marine life that's going to get in the way of the work, ultimately, to ensure that we're not impacting marine life negatively. So it's an interesting point and really an interesting opportunity, just a huge opportunity to grow those partnerships between industries.
Yeah. The power of the PSOs, I think, is sometimes not stated enough in terms of what these folks can do. There's a famous story on Block Island where they were literally ready to start driving foundations for the 5 turbines there, only 3 miles off the coast of Block Island. And a spotter saw a fin pop up. It happened to be a North Atlantic right whale, and immediately everything shut down for days. And if you understand that, the risk of that, because we only have a limited window to drive foundations, because when we even detect that right whales might be migrating through an area, we're done. We don't even consider, basically sinking foundations during that time and in that place. So every hour is precious, and the fact that an observer who's not part of the crew in that sense, is just someone who's got training, is certified to be on that boat as required by federal law, they have that power to basically say, we are done, shut everything down, and we'll let you know when it's safe to resume. So I think those quasi-enviros who sometimes talk about objections to the industry don't fully understand how careful we are and how much we care and try to be supportive and take care of these animals out there. Wanted again to switch over, because we've touched on it, but this, to me, it's just a huge issue, is the relationship with building a local supply chain here in New Jersey and the United States. Maybe it was my former boss, Liz Burdock, who hammered it into my skull about there must be a supply chain, and Senator Sweeney, who was all about manufacturing, and we must have a manufacturing base here. So if you guys can talk a little bit about the small businesses that can provide you components and services and goods, how are you kind of building up your registrations, and how can local businesses find you and hook into providing you with some services, and we gradually build up a true industry and a true supply chain. How is that effort going?
Yeah, I'm happy to jump in here. I know this is a space that everyone here at the table is deeply involved in, and it's definitely something, the local supply chain is something for Attentive Energy that's been absolutely critical to our work. Just this week, we actually released a paper in collaboration with the New Jersey Manufacturing Extension Partnership And I should give a shout out to my colleague, AJ Negrelli, who's here. He's our local content lead, who worked a lot with NJMEP on this. And it's an analysis, an offshore wind gaps and strengths analysis in the manufacturing sector for small and medium-sized businesses. And it's a really interesting paper because what it shows is that there's a huge appetite among sort of traditional industrial manufacturers, small and medium-sized. Some of them are companies like Zago makes different seals. They're based in Newark. It's a woman-owned business. Warfighter Oil. They make petroleum lubricant products. They're a defense manufacturer. And they've all expressed interest in pivoting to some extent to provide supplies into the offshore wind sector. They have the strength to be able to pivot, but they often need technical assistance. They need staffing. They need specific kinds of training, OSHA training. They need new equipment. And they need the grants and the resources and the direction to be able to do that. So we certainly have an interest in our team to support that, but we also recognize that New Jersey has institutions that do this work. So EDA does a whole host of this with their databases and with their outreach work. MEP does a whole host of this work. The small business development centers do it. So for us, it's about finding those partnerships with the New Jersey institutions. The chambers do this work. I see representatives of some of the chambers here, and partnering with them, making the financial commitments, and then going out and talking to these businesses. We've really been on a supply chain roadshow. I kid you not, AJ is in a different county like all the time, meeting with some local chamber or some local business or finding the local widget maker that wants to know about the tier 1 and how to work with them and breaking it down like soup to nuts, because that's the level of information that's needed right now. So I would just say that we really focus, I think, on 3 principles, and this kind of applies across all of our work, and that's clarity, consistency, and commitment, right? So clarity, people need a lot of information, whether you're a business owner or a resident near the PBI. Consistency means you have to keep showing up, right? You can't do that meeting once and then walk away and 3 years later be like, oh, there's a contract opportunity out there, right? It doesn't work that way. And commitment means really the dollars, right? Like the technical assistance involves financial commitments. And so as part of Attentive Energy too, we have a whole host of financial commitments to the supply chain. So definitely encourage you to check out the paper. It's a long game. Like these businesses might not be able to apply for contracts for another 2 years as our commercial negotiations are ongoing. But there's a lot of good information out there. Definitely AJ is our superstar resource on this. So definitely supply chain localization, hyper important to us as a project.
Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I would just add that I think New Jersey is sort of uniquely positioned to localize the supply chain. And I say that because there's existing manufacturing here in places, and the investments that the state is already making on tier 1 manufacturers, that's going to trickle down and provide opportunities. And so, I think it's pretty clear that the work that you're talking about, getting out into the counties, we're trying to do that as well, and to get the word out there, to have folks to start to get their qualifications to a place where they can qualifications, where they can bid for this work 2, 3, 4 years down the road as a tier 2, 3, or 4 contractor. Yeah.
Any other thoughts on that one?
I'll just briefly add, in addition to simply the economic impacts and opportunities that are being created through this, it actually matters for the politics of it too. I mean, if the state, whether it's blue-collar labor, whether it's just small business owners, see the opportunity that this is creating, that can influence their political views in terms of the viability of this new industry. So it's not simply just a business consideration here, but it also trickles into the political sphere as well.
That's an important thing to take into consideration too. So we're getting close to Q&A, and we always have some good questions coming from the audience. I think I'd just like to close with a question for you folks. And how can the supporters, which we have, this very friendly audience, how can this audience and members in it best support you in terms of your projects moving forward? How can they assist you?
I'll start with this one. Obviously, Governor Murphy and this administration has been a huge gust of wind at our backs, if I may, over the last handful of years, but he is out of office, unfortunately, in a year. And so Obviously, we have made these investments and envision being here for the long term. I think it is important for the folks in this room, to the extent they are talking to their potential elected officials or people that are looking for their support, to ask them what they feel about our industry, because it will take subsequent administrations and support, I should add, at the federal level of our federal delegation to help us navigate the multitude of challenges, after there's offtake and after there's a PPI built, but getting through maritime crewing adversarial legislation or other hangups at the federal level that could impact our project. So I do think challenging the elected officials that want your support, to the extent you are supportive of our industry, which you are because you're here, is definitely something that we can all do in this industry.
Any other thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'm happy to jump in here as well and echo, everything John said. It's a long game, right? Our project, for example, is coming online in 2031. That's time for turbines 14, I think. So we really ask for people's patience and willingness to partake over a long time. Take a breath. Every day in offshore wind seems like a fire drill. Oh my God, did you see that op-ed? Oh my God, did you see what the opposition group posted? Oh my God, did you hear what this legislator said? We all need to take a breath sometimes and think of the long game. We understand there's stakeholder fatigue, and that's something that's, as an external affairs professional, on my mind a lot. I call a lot of you here a lot, and I appreciate that you take our calls, right? It is a partnership, and we're in it for the long haul. So we appreciate the patience, but we also ask you to show up when you can, and maybe showing up means virtually or just submitting something online. I know the Prebuild Infrastructure docket was mentioned. Again, it's open till October 15th. It's important to voice support for offshore wind infrastructure. This is not the only piece of infrastructure we're going to need this kind of support for. There'll be many, many others. And I should also add through, NJOA that we have each other's backs. We are competitors, but we're also partners, and we need to support each other in this effort because our success, we're using the same line as leading light for the pre-build. Our success is intertwined. And I just add one last thing, and that is the combating misinformation piece, right? A lot of the misinformation is really clouding the benefits of offshore wind that we're seeing come online. And there's a place for disagreement, there is a place for negotiation, but should not be a place for just pure misinformation. And I think the more we can talk to our friends, our families, it's a little exhausting to sit at a dinner table. I get it when, your uncle says, I heard the dolphin washed up. What is going on? I have plenty of them in my family. And, I have a 14-year-old who shows me stuff on TikTok that I don't even see day to day in my work life that blows my mind. About offshore wind, I've really trained my children well to, help me out. But
sounds like cruel and unusual punishment to me.
But it's important because there's a lot of bad information out there. Some of it is, funded by China, Russia, Iran. Who even knows what's out there? So the more we can just talk to people one-on-one, like basic conversations, is hugely helpful. It's not going to win everyone's heart and mind, but it's going to win some, and it's going to get us there in the long run.
Yeah, I just want to add to that on the bad information, misinformation. So I was at a conference earlier this week, actually, and one of the federal agencies was talking about how they're getting more sophisticated in how they are viewing comments using artificial intelligence to, number one, be able to help facilitate the answering of those comments more expeditiously. But more importantly to this conversation, they're starting to weed out those bots or whatever they're called that are just repeating comments and using slightly different terminology to try and push the weight of the point over the edge. And having been part of a project that was scrapped due to that similar tactic, that really hit home for me. And so what I want to say here in response to your question, Bill, is that what we really need is participation. We need you to participate. And we're trying to do that here. We're sitting in front of you as large organizations that have a huge investment into trying to do the right thing here. We can't afford to do this the wrong way, right? So what we really need is to activate those who care, the people sitting in this room, and to go out and participate and make your comments known. There's no bot behind you that's going to change the wording. If it's genuine, it's always going to hit home harder. So please participate in the PBI open forums. Participate in future solicitation comment periods. But just participate and make your voice heard.
Thank you. Wes, any thoughts there?
Hard to add much on top of all that. I agree with all of it. You can't agree more with the long game nature of this industry, and anything that can be done to increase the durability of the industry at this still early stage is important. And I guess just file it in the realm of the more times you hear it, the more likely you are to follow through. Filing comments in the public docket in support of the PBI is a very specific near-term thing that can be done. And if it feels intimidating to write a letter as to what you want to say and whether you want to put your neck on the line or whatnot, come talk to us. Like, we have templates that we can help you with if it's something that maybe you're thinking about doing. And like we've heard up here, that public docket is open until October 15th, so next week, basically. It's a near-term opportunity to support the industry. So talk to us if you have any questions on that. We're here to help.
Great, thank you. So we'll open it up for Q&A. Yes? From NJIT.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. I'm Philip Pong from Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering Department in New Jersey Institute of Technology. Earlier on, the panelists talked about the pipelines of talent. So I teach the power system course, and our students are interested in power and energy. And Karen mentioned that a few weeks ago, there was an offshore wind transmission conference. And thanks to Attentive Energy, they donated 10 student tickets. So I sent out an email to the students, and then within 24 hours, I got 30 replies saying that, Professor Pong, I want to go. But at the end, I can only pick 10 students. Okay? They're interested because they know there are companies. There are power and energy companies that can give them opportunities. So they know that in 10 years' time, we don't know if Facebook, Instagram will still be there, but utilities and energy companies will probably still be there. So the young people in universities, they are interested in power energy. So we just need to connect them with the industry, and I hope you will continue to work with the universities to facilitate that. And my second point is earlier on, the panelists talked about minorities and the disadvantaged communities. I just want to point out that the United States Department of Education, they have designated some higher education institutes. For example, in New Jersey, NJIT, Montclair State University, and Atlantic Cape Community College. So we are designated as minority-serving institutions because we have 25% or more student population of Hispanic, Black Americans, Asian Americans, Native Americans, etc. Mm-hmm. So by working directly with these minority-serving institutions, you are supporting and helping the minority communities at the grassroots. So please come to check out NJIT. Last thing, okay, December, the NJED is organizing an offshore wind bootcamp at NJIT. It's free for everyone, so I get some flyers. So come to join that bootcamp and check out NJIT. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other?
Professor Pong, we really appreciate your partnership. You're a real champion for the industry, and it's great working with you.
Any others? Hands? Cool. Well, I think we will give back a little bit of time to our. Peggy, go ahead. Wait, hold on 1 second. We'll get a mic to you.
I'm from Delaware.
That's okay. You're in offshore wind now. You're doing offshore wind.
We actually, U.S. Wind is building a project there for Maryland, and they've had incredible issues with siting and the local regulations. Right now, they're being held up by a county council who's not giving them permission to build a substation next to it. It's awful.
It sounds
anyway, what do you
sounds
guys
familiar
do
so
to
far.
bring certainty to local issues regarding siting? Now, I know you have an eminent domain law. I think you're the only ones in the coast that have an eminent domain law for offshore wind. Do you invoke it? Is there anything else you do besides that?
Yeah, so I used to work at PSEG, who's the regulated arm of PSEG also has eminent domain, and I don't know that they have ever used it. I don't think, even though it is there, it is something that any company here would endeavor to use. What I can tell you is I live in New Jersey. I go to the Jersey Shore a lot. What is happening at the Jersey Shore with disinformation is that a lot of towns are being told they will experience impacts from offshore wind that they will not. And so I won't stand here or sit here and say that there is no impact to any community from a siting perspective on offshore wind. But what I will say is that many of the communities that are being told there will be an impact will not see an impact because the geography of these leases are all separate and they're all different distances from shore. And so I think the industry can, and we do renderings of our projects. That's part of our federal permits. And those renderings have to be real. And that is something we can show communities and show them exactly what this will look like from the beach. And then I think it's incumbent upon all the industry folks that are around and speaking to municipalities and shore communities that are not impacted by or will not see it or will not have an impact to be honest with them. Because the opposition is telling them that everywhere along the beach you're going to have cables running through your backyard and there's going to be a turbine at the sandbar, and those things are obviously not true. So it's, yeah, I recognize it's a sensitive issue, but it is not universal, and I think there are tools we have to at least spread the truth about what the projects will look like.
Yeah, just one quick note on that. I agree with what John said, and I can't speak to this substation specifically, but what I will say is that there will inevitably be contingents of local individuals or town officials who simply don't want it for maybe some of the reasons that John pointed out, connected to other oppositional views. But there are also contingents of individuals that want to see how the result can be accomplished best, right? They're not necessarily opposed, but maybe they have questions about the how and the why. And I think it's incumbent upon the developers to figure out the how and the why. I think with infrastructure, any infrastructure, there are always co-benefits that can be explored. If you're opening the road somewhere to put a cable, what other measures of resiliency can you put in place? Can you bury an overhead cable? Can you flood-proof something? If you're putting a substation at the water's edge, for example, what can you do to improve the water's edge? Can you green some part of the community? It's not always going to perfectly be a solution for everyone who's concerned about that piece of infrastructure, but we have to find solutions to progress. And while I can't, again, speak to this specific substation, I would hope there are conversations and negotiations taking place about how to get to the best outcome. What does the community actually want to see? Because sometimes you need to really start with that question. Not so much start with the question of the substation per se, but start with the question of what does the community want to see here to maybe understand what steps to take after that.
Yeah, no one necessarily wants their streets dug up at the end of the day. What I think of in response to your question is actually just a plug for the EDA. I see Dan Fadden sitting here. Sometimes it's, like Karen said, people simply don't want it. But maybe even if they don't want it, there's something that can be extended to them to meet their needs, through a community benefits program. And something the EDA has done quite recently is secure funding from the federal government for transmission project development, ultimately. And that's a huge opportunity. It's $50 million to be used as part of the, ultimately, negotiation to get this heavy infrastructure, I don't think this is working, built here in New Jersey, in Monmouth County. So sometimes it's like, yeah, it's going to be a hassle to have streets dug up. Of course, we'll, be as low impact as possible. In terms of doing the work safely, but ultimately, maybe a community wants some extra pickleball courts, for example, and maybe that's what helps to get the projects over the line ultimately.
In the case of Cape Cod, it was a sewer line. While we were opening up the streets for our cables, we offered them sewer line construction for free, and the city fathers were extremely happy about that. So that's what the opportunities we can look for. I think we can take one more. There it is back there.
Hello. Yep. Tim Axelson.
Hey, Tim.
Yeah. Hey, Bill. On the siting issue, that's a good point to bring up. I don't know if anybody remembers how these two wind energy areas got selected out here. That's the Atlantic Shores and Orsted areas. Back in the early 2000s, Governor Corzine had a blue ribbon panel do a survey along the Jersey coast, 75 by 20 miles. I know Doug O'Malley knows about this. And anyway, the fishermen were against it. They said, no way, we are anti-wind. Governor Corzine called the fishing industry into his office and said, it's a big ocean. Show me where I can put them. That's where those two wind energy areas came from. Right. Just to let everybody know, that's the background. Fast forward, Fisherman's Energy was created in 2008 to develop a test project. That was a demonstration project of 25 megawatts.
Right off of Atlantic City.
Right off Atlantic City, inside state waters. I was the project director for that project. And it was turned down 3 times. Two governors of New Jersey and a mayor of New York. So it just wasn't meant to happen, apparently. And then it was overcome by utility scale projects. But the siting for these 2 wind energy areas was done in collaboration, not in a vacuum. It was all done in collaboration with the community, with the industry, based on a survey. And so there was a lot of work that was done up front, and there was a lot of work that was done during that project for the demo project. For instance, I hope not, Representative Van Drew, at 2019,
yeah, don't go there.
I was in the Wildwood Convention Center in 2019. I love offshore wind. I got a windmill on my farm.
That's right.
I was at the Wildwood Convention Center for another congressional hearing with all my friends from the commercial fishing industry and a lot of other community folks, and he's anti-wind. And then I heard a guy say, a scientist, retired, said you can hear these turbines from 12 miles away. I was like, so I'm in the audience, the only wind guy, and I'm going to my brother, are you kidding me? All you got to do is go to the ACUA and stand under that turbine and tell me you can hear it. I said, it doesn't take a genius to figure that part out. Right. And then everybody sitting around me got pissed and started giving me dirty looks, but I don't care. I'm like, that has to be called out. But, this is the problem we have today, and I've seen this roller coaster ride of offshore wind since 2010 when I joined the industry. And hopefully the politics are lining up to where we can make this industry happen, and I'm really looking forward to helping make it happen. There's no doubt about that, but you just can't help some folks. I don't know why Congressman Van Drew flipped. I can only guess. I haven't had a chance to ask him why.
Not for us to speculate on that.
Yeah, I'm not going to speculate on that, but I've seen this political roller coaster ride happen, and I'm hoping that no matter who gets elected in November, that they're going to remind people that 80% of all renewable projects are in Republican districts. That's still a fact. This is all land-based renewable projects. But anyway, enough said. But so yeah, on the siting issue, that's where we got these 2 energy areas. It was done in collaboration with the industry.
Tim, thanks for the pioneering work you've done and the price you have paid for that. Yeah, that's worth a round of applause. And also, I think we could keep this, as you can see, we'd have questions going for quite a while. But I appreciate these industry experts sharing so much with us. We're going to close this. I think we go to a break, Doug, is that correct? Okay, so there's a break, and then we have something else interesting to show you. And how about a round of applause for my 4 panels here? Thank you, folks. For those of you in the room who are energy nerds like myself, this is a treat to real experts, power players in the industry. First up is Chris Olith. She's worked in the offshore wind sector for over 20 years, which, as she likes to say, means she started her advocacy work at the age of 15. So congratulations on that. She works for the Special Initiative on Offshore Wind, or SIOW, and we think of that as a think tank for the good guys, is basically what happens there. She's done all kinds of work for all kinds of companies in this industry, and is one of the acknowledged experts at all of these types of events. So we're thrilled to have her. And her partner in crime today is Abby Watson. She's a co-founder of the Groundwire Group. You can see her excellent articles, every 2 weeks or so in LinkedIn? Every week in LinkedIn. I'm behind. I got to catch up. And she's another veteran of nearly 20 years experience. We'd love to have these powerful women on our team. And she, too, has worked across multiple technologies, probably best known for her role as head of government affairs for Siemens Gamesa. That's when I met you. Chris and Abby are going to tackle the issue of costs and economics, a huge one for us. And I have to say that I appreciate Chris being here as a fellow Mets fan in southern New Jersey. We're power to the people. So, and it's quiet. I get that. It's okay. So please join me in welcoming these 2 powerful women to our stage. Take it away.
Thank you. Well, Chris Olith works for a think tank for the good guys. I used to describe my role at Siemens Gamesa as being like a lobbyist for the good guys. So glad to be on the right side of history here on a panel with Chris to have a nice fireside chat with you all about a topic that I think has been pretty top of mind for everyone for the last 18 months or so, and really starting to kind of see the winds shift a little bit on some of the challenges associated with inflation and project costs. But it might be helpful for folks to kind of set the table a little bit and share what is the inflation issue, how has that kind of impacted the industry, and then we can unpack a little bit of some of the tools that we can use to address them.
Yeah, great. And I'll just lead off by making a few comments on where we've seen inflation. I mean, I think having the panels from this morning really set us up well to have this conversation, recognizing sometimes how things that are benefits or things that we really have as a hallmark in offshore wind can also create the same type of challenges that we're facing. So these are important themes, and we really appreciate it. But in terms of some of the inflationary pressures that we saw, I think really one thing to note, and as Bill will always coach us to say, is make sure that we're delivering you all tools in communication as you go out in the world. But there really aren't any major infrastructure projects in the country and beyond that are not having the challenge of cost. And part of that is because of inflation, because the cost of all the various components are rising that go into these major capital infrastructure projects, to the point of seeing steel nearly double in cost, over the past 2 years, will dramatically influence projects that, when they're over 70 or 80% of the capital needed, is in that, the first in the capital expenditure of the projects. Offshore wind has a lot of, big expenses up front when they're building the projects, but, generally to develop and operate are a relatively lower cost. So really, getting that, those inflation rates were a challenge. And I think on top of all that, needing to finance the project, which takes us into the important topic of interest rates. Maybe, Abby, you can speak a little bit more to, how that also continued to pile on to the challenge.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. I think, we don't have to explain what happened with inflation to you all because we all lived it, right? We all lived through COVID. We saw our bills go up. We saw the cost of everything go up. And where that, really presented a challenge for the offshore wind industry, not only on the supply side of just the cost of raw materials and the cost of doing everything, was the policy response that we typically take when we're dealing with inflation. So, at the federal level, the Federal Reserve has a few tools available to them to try to keep the economy on track and keep things, going not too hot, not too cold. And one of those tools is interest rates. And for a really, really long time, interest rates in the U.S. and globally were pretty darn close to zero. And it was during that era that offshore wind and frankly all renewables really kind of matured and established business models and business cases that were based on an environment where your capital costs were very, very low. The cost to borrow money did not add a lot of additional expenditure to your project. So when we started dealing with all of these inflation challenges, the way that the Federal Reserve tried to rein that in was raising interest rates. And we are finally now starting to see them come down a little bit, and that is, starting to free things up in the financial markets. But where that added a lot of challenge to offshore wind relative to, other types of energy infrastructure is that we're trying to build a new industry in the United States, and offshore wind requires a lot of infrastructure, a lot of enabling infrastructure in order to build that out, including the supply chain, commitments and desires that all of the states have put forward to really, drive some of the political support for offshore wind. Well, each one of those, each port, each factory, each transmission line, those are also projects. So you have the project finance element where you're layering on all of this additional interest rate cost on the offshore wind project itself. But then each element of all of this supporting infrastructure is, coping with the same challenge, where we're just layering that additional interest rate charge, at multiple steps along the way. And that's what, it pushed a lot of these projects out of the money. And that was, really one of the big drivers that we saw with a lot of these project cancellations.
Right, and I think too, something that Abby and I hope we could bring to the conversation that's been so robust this morning is kind of a bit of a, Abby particularly from a national but also a multi-technology perspective, being also outside of offshore wind, and then, kind of a, myself bringing a bit more of a national perspective as well, is that, with all due respect to the things that have to happen in each state, and largely sometimes for political reasons, state-based supply chains aren't the most efficient way to do it. And, we hate to be the bearer of bad news, and huge accolades to every state for doing their best to do the work in their own state. But these really they're not the most organic ways to use our own assets and resources, unfortunately. And so I think we are continuing to see, because Bill did ask us to talk about solutions, right? And not just tell you about all the things that have been hard. But one thing we're starting to see is more and enhanced multi-state collaborations, the good work of EDA with New York, for example. We see multi-state procurement opportunities going on in the Northeast. States like Delaware, potentially working with Maryland and other states on procurement and interconnections. So really, I think, having the opportunity for states to work together, find those synergies and collaborations is one way we can help bring some of those costs and challenges down, because, every state can't be as incredibly well blessed and as perfect as New Jersey, right? We have to help them out. So, Jersey girl, obviously. No, but I mean, really, that, the opportunity to work across, where those Delaware has one of the best, opportunities for ports on all of the East Coast. But since Delaware hasn't yet had a procurement for offshore wind, that port has yet to be developed. And, that is a real tragedy when we have such challenges in the port space in the United States. So, I mean, I don't know, Abby, if there's other things you want to comment on in terms of that type of collaboration, particularly around transmission and other important, physical assets.
Yeah, and there is a fantastic transmission panel coming after lunch, so we don't want to spend too much time on, some topics that are going to be covered otherwise, but I think we are starting to see a new degree of interest and activity between states, among states, in terms of collaboration and cooperation to, support a more robust offshore wind industry. And I think that is in part because many of these states are facing two new challenges that they were not facing when we put a lot of these, offshore wind procurement targets on the books in these various states. And those two challenges are a surging demand for energy. If we look at what, future energy demand forecasts looked like in 2019 and 2020, when a lot of these offshore wind procurements were set into law, and what we're looking at today, a lot of the advancements in AI and machine learning and other really energy-intensive data processing, we just have this huge increase in demand, and these states are recognizing that they have limited various options for meeting that future demand. So there's, I think, a new sense of urgency on part of states to make sure that they are providing sufficient, reliable, affordable energy to really drive economic growth and competitiveness within their states, and to be able to maintain and meet their needs. But then the other piece is, inflation didn't only hit offshore wind. Inflation hit all of us, and I don't need to be the one to tell you that. And there is, I think, a new degree of sensitivity to, the potential for, additional costs and impacts to ratepayers as, the industry needs to absorb some of these higher costs to continue to build things out. And so they are seeing this, increase in sensitivity and frankly just, financial strain. There's a real cost of living crisis happening. And so states are realizing that they can't let their policy, that you have to balance value and cost, and I think that there is kind of a new willingness to reevaluate what is the most important, aspect that these states really need to secure in order to maintain political support. And being able to build this industry out affordably is a huge piece of that. So that where I see that kind of exercising of that muscle really happening is within a group called the Northeast States, I'm gonna make sure I get the name right, the Northeast States Collaborative on Interregional Transmission. I may have gotten some of the words out of order, but it's a group of 10 states that have come together to try to figure out how they can collaborate more effectively to build a shared transmission infrastructure in the Northeast, really for the purposes of integrating a lot of this offshore wind, because that is an area where more coordination and collaboration among the states to do things like, shared purchasing and streamlined procurements and standardizing technology to be able to use newer, more cost-effective and more value-add technologies for the grid can bring enormous cost savings. So that's an area where I think they're starting to learn how to work together. And then the more that we can help expand that collaboration into things like supply chain and ports, I think it's really going to benefit the industry.
Yeah, and I think too, just kind of a shameless plug for the special initiative on offshore wind. We, about 10 years ago, really cut our teeth on developing cost studies for different states on the East Coast. And the states would come to us and say, well, we have, let's say, a 5, 10 gigawatt target. What impact would we expect to see to our ratepayers based on that type of offshore wind capacity? And the type of guidance that essentially we've given the states is that it's really a public policy decision and a bit of a trade-off, because if you want the lowest cost of energy, then you're probably not going to ask a developer, an offshore wind developer, to layer and add on all these additional benefits.
Sponsor a manufacturing facility.
For example. Right, those type of benefits end up costing more money to the developer, which then get built into their price, which then get passed along to the ratepayer. Okay, so that's how all this happens. And we really appreciate this morning hearing about all the great, many millions of dollars of projects that all the developers are sponsoring, right? There's, manufacturing initiatives, there's workforce development, there's literally tens of millions of dollars going to do offshore research that has never been done. It's a profound and real advancement to our offshore ecosystems. But at the same time, those kind of things will end up layering more cost on for the ratepayers. So each state really needs to make their own thoughtful policy-based decision on what they want to see, how they want to see the impact to the ratepayers, what type of other benefits they would like to see accrue to the state. New Jersey does something that I think is really evolved and interesting. They do this net economic benefits test. So they're going to look at what a developer says their rate of electricity would cost. But even if it's slightly higher than you're already paying on your electricity bills, they're looking at what Abby mentioned, the value, important word I don't think we use enough in offshore wind, but what the value of that resource is to the state, whether that's in reliability, whether that's around climate change, environment, jobs, an entire whole portfolio of things that add value and benefit to the state beyond just the electrons on the grid. This is a unique burden. Other types of technologies that build energy in the state don't do these types of things. And from a communications perspective, it's where we also can run into trouble in offshore wind, because when we have a developer bid in at 13 cents, that's competing against 6 cents natural gas. Well, natural gas didn't have to build a manufacturing facility in a port. So, we're not really comparing apples to apples when we talk about the cost of electricity, when we talk about offshore wind. And that's actually that's a little shameless plug on a study that we're looking at now and trying to really disambiguate the cost of offshore wind electrons from all the other benefits that are kind of built into that pie.
Well, and I often get, sort of a bee in my bonnet about the cost topic, because you are making choices. When you're talking about cost, you're making choices about which costs you're including and importantly, which costs you are not including. And that's where, the arguments about 6 cent natural gas versus 13 or 14 cent renewables are quite disingenuous, because there are some pretty enormous costs that are not being included in that 6 cent cost of natural gas, right? And this is not to say that that the states should, seed all of those ambitions for job creation that are associated with offshore wind. I'm not suggesting that at all. I think it's perhaps a different way of evaluating which jobs are associated with offshore wind. And I think building out the transmission infrastructure and upgrades that are needed, to incorporate a lot of this offshore wind into the grid and move it around in a way that brings the most value to ratepayers and to reliability. There's an enormous amount of construction that is going to need to be done, to create these transmission upgrades. And those are jobs that I think are absolutely jobs that are associated with offshore wind. And they're jobs that can start a lot sooner because we need to be building out this transmission infrastructure in advance of the projects so that the developers can have that comfort that they've de-risked their projects, which also brings down the cost of the project, the less risk, you don't have to price it in. So I think, that's where, we can think a little bit more expansively about what it looks like to consider offshore wind as part of a holistic system-based solution.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think about kind of the timelines for offshore wind and how they impact cost? I think that's a theme we heard earlier this morning, whether it's permitting or elections or whatever it might be.
I mean, for better or for worse, we have made choices about how we do leasing and procurement for offshore wind in the U.S. And the way that we have decided to do that, of kind of separating those processes and really putting a lot of risk into the development of the project, it does draw out some of the timelines from the point when a developer makes a commitment on a lease to the time when they've received all of their project approvals and they have their procurement in place and they can make final investment decisions with their supply chain, importantly. It's a fairly long time lag, and that is, it just leaves acres of risk where things can happen like COVID, and drive up the cost of these things. So that's a real challenge that I think offshore wind is contending with, that other types of energy, may not be exposed to the same kind of risk. But again, offshore wind brings so many different pieces of value to the grid that you aren't getting from those other energy resources. So, we have to balance that kind of risk and reward. But the timeline piece, unfortunately, with some of the cancellations that we've seen on the project developments, and the need to kind of rebid some of these projects so that the developers can get to a point where they're truly financeable. They can't build these at a loss. You won't get a loan to do that, that really created a lot of challenges, again, going back to that supply chain piece and what it took to create a viable business case. We have a lot of projects now that are all looking at building within a fairly short period of a couple of years, and that is an incredibly challenging commercial environment in which to build a successful business case for a manufacturing facility that's going to be viable in the long term. So that is an element that I think presents a lot of challenges, but it's something that we can and are finding better ways to cope with. And I think we're seeing that in some of the ways that different states are kind of redesigning some of their procurements to, emphasize viability and increase, the weighting that has in some of the evaluations, to find other ways to de-risk that project, to bring the timeline down. And, doing some of these transmission pieces separately, the way that New Jersey has, is another way to do that as well.
Comments due by October 15th. Mandatory of everyone in this room. No, I think that's a great point. And, part of the issue with the timelines is that just leaves, the opportunity for different political forces to be in power, which then kind of adds this next layer. And I appreciated the panelists this morning kind of reflecting a bit on this, looming election we have next month, which will change so many things potentially in our society, including how offshore wind is resourced. But I think one thing that I always am heartened by, and having a long timeline in offshore wind, remember in 2017, that feeling I had when we had the change in administration and the fear of what would happen to the offshore wind industry. And I will tell you that while there were additional challenges that we wouldn't have seen if a Democrat was elected to the White House, we certainly made it through, and we had far less momentum at that time. And what we saw and what we will continue to see is the states leading. The states have always led on offshore wind. They will continue to lead on offshore wind. It is the states' targets that fuel the 30 by 30 target, right? It's always come from the states and what the states need for, their various energy and climate goals. So, it's an exciting time for the states to, continuing to take some of those leadership roles, and whether it's through these really creative transmission solutions like the PBI, or working together among states, working together with Canada. We have a lot of, I think, really interesting options. And I heard a really interesting, I read an interesting point in a report a couple days ago that said, I believe it was about 2/3 of all of the clean energy projects that were brought online in the past year were developed by companies who had also fossil fuel-based projects, right? So these are not pure clean energy companies. These are energy above, all of the above energy companies, right? So this way, there's certainly a lot more certainty. These are players who are talking to both sides of the aisle. And frankly, from an election perspective, I think the best thing we could do would be not to pigeonhole offshore wind as some, kind of left-leaning Democrat initiative. These are major infrastructure projects. These are energy projects. These are energy facilities of the future, and we needn't create, a political partisanship over it.
Yeah, and this, it really is, I think, becoming a bit more of a recognized issue of national security and national economic competitiveness, particularly when you think about the, where we see growing demand for data centers and things like that in the U.S. Exactly. It's in PJM. Something like 70%, Loudoun County, Virginia's favorite stat is that 70% of the world's internet traffic passes through Loudoun County, Virginia. Yeah. I think there's also an interesting potential benefit to some of these timelines having been pushed out a little bit. Well, maybe a couple benefits. One is that it gives us a little bit of time for interest rates to keep coming back down. I don't think anybody really expects them to go back to zero, where we were for such a long time. But the Federal Reserve will most likely keep kind of incrementally bringing those interest rates down. And so, by the time that some of these projects that are fairly mature and have had to go through this rebidding process, by the time they are then ready to reach financial close, I think they'll be able to take advantage of slightly lower financing costs, which will be good for everybody, but also gives time for some of these transmission solutions to kind of mature and take root. And I think regardless of what happens within the next presidential election, the northeast of the United States is going to continue to see that energy demand, and it is going to continue to be supply constrained in natural gas. Building new natural gas pipelines in the northeast of the U.S. is an incredibly challenging prospect, to say the least. So, the options for different resources at the kind of capacity factor and, ratepayer value that you get from offshore wind are fairly limited, although there's an interesting new trend that I'm following, and I'm expecting to see it come to offshore wind soon. So this is, I guess you can put this down as a prediction, but for the first time this year, a nuclear energy facility has been announced as being, under contract to be brought back online by a corporate buyer. These major data-oriented companies like Microsoft and Amazon and, Meta, they are seeing the challenges with meeting some of their energy needs, but they also have these commitments that they're really sticking by to get to the point where they can supply all of their facilities with 24/7 time-matched renewable energy. And there are only if you're clean energy, carbon-free. And so that's where the nuclear kind of repowering comes into it. But you look at the strike price on that corporate PPA, I think it was around $115, $120, something like that, to bring that nuclear facility back online. And I mean, you're not too far from an offshore wind contract price there. So we haven't yet seen a corporate buyer come into the offshore wind space. But I would expect to see that, frankly, sometime in the next. I'd be surprised if we don't have it in the next 2 years.
Would they make us build a port? Or?
I don't think they care about the port. No, I don't think that's really their priority. They have demand to be met, and customers that are expecting to be able to access their cloud data and everything.
Yeah. Well, and I think another interesting topic on the timeline that also relates to the election conversation is permitting reform, which is something that is, was introduced, environmental permitting reform that was introduced at a national level by Congress in July of this year. and really provide some interesting opportunities to help us figure out what we're doing with infrastructure timelines. I think one of the important things, and to many folks in this room as well as certainly to Abby and I, is recognizing the importance of environmental regulation and honoring the National Environmental Policy Act first and foremost. But then also realizing that there are common sense reforms, particularly around the opportunity to abuse litigation, that we have not limited here in the United States. Right now, the statute of limitations on major infrastructure projects is 6 years. So up to 6 years after filing that application, opponents of projects can litigate against those projects. And we've seen, particularly transmission projects, suffer a decade of permitting and litigation before they can be brought online. And we all suffer from that. So it's not a great thing. But if we saw reform, we could see those numbers brought down to as few as 5 months. And so there really are some good common sense changes I think we could see coming out of Washington, D.C. I think, a lot is yet to be known about, Congress and how things will change next month. But there's a lot on the horizon in terms of timelines.
Yeah. I mean, when you're a developer, time is money. And, these developers have put a lot of capital on the line. They have assets that they need to get to the point where they're generating revenue from them. And so the more that we can do to really de-risk the development process and bring down the timeline so that these projects can be built faster, that has a material impact on a developer's return on that investment. It is a race to get that project online as quickly as you can to start generating those revenues so that you can meet the expectations of your investors and your financiers. So I think the permitting piece is really important here as a tool to de-risk and also speed all of this along so that we can get to the point where we're stabilizing our energy prices with offshore wind.
Yeah, and I think we just have a couple minutes left, so maybe we could, I know that Groundwire Group is doing some great work on stakeholder engagement and things of that nature. I guess, tell us a little bit about what you're doing and the role you see of kind of stakeholders and all of us in this room as we move forward.
Yeah, I mean, the Groundwire Group is a strategy and communications consulting firm, and we're doing a lot of work right now specifically in the very niche intersection of offshore wind and transmission. So that's an area where we've had a lot of focus. But we're also working with a client that owns a property that can be used to interconnect offshore wind projects, and it is a location that is excited to host interconnections for offshore wind projects right here in New Jersey. And one of the things that we've heard really consistently from folks on the ground in that community is that the opportunity to host the cable landings, it really fits with how they're thinking about the way that they're redeveloping their waterfront. It is a former industrial waterfront. They do not wish for it to be reindustrialized. They have a very nice redevelopment plan happening with some lovely new homes and a trail along the waterfront, and the last thing that they wanted was to reindustrialize this site. And so they see this as a really great opportunity for their community to get some additional revenue, to clean up a brownfield site, and to host this infrastructure. And we will be speaking with regular folks in the community tomorrow, actually, at one of their town festivals. So, but we are hearing from folks within that community at the leadership level that they're getting outreach from other communities asking them to join in opposition against offshore wind cable landings. And we've really been in there early and have done a lot of good education and have gotten the signal from them that they aren't interested in joining the opposition. So they're welcoming this type of investment.
Municipalities for offshore wind, let's start it. All right, well, thanks, guys, for your attention today. We really appreciate your time.
Everybody.
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cecilia Lido. I'm the project director for the New Jersey Work Environment Council, or WEC, and it's my honor to introduce our keynote speaker, John Shin. As a point of personal privilege, I'm a proud United Steelworker, and I have known John since I started at WEC in 2006 when he was a WEC board member. John is the United Steelworkers International Union's Secretary-Treasurer, their Chief Financial Officer, and he's been that since 2019 to the present. For those of you that don't know, the United Steelworkers is North America's largest industrial union with 1.2 million members and retirees in the United States, Canada, and the Caribbean. John started his union activism in 1974 at CE Glass Company, now AFG Industries in Cinnaminson, New Jersey. He was voted into vice president and then president of the United Glass and Ceramic Workers local union. When the unions merged, John became international representative of the Aluminum, Brick, and Glass Workers International, ABG, and in 1997, ABG merged into the United Steelworkers. So John may live in Pittsburgh now, but he knows New Jersey and the East Coast. His position as the United Steelworkers New Jersey Subdistrict Director gave him an inside look at New Jersey's needs, and when he became USW's District 4 Director, his role expanded his East Coast reach to representative of New Jersey, Connecticut, Delaware, Massachusetts, Maine, New Hampshire, New York, Rhode Island, Vermont, and Puerto Rico. Before 2017, as a member of the First Jersey Renews Committee, John could see that offshore wind could be a win for workers, from many tons of steel for the pilings and turbines, to the jobs through the installation of the turbines, to New Jersey's opportunity to create that supply chain of union labor through construction, delivery, interconnection, and long-term maintenance of each unit. Please join me in welcoming John Shin back to New Jersey Shore.
Thank you, Cecilia, and I appreciate the kind introduction and appreciate all the great work you do for our union. Good morning, everybody. I want to thank you for having me back at Time for Turbines. It's always been great to be here and talk about possibilities of a new industry here in New Jersey and in the United States as a whole. I'd like to take a couple minutes to explain a little bit about our union first. We are the largest manufacturing union in North America because we have members in the United States and Canada. We manufacture about anything you can imagine. A lot of people think Steelworkers Union, they think of steel and nothing else. But we manufacture steel, aluminum, glass, plastics, rubber, anything you can imagine, chemicals, mining for critical minerals that are going to supply this industry going forward. So we really have the employers in the United States and Canada that can supply this future, this industry as a whole. I want to talk a little bit more about the history of our union, because I think it's important. Being in a manufacturing union, we're more diversified now. I mean, we have over 50,000 healthcare workers, but we do have the manufacturing as our core of our union. But for being a manufacturing union, over the last 4 decades, our union leadership came out and recognized climate change was real. Think about that. Back in the 80s, back in the 90s, we recognized that. We put 2 books out, Our Children's Future, and a second edition of that, talking about the threat of climate change and how we've had to find a way to work cleaner in the United States. Unfortunately, the offshore wind industry has a rough few years globally, not just here, all across the globe. From supply chain problems to inflation to high interest rate, projects have slowed, and plans to develop manufacturing sites have been delayed or scrapped altogether. We've seen firsthand in New Jersey with the troubles at EEW, which we hope is temporary, making monopile foundations, and also outside our state. We've seen other problems. Our union has been closely monitoring and developments with the proposed tower facility in the Port of Albany, the Siemens facility in Virginia to finish blades, and the monopile foundation facilities coming from U.S. Wind in Baltimore. which I really like to take a minute and talk about that. We engaged in a partnership agreement with U.S. Wind a few years ago. We formalized the documents with a partnership agreement and a neutrality agreement with U.S. Wind for them to stand up a monopile facility at the Port of Baltimore. This is at a historic steelworker site, Bethlehem Steel site in Sparrows Point down at the Port of Baltimore. I listened to Reverend Tuff's question. I think almost everybody was here yesterday. It was a good question. So what we're doing with U.S. Wind in the Port of Baltimore, and part of what our agreement is all about, is partnering with them. So jointly, we're working on recruitment. And it was mentioned by both panels earlier today. These are projects that are still out 3 or 4 years. But to get it right, and to get the jobs that have been promised with the development of the offshore wind industry, we got to make sure we do this right. So we are working with U.S. Wind directly, going out to the community now, going out to the community groups, the church groups, working with the community colleges, working with academia down there. We also set up a joint apprenticeship training program. So we're developing that program to get these specialized skills that'll benefit the people who work where this facility is going to be. So we're very proud of our relationship with U.S. Wind. And again, it's important to note that these projects are probably monopiles in 29, and we're still working. They intend to build towers also. This is one of many sites. And there's a lot of unions working with the AFL-CIO and the developers, finding ways to partner up to make these projects a success. If you told me for the first time, turbines by now would still have large handful of completed projects, and we still lack domestic manufacturing plans in 2024. When we started this 7 years ago, Time for Turbines, I wouldn't believe that. I wouldn't believe that's where we are today. I expect to be a lot further along. That means we can't get there. But the promise of this industry remains, it still has the potential to power homes, businesses along the coast. It still has the potential to create high-wage union jobs in construction, operations, maintenance, and manufacturing. The work that nonprofit organizations and unions have been doing to help government and industry lay out the groundwork for development has been crucial, and I believe will make this industry stronger for years to come. At the federal level, where I've been doing a lot of my work, because I head up a working group for the steelworkers dealing with offshore wind. So at the federal level, auctions have been held for more lease areas, which has been talked about today, which is all promising. Permitting is moving forward. We know there's challenges with it. That's been talked about over the last couple of days, but we're going to get there. And we finally have, this is really an important piece, an industrial policy because of the Biden administration in this country. The first time in my lifetime we've had an industrial policy. You don't know how much that means to the labor movement to have that policy in place. This is with the passage of the bipartisan infrastructure law, the Inflation Reduction Act, CHIPS and Science Act. These laws have put money into our ports, our electric grid, and helping to create the physical infrastructure to support offshore wind as a power source. The IRA, Infrastructure Act, and this is the important part about having proper policy to support an industry, and Governor Murphy has done a great job in New Jersey really spearheading this industry, in my opinion. A lot of these funds are tied to community benefit agreements. And that means something. It's just not a statement. It means, and the developers understand this, and they're doing a good job with it. You got to get out there and work with the community. You need to find a labor partner so we can get people in the communities to benefit and get jobs from this type of industry. This takes you right to the disadvantaged communities, and utilize union construction labor and domestically made materials is very important at this point in time. I had an opportunity to attend an international global labor offshore wind meeting in Vienna a few months ago. We talked about best practices throughout the world, where this industry has succeeded and where the shortcomings were. The challenge we have as a steelworkers union and part of the labor movement is we got to make sure that we build a domestic supply chain for this industry. And I heard the developers today, and I heard everybody speaking, talking about the importance of that. We can't fail at that. Our counterparts in the UK that I met with, they've lost that entire industry as far as supply chain because it wasn't done right. Estimates are that industry could employ between 15,000 and 58,000 people in the United States in order to meet the Biden administration's goal of 30 gigawatts by 2030. The largest variable is how many of these jobs will exist, is how much the supply chain industry helps to build and utilize from the United States itself. Again, policy environment is being created. The domestic content bonus tax credit gives a strong incentive for developers to use U.S. American-made and other materials in their projects. Again, a 10% bonus tax credit. We in the steelworkers have been working years on policy and been supporting the PCT and the ICT for years. States and federal government are also offering grants to help stand up manufacturing capacity in the United States to make components for offshore wind, which we've been talking about here in New Jersey, being a lead in the country. But we still have a long road ahead of us to ensure these facilities are built and operated by union labor in order to supply the projects being built in 2028 and 2032 and beyond. A couple of speakers earlier talked about we have to be patient. We'd rather be further along. All of us would rather be further along right now. And the challenge is these projects are still 2, 3, 4, 5 years away. But if you don't line up the funding and the policy, you do not have the success of these projects. You're talking about a 10% bonus credit. We're talking about billions of dollars in projects here. We have more work to do as more projects are finally starting to put steel in the water and companies decide where to procure components for projects down the road. We have to work to do on ensuring workers are trained for this industry. This is a key component. I heard a lot of good things in the last couple of days about worker training. And academia, labor, industry, government, all getting together on this initiative. We got to make this work. And we have work to do to ensure that offshore wind and supply chain workers have a free and fair choice to join a union. As we continue to work together, we can celebrate all our successes over the last few years to help build an environment for this industry to move forward in the United States. And we can deepen our relationships to ensure that offshore wind in the United States is a responsible, high-road, unionized industry that raises the bar for workers around the world. I appreciate your time, appreciate you for having me speak here today. Thank you.
Let's give it up one more time for John Shen. I've had the unique pleasure of serving on the New Jersey Work Environment Council board for years, including with John about 10 years ago. So just reiterating the importance of having an American supply chain and having the labor movement be a leader on offshore wind. I learn something every time I hear John talk, so thank you so much for him being here. We're about to go to lunch. We'll have about a 45-minute lunch. Before we do that, though, I just want to take a moment to thank our sponsors for this event. Lunch is being sponsored by Atlantic Shores. They are our platinum sponsor for the event. Our gold sponsor for the event is Attentive Energy. They sponsor breakfast. And then we are also grateful for just the broad diversity of sponsors that we have. Our silver sponsors include EDA, Embark, American Clean Power, Bluepoint Wind, Leading Light Wind, Community Offshore Wind, LIUNA, and the United Steelworkers International. And then our bronze sponsors include the United Steelworkers District 4, right here in New Jersey and the region, the National Wildlife Federation, Blue-Green Alliance, the New Jersey Offshore Wind Alliance, IBEW, the Eastern Atlantic States Regional Council of Carpenters, the Southern New Jersey Development Council, and the Chamber of Commerce of Southern New Jersey. This shows the broad diversity of support in favor of offshore wind, and we're deeply grateful. Now, let's go eat. 45 minutes, so enjoy, talk amongst yourselves, get some food. We'll be back here in 45 minutes. Thank you again.
All right, so welcome back from lunch. I see we're all still chatting and chewing, but we're going to call it back because we have some great panels that we want to get through. I'm hearing the hush of the room. So I guess it's going well so far. Y'all stayed after lunch, so that's always a good sign. So thank you for that, because we have some really good panels. And just really want to just introduce the moderator of our next panel, which this has been a very timely panel, right? What's happening with transmission, with PBI. So we're really excited to have this panel this year. And our moderator is Morris Cyphers, Director of Eastern Region State Affairs of American Clean Power. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the intro. It's great to be back at Time for Turbines 7, but who's ready? Because it's time for transmission. Great. So I'm going to quickly tee up our panel, and then we'll get into it because we have some heavy hitter panelists and a lot of information to share. Offshore wind transmission has quickly emerged as one of the most consequential aspects of the industry. The gigawatts of offshore wind coming off the shore have very specific interconnection needs and locations. And as we all know, the New Jersey Board of Public Utilities and their state agreement approach was really groundbreaking. So today we're going to hear a little bit about what other states are doing, the challenges and opportunity of building transmission here in New Jersey and all along the East Coast. So with that, I would like to introduce our great panelists. We have Wyatt Earp with the IBEW. Robert Brabston, the Executive Director of the New Jersey Board of Public Utilities. Janice Fuller, the former president of Ann Barrick, Mid-Atlantic. And Abe Silverman, the Assistant Research Scholar, Sustainable Energy Institute at Johns Hopkins University. So today, we will have Mr. Brabston kick us off to talk a little bit about what's been going on with transmission in New Jersey.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's really an honor to be here. This is the third time I've had the privilege of addressing this group, and I'm really excited about it, looking forward to it. I always look at it as an opportunity to express the appreciation of President Gould-Sadovi and Governor Murphy for all the work that everyone in this room does to advance the goals of offshore wind in the state. Being as aggressive as we are, it requires all kinds of cooperation and support from all sides of the aisle, frankly, and really happy to see so many friends and colleagues here supporting the cause. I have a very long deck that I'm going to blast through, so just a little bit of background for folks. Just to as new as offshore wind may seem, it's been going on in New Jersey for quite some time, as far back as what we call OWEDA, the Offshore Wind Economic Development Act in 2010. And then under Governor Murphy, you can see the trajectory of activity under the various executive orders that got us to this 11 gig offshore wind goal. Here's the current solicitation schedule with the current awarded capacity. And as you can see, we're not taking anything for granted. We have solicitations planned out through the end of the decade with the goal of making sure we hit that 11 gig target. Just a brief overview of the projects under development, probably familiar to many of you. You probably heard about some of these already in this conference or elsewhere. And that layout is why the state of New Jersey first decided to pursue the state agreement approach with PJM. And really the goal there was to try and work with PJM to incorporate state policy goals into the long-term regional planning process that PJM undertakes. And we're the first state in the nation to do that with an RTO, and we still are, and we're not done. So the RTEP is probably well known to many in the room. I'm not going to go through the details here, but as robust as it is, the planning process does have some limitations that don't allow us to incorporate an aggressive 11 gig goal into the planning process. So we decided to forge ahead with the state agreement approach, and the goal here was to target this Larrabee collector station in central Jersey as the landing point for 7,500 megawatts worth of offshore wind generation. The state agreement approach identified a portfolio of projects that were needed to address upgrades in the system necessary to bring this power onshore. And Larrabee is the fulcrum of that effort. And really what we were trying to get in front of is what has become affectionately known as the spaghetti bowl approach, and there's probably a couple other maybe less than polite euphemisms we could use for it. But essentially what we're trying to do is avoid a bunch of individual onshoring efforts and to try and minimize environmental impacts, minimize community impacts, minimize project-on-project risk and risks of delays that may come from a bunch of one-offs coming in. And here's a little bit more detail on it. On the left is the landing point at Seagirt, and then some of the onshore transmission upgrades routes that need to be followed. On the right, that's what a full build-out of the lease areas could look like, with onshoring happening, on a project-by-project basis. So we think that we've done a lot with the state agreement approach to address uncertainty and to create economic efficiency. And one of the key factors in this was by doing the state agreement approach, we built a portfolio of projects that when constructed together like this in a coordinated effort, we expect to generate approximately $900 million in savings to customers in New Jersey versus a go-it-alone kind of approach. Even at the scale of investment that we're talking about in offshore wind, $900 million is a very significant achievement to save that kind of money. So for us, it became just something that we had to pursue. And, we think that the regional efforts that we've done have caught the eye of many other states, and we know that we have partners in other states that are interested in talking with us about future collaborations. We'll get into this probably more in the Q&A, but FERC has also enhanced the process for long-term planning. Order 1920 is exciting. There could be, and hopefully will be, a lot of improvements that come out of it, including identifying factors that need to be considered and really drilling into this cost allocation issue that has bedeviled so many projects and so many states for so long. A little bit more, and not to steal anybody else's thunder, but you can see there's a lot underway around the country, and we do need to talk about backbone at some point, and I'm sure the other panelists will get into that as well. And Abe, you and I have already been working on this Northeast State Collaborative. It's really been an exciting project, something that a lot of us have high hopes for. It's industry and other stakeholders working together to try and figure this out without waiting for government to figure it out on their own. And this is why everybody's got goals. A lot of offshore wind in the pipeline, and hopefully will all come to fruition. So I'll wrap there. There's more detail in the slides, but it's really an exciting time to be part of this industry, and it's a great panel for us to discuss for the next 40 minutes or so. Thanks.
Bob, that was a great overview. And New Jersey's pioneering work has really influenced some of the work that we do in policy and advocacy in other states, and especially that $900 million savings study. I take that everywhere I go. Janice is up next, and she's going to give us more of a developer perspective and how they're thinking about offshore wind transmission planning.
Thank you. So everyone, thank you. It's nice to be here with everyone today. I have actually had the privilege as well of being on this stage before, so it's nice to be back. And I kind of love the past, present, future of Time for Turbines theme that I think we've been hearing on some of the panels and from some of the speeches before. When I was getting ready for this panel, I thought back to a presentation that I'd done before, so some of you might recognize a previous version of this slide, right? Back in the day when New Jersey upped its offshore wind procurement target to 7.5 gigawatts, right? And I remember talking about what a huge number, right? And how bold and how progressive the state was being. And now when we look out in the market, right, when we look at this as a nation, right, when we look at the collaboration of state procurement targets, we're at 42 gigawatts, right? Across the nation is what we're looking at. And that's huge, right? Because that signals to the investor community, to the developers, to the industry as a whole globally, right? That the United States is committed to offshore wind, right? This isn't a blip. This is a long-term commitment. It's a pipeline of projects, right? It is something that you can have confidence in investing in the long term, something that the workforce can start to develop towards, grow towards, and it's something that the supply chain can start to respond to, right? So, with a little bit of humor, right, but it is a huge signal in terms of how large this industry is going to become and how quickly it has grown. So let's just for a minute, really quickly talk about offshore wind by the numbers, because obviously then that translates into what the impact is for transmission. 37 lease areas with a capacity of 56 gigawatts. That's 22 million homes that could be powered by this, right? And what does that translate into, right? That translates into $65 billion of investment by 2030, right? So we're talking about the potential of having 14 gigawatts by 2030, 30 by 33, 40 by 40, and what we're talking about. That's huge, right? But it's a lot, and it's happening very fast. And where is that going to be located, right? It's going to be on our coastal states. And I always find the statistics interesting, that 80% of the U.S. population, it's a giant country, right? But 80% of the U.S. population lives within 200 miles of the coast, right? And so then that also points to you where the load centers are, the coastal communities, the coastal load centers, where some of the highest costs are as well, right? But these are coastal, the load is on the coast, 200 miles. That's really close, right? And that is what we're talking about. That's where 80% of the U.S. population lives. And so when we're looking at this, that's 55,000 jobs, and that's going to be not just in those coastal communities, but as we've talked about before, this is opportunity for the entire country. It is from red states to blue states to purple states, and that investment is not going to just benefit one, it's going to benefit the entire country. And the scale of this, I think, is something that we have all started to really understand the depth and the breadth of that. And it's become real, right? This isn't theoretical. These aren't future projects that we've talked about in theory before. There are electrons flowing, right? There are projects in New York and Massachusetts that have electrons flowing into our grid that people can already start to see the benefit of. So what does that mean for transmission, right? With these gigantic procurement targets throughout the country, what does that mean for transmission? I was struck by a quote that Secretary Granholm made in a speech that she was giving on the clean energy industrial revolution, which I think is such a wonderful way to describe what's happening in our country. That we can't just think about the present, right? It's not just about one administration or one project or even one sector of this, right? We have to be planning for the future. And I think transmission, as it relates to offshore wind and the success of the industry, is really that planning that needs to happen, right? We've heard before people say that there's no transition without transmission, and it's true. We need to move these electrons. All the electrons in the world could be generated in these wind lease areas, right? Wind energy areas. But if we can't move them successfully to the grid and then throughout the system, we will not be able to succeed. And the current grid that we have, not just here in New Jersey, this is a national issue, just is not built for this yet. Our grid dates back to the 50s, the 60s. So much of that infrastructure is already aged and already strained. And offshore wind is not the only pressure on that grid, right? There are progressive policies in so many states that are being implemented to electrify so many sectors, right? Our vehicles, our housing, so many other things. And all of that puts competing pressures, positive pressures, good policies that I think so many of us in this room agree with, but it puts pressure on that grid that needs to be dealt with. It's estimated, I saw a fact from DOE, that we need a 60% expansion of the grid in less than 10 years, right? Thousands of miles of transmission is going to be needed to be built, both onshore and offshore, just to give a scale of what that means. But the urgency is now, right? These projects are being built, and this isn't a if, then, it's in coordination with these projects, and the transmission impacts of it need to be being considered and planned out. So we'll talk a little bit about the benefits of that long-term transmission planning, and Bob touched on this a little bit when speaking about New Jersey's approach to it. And this is something that the company that I used to be with has been advocating for so long, right? The need to plan for transmission and the long-term benefits that we're going to see from doing so. And I think it's so telling that if you look at Time for Turbines, I think, has always prioritized speaking about transmission. But I think if you look at other conferences throughout the industry, national conferences, if you went back, 4 or 5 years ago, transmission was not a focus of this, right? It was maybe one panel in the afternoon on the last day, right? Yeah. But it was not, a focus. And now you'll go to ACP conferences, Oceanic Network, and other conferences, national conferences. Transmission is seen as just as important as every other topic, right? Because if we don't get this right, none of the rest of it matters. Which I think that prioritization and that recognition by the industry, from the generator side, supply chain side, everyone recognizing that transmission is really key to this, is so critical for the success, and it's really great to see. So some of those numbers, just quickly, because I think it's always good for us to be armed with these facts when we're going out and we're talking about it. If we plan out transmission, when we're looking at this over the entire scale of what we're looking to do in the country when it relates to offshore wind, we can reduce ratepayers' costs by $20 billion, right? And so much of what we hear is that renewable energy is too expensive. Why do we need to do this? It's going to impact our electric bills, and the ratepayers aren't going to be able to tolerate that. If we can stop and have this proactive, take this breath and have this proactive planning, we can cut that cost so significantly and so sizably. But then there are so many other non-cost benefits, non-price benefits too as well. We can reduce the cabling by half, right? We saw the slide that Bob had. I'm sure Abel referenced it. It's been, something we've been showing before, that mess of spaghetti out in the water. We can cut that by more than half. We can reduce the number of beach crossings we have to have, right? And we talk about it a lot. Transmission is where offshore wind literally touches communities, right? It is where they see it, it's where they feel it. See it if we put aside the, overstated viewshed concerns that people may have, but it is where they feel it, right? And if we can first be proactive about our communication with it, but also reduce the number of those conversations we have to have, right? It is to all of our benefit to do that. We can use higher voltage cables, right? So we don't have, and bigger capacity. We don't have to have just a lot of, 1,000, 1,100 megawatt lines, right? We can talk about a power corridor like PBI will bring about for us, right? Where we can be transmitting thousands of megawatts, right? Through one predefined route. And then that also opens the door for things like regional transmission planning, right? Between whether it's New Jersey and New York or other PJM states or up and down the East Coast. I know this is a lot of what Abe will be talking about later. And then I think it also allows for us to be thinking about non-new transmission solutions as well, right? Can we talk about reconductoring existing wires? How does storage play into all of this, right? Where can storage be used in place of or in coordination with new transmission so that we can, again, be reducing our wires and our physical impacts? But you need the planning to be able to think about where a battery would make sense as opposed to just a new wire. And what's needed for that transmission planning to take place? Policy certainty for certain, right? What are the timelines? When are these projects going to need to be coming online? And that is state by state, but it's also a clear federal narrative as well in terms of offshore wind. Some states are looking at improving their interconnection process. Obviously, if we look at SAA and its cooperation with PJM, the interconnection process wasn't necessarily the concern that we see in other states. But New York is having a massive interconnection reform underway right now, and we'll see how that goes. But it is also something that we need to be looking at throughout all of the RTOs that are impacted. Interstate cooperation obviously can only increase those benefits that we saw on the last slide in terms of reduced cabling and also ratepayer savings. Federal tax incentive clarity, right? There's still a large question as to how federal taxes incentives apply to independently developed offshore wind transmission. And I think that needs to be more than crystal clear, in order for there to be confidence for regulatory entities like the BPU to have, a full understanding of what that's going to mean as they continue to award projects like the original first SAA. And I'll add to that also, other federal benefits like the Inflation Reduction Act, right? There have been so many positives that have come to the renewable energy industry as a result of the IRA, but there's rumors that, would a future administration recoup unspent funds? And even just the mention of that and the uncertainty that that could throw into the market, that there's at least a threat that these funds that have yet to be spent on projects that take so long to develop might be clawed back by a future administration. Technology standardization is huge, right? So when generators are bidding their projects, when suppliers are trying to understand what they should be doing in terms of their manufacturing and supply chain for projects that won't be breaking ground or breaking water for a decade to come, understanding if there's going to be a uniform agreed upon technology that these projects are going to use. But that plays into your ability to have mesh-ready projects that could be brought together in the future and connected together. So those conversations are so crucial to have right now. We look at nations in Europe, right? Germany and Scotland are two examples. They're going ahead and procuring their HVDC equipment and stockpiling it for future use, right? So they've already decided the projects aren't awarded, but they're buying it all, right? And they will have it ready. So that also puts us a little bit further behind in that global supply chain. POI identification. New Jersey clearly has been a leader on that, right? let's not make everybody guess as to where it's best to put this power. Let's do the studies, let's study the grid, and let's figure out where it makes sense to bring it. And then, of course, it goes without saying community engagement, right? And that goes from the smallest community to the largest community, and doing that early, and really helping communities understand why this needs to happen, and why it has to be happening in their community. Quickly, I'll touch on this, and then we'll move on to Wyatt, where the states stand. New Jersey, and I don't just say that because I'm from here and I am here, we mean it. New Jersey is the clear leader. SAA 1.0 was, I think for some people thought it was a little like the canary in the coal mine, right? And said, good luck, New Jersey, let us know how that goes. But instead it turned out to be, proof of concept, right? The state put this out there. They got 79 bids from 14 developers, right? And I think the industry stood up and other states stood up and said, oh, that's real. They got a real robust response with really creative solutions, and it's going to have a tremendous ratepayer impact. New York is currently reviewing their kind of version of this. It's the PPTN, Public Policy Transmission Need, and that's 4.7 up to 8 gigawatts of transmission capacity into New York City. And it's been stated publicly, they assume that those bids will be in the double-digit billions, right? So exceeding $10 billion of capital investment will have to go into those projects. And then New England just made a multi-state generation award, and it's anticipated that a solicitation for multi-state transmission is going to follow very, very shortly. And I'll wrap up here. I kind of, think this is a little bit on theme with what others have said about their kids and the future, right? I think it's very tentative, but I always go back to this day. We had some survey vessels out in the water off of the coast of Belmar, not far from where I live, and I took my daughter out, and we actually got to watch the boat off the shore, right? And so it always gives me hope, right? That there are positive and good things happening, and we'll all be bright. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Janice. Wyatt, I'm glad that we have you on the panel because Janice touched on some of the potential challenges, especially with an incoming administration. I think regardless of who's in the White House, if they don't do what they can to protect the IRA and to move ahead on offshore wind, then those are their jobs to lose. So would love to hear about it from IBEW's perspective. What are the challenges and opportunities of these huge infrastructure projects that do have a long runway in terms of planning and pay for, but could be generation-changing jobs?
Yes, and so we're at a point where the generation can change, and it's like a whole flood of thoughts at the same time that we have to do, and there's a lot of things, and that's I just want to hit on PBI one more time because brilliant. And it's what we need to do, and we need to do it yesterday, and we're moving fast, and I'm going to make another pitch for put your comments in 2 sentences, nice and easy, but just, and those of us who lobby from time to time in Trenton, it's in favor of the bill, no need to testify. You can almost put that on your stuff. I'm telling you, it's that simple, but the fact that there's that many more people. So I'm going to make that push. And we have seen the history. It's interesting because 2010, so our governor was a Republican governor who signed this, didn't do anything with it really, not whatever, just, I don't want to get partisan here per se, but at least signed it, it was a good plan, and we're going to do this, and it's just kind of on that burner, and Governor Murphy's moved forward. But at the same time, he also took a monumental project that took us, it's going to take us decades more now to build a bridge under the water, and let me just, when I say we need to move fast and now, it's that expression, if not us, then who, and if not now, then when. And I joke about, and I've joked with several developers, so your checks are all dated November 6th for the next set of writing of money you're going to do? Because I got to tell you, I don't know, I'd be cautious about writing a check on November 4th without knowing the outcome. So in New Jersey, we do have a good team. And I think we need to, as they say, redouble our efforts, especially if that happens. We need to do that anyway. We really are running out of time. We see what's happening with, once in a century storm. So we had one of those, and then Florida had one a few weeks ago, and then they just have another one. I know I'm getting old, and I know it seems like the years pass by fast, but once in a century storms are coming weekly now. So anyway, and so what we can do, so literally it is pushing, getting, and it's not just money, it's not throwing the money at it, but it's everything we can do. It is showing up to hearings. It is frankly, having those tough discussions with our neighbors. Your children's feet are not going to melt if they walk on a street that has power lines buried deep underneath them. The toaster in your house is going to, if EMF did anything, you're going to see more from the toaster in your kitchen, or if you've got these concerns. But we need to do that. We need to do it now. We need to do it fast. And one of the other things that's important, and I think it's how far we are along. Now, again, I'll go back to the tunnel, so we saw what can happen. There was some money expended, millions, and you joke about, well, yeah, we only saved $900 million. And I know, $900 million here, $900 million there. It takes a bunch to get real money, but I count $900 million as a lot of money, Robert, and I appreciate you saving that for me. But anyway, so we need to move forward. I can't say that enough. So one of the other things it does by doing that is that gamble. So when somebody talked about playing roulette before, risk and reward. If you bet black and red, you only make 50%. If you bet one number, you make 35 to 1. I don't know why I know that. I really don't gamble. No. But seriously, I've never drank either. You're right. But seriously, so you're taking some of that risk out. And so the good thing is the developers, the folks that are coming behind us say, okay, there's some that's de-risked. And Jen has said something else that I've said, the more we can pre-buy and pre-position, and when we do a construction project of any type, you buy that stuff as soon as you can, you get it on the job site as soon as you can. Trailers of materials sitting ready to go if you've got a tough time constraint. So that's the other thing that we've talked about. It's, we just need to move forward as fast as we can. We need to make sure, again, I think our legislature is on board. I know our governor's on board. But we just need to talk to friends and neighbors and build all the support we can.
Thank you.
Yeah, great. It's great to be here and see so many old friends. Very much appreciate it. So I'm going to skip by a couple of these things because Bob already did it. But let me just one point I want to make is these things take time to implement. So when SAA started, it really started in this room in 2019, not this room, but the one at the Veterans Memorial in Trenton. And we really had people coming together, and it was this kind of aha moment. Why are we doing the picture on the left when we can be doing the picture on the right? And so a lot of my work over the last couple of years since leaving New Jersey has been thinking about how do we take the principles that Bob went through that underlined the state agreement approach and apply it on a more generic basis across multiple states. The theory is if it saves $900 million when New Jersey does it alone, how much is it going to save when we work with Maryland, New Jersey, and Delaware, or New York and New England and all the other places? And one of the things I really want to leave folks with is here's the numbers for New Jersey, but it's not like New Jersey is the only place where we see this. The savings exist everywhere we look when you come together and work on coordinated transmission. So here's the same study that New York did. They also showed massive savings of doing coordinated transmission. New England is going through this process right now where they got DOE money to help on their process. And they're also looking at saving a large amount of money when they start working across state borders. And when the Department of Energy looks at this on a national basis, or at least an East Coast basis, they see even more savings. And so we really are talking about, Janice talked about the billions of dollars of savings if we have a offshore wind backbone. Well, yeah. And it's not just money, it's also better reliability, faster, and is why it's a de-risking stuff so that when we ask developers to put billions of dollars of capital at risk, they really feel comfortable coming to that table. And there is an element of too big to fail, right? If we start the process and we build the transmission lines, it becomes much easier to expand out the whole offshore wind ecosystem. And so we need to make those commitments and keep this process moving forward. So this kind of brings me to kind of like, how do we actually do this? It's very good to talk about it, and we've seen success within individual states or even on a regional basis like New England, but we also need to get states talking to each other and cross over some of these artificial barriers. I know some of the people in the room are going to hear me talk about ISO New England, which is the New England grid operator, and New York ISO, and the grid operator in New York, and PJM, our grid operator, and they're going to be like, I have no idea what you're talking about. Others of you are going to be like, yeah, obviously. But believe it or not, crossing over and getting New York to talk to PJM, getting those grid operators to talk about anything serious is a real challenge. It's a real challenge. And unfortunately, we don't have a meaningful federal mandate for those grid operators to talk to each other and do what we call interregional transmission planning. So a big part of what this Northeast States Collaborative on Interregional Transmission is doing is coming together and creating the forum to try to get the three major grid operators to talk to each other. And, you know, they kind of don't have to, because there's no law telling them they have to. There's no rule from the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, which is really their main regulator, telling them they have to. But, you know, the states, we're pretty big constituents, and at least if we start convening these conversations, they kind of have to come and show up and talk to us. And so a lot of what we've been doing is putting together the infrastructure. I won't go through all these various different things, but you've been around for about a year now. And what we're really doing is trying to come up with a bias towards action, a plan very much like what New York is doing with their PPTN, very much like what New England is doing with their Power Up New England project, very much like what we did in New Jersey, where we're trying to actually get together and identify potential projects that we can take through a procurement. We talk a lot about least regrets projects. If you take all those various studies, the New York one, the New England one, the DOE one, there are elements that appear in common in all of those. How do we figure out what those elements are? How do we figure out how to go out and get a competitive procurement for solving those transmission constraints? And then, of course, we've got to have a little conversation about who pays for it. But this is what we have to do in order to not be having the same discussion in 5 years or 10 years. And so we spend a lot of time talking about these various things. And I want to spend a second talking about the supply chain issues. You know, anybody, and Wyatt, I'm sure your members deal with this all the time, there are long lead time items that you have to procure for any construction project. And for offshore wind, there's a bunch of them. There's certainly the nacelles and turbines and everything, blades and everything else. But there's also the transmission equipment, in particular the high voltage direct current converter stations and associated cables. And you know, I don't know if everybody realizes, but these big converter stations are $1 billion to $2 billion a pair. And you need one at sea and you need one on shore, and they need to be touching each other. It is really hard. It's not something you can just go over to Home Depot and get off the shelf. And Europe has done an excellent job coming together, buying large amounts of this stuff, basically reserving a slot in the manufacturing queue for 2030, 2035, 2040, so that when they need it, they have access to this equipment. We in the United States have never had that kind of long-term planning for this kind of equipment. And so we see that the global supply chain is incredibly constrained. And this is not even like COVID, Ukraine war supply chain stuff. This is just manufacturing capacity is very low. Other countries are buying this manufacturing capacity. We're not. So we're kind of coming around and picking up the scraps after the meal. So we spent a lot of time talking about how can the 10 states, working with our developer colleagues, come in and reserve that manufacturing capacity so that we can come in and actually have the equipment we need to build one of these offshore wind grids. We just put out a little white paper on this. You know, I mean, I'm not going to read all this, but you can sort of go through it and you see it. There's the link up there. But we've really tried to identify what are the next steps that we have to take as a community of states, frankly, as a country, to come together and buy this stuff. You know, so we actually have it when we need it. And I want to point out, this is not just an offshore wind issue. There's plenty of domestic transmission equipment that falls into the same category. And it's not just the East Coast, because the West Coast is getting ready to face exactly these same considerations. So we really are trying to come together, working with the Department of Energy and the 10 states to come together and build something like this. One thing, this is a bit of a diversion, but I love it, Order 1920. It is both the most important FERC rule of the last decade and also something where nothing's going to happen for a decade. So we need to sort of, plan for the future and make the best of this rather simple concept order. But we also need to recognize that it's not a substitute for things today. And so a couple observations. The first one, and I think if there's anything I'd want you to take home, it's this. States are making procurement decisions today that are going to be delivered in the early 2030s. 2030 is today. So if you are going out and buying, thinking about offshore wind, you need to have all the major questions answered. What are we building? For the transmission equipment, what's the voltage? Where are we ordering this equipment from? And I think, frankly, a lot of us see what happens when developers don't have their supply arrangements totally locked up, and we end up in real problems, and you get delays. So, a big thing of what I talk to people about, and I talk to the ISOs about this, I talk to the Department of Energy, I talk to developers, 2030 is today. And so, I think that's just a real framework. The rest of these are all important as well, but that's the one that I would really leave you with. So look forward to the discussion.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks.
Oh, one last slide. I forgot about this one. I love this one. This is the power of state policies. You don't need to read the small print. Dark color is bad for transmission. Light color is good. You look and you see who are the good states. And, this doesn't reflect SAA because it wasn't in there. But you see states with positive transmission policies get transmission built. States that don't. So it really is a testament to the power of state regulation.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Abe. I'm going to ask the panel a couple of questions, but we also welcome questions from the audience, too, to help us further our discussion here today. So I do think, even though FERC Order 1920 is a solution a decade away, I think Bob or Abe, if one of you want to dig down into it, because it is really important, and I think a quick overview of its significance and how it will help states on transmission planning.
Bob, do you want me to take the sort of high level, and then you can?
I would rather have you do the.
Yeah. Okay.
I got a couple of.
Yeah. So this is Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. If you're sort of new to the energy space, you think the Department of Energy is the main federal regulator. You'd be wrong. It's actually FERC is where all the action is. So FERC, after sitting around for a number of years, finally got together and issued what they call Order 1920. Why 1920? Because it harkens back to 1920 when the original Federal Power Act was put out there. And basically what it requires is that every utility in the country, including the grid operators, has to start looking 20 years into the future, taking into account state policies, and design a transmission grid that meets those goals at the least possible cost. And it gets way more complicated than that. It's literally 1,300 pages plus a 100-page dissent. But at the high level, that's what we're talking about. And so, Bob, I'll turn it over to you to talk about how states might be able to use that and identify their goals and plug it into the process.
Yeah, so I appreciate that, Abe. And believe me, I didn't read, certainly not 1,300, maybe 13 of the 1,300 pages. But there's definitely an opportunity for AI out there on FERC Order 1920. Just a little.
I actually did that, and it was surprisingly, frighteningly good.
Okay.
But I didn't do it till after I'd written my summary, so I didn't know. But yeah, no, it was actually pretty good.
Like to see that side by side. Yeah. A couple of things. I mean, one of the key things from a New Jersey perspective is trying to get out of this straitjacket of if it's a state policy thing, the state has to pay 100% by itself. I mean, we're doing SAA projects, and the idea, if you take a step back and we all know this, but I'll say it anyway, the grid was built to bring power that was generated in the western end of the grid to the eastern end of the grid where the load is. Well, that hasn't changed in decades. Now we're talking about, and you saw the slides, 42 gigs of generation on the eastern end of the grid. Well, the grid's got to go the other way. And so there's a lot that has to be done to make that happen. And even though the projects that SAA in New Jersey identified are being paid for 100% by New Jersey customers, we broke the mold and we shifted the paradigm, and the electrons are going to be flowing the other way. way oversimplified. But, the idea is all states stand to benefit from this to a greater or lesser extent, and we should be talking about cost allocation, not an all or nothing kind of thing. So that's one of the key factors from this, one of the high hopes that we have from this. And then for a state like New Jersey, where within the state there are so many constraints from a transmission standpoint, even within the electric distribution company networks. We've got a company like PSE&G that was built and rebuilt and overbuilt to electrify transport in the state, in that corridor from New York to Trenton to Philadelphia. And then there's Atlantic Sea Electric, which was built to cobble together the agricultural part of the state and the population centers down there. Vastly different networks within the state. And now we have a state where the open space for data centers and for grid-scale solar is located in a part of the state that wasn't built for it. It's not ready for it. So, and that's more generation and more load. So we need to be able to do things like pursue grid-enhancing technologies, because you can't just build all new pipes and wires for infrastructure. If you're going to modernize utilities, you got to modernize the utilities. It's not just new wires, it's reconductoring, it's all kinds of other stuff. So enabling grid-enhancing technologies, getting this project selection criteria updated so it takes more factors into account and is more transparent, and things like that. So that's really where 1920, from a state perspective, holds a lot of promise. And that's one of the reasons why we're so excited about it. And hopefully it doesn't take all 10 years to show some benefits. But we're going to be very active in this. I'm sure other states will as too. And it's high time. So it was a welcome order from our perspective. Even if there's a lot of controversy associated with it, it's a welcome order.
I want to really quickly just underline the bottleneck problem. About how many gigs of offshore wind do you think the grid can accept without wholesale upgrades? Like, how close are we to a big problem?
Well, SAA was designed to allow the 7,500 megawatts to come onshore. If we get to 11 gigs, there are going to be bottlenecks that haven't yet been studied. But there are people in the room who are more qualified than I to identify the bottlenecks at the Delaware River and the places where there really are. That's where the work's going to need to be done.
Yeah, and I think the answer, sort of facetiously, is zero. There is nowhere on the grid that's strong enough to have offshore wind connect today. But that's okay. That's not a bad thing. And I sort of break in the getting the grid ready into two pieces. There's the kind of run-of-the-mill $100 million. I know that seems like a lot, but that's actually low for this kind of stuff. $100 million of grid upgrades. You got to build a substation. You got to connect. You got to upgrade a few lines. But then there's the multi-billion-dollar fixes that you occasionally run into. And what we're seeing as the amount of clean energy, and this is like a success story and a regulatory failure at the same time, as the amount of clean energy trying to connect to the grid has increased over the past decade, the apparatus for studying those impacts and building out the grid has ground to a halt. I mean, who in here has dealt with the interconnection queue in PJM? Okay, I see a few. It is terrible because now if you want to build, and I know your members know this better than anybody, if you're trying to build a new solar facility in New Jersey, good luck, because you've got to go through and sit in the waiting room before you get to see the doctor, the grid doctor. There's a lot of steps that they're taking to fix that, but we're still just way, way behind. So the answer at some level is zero, which is why proactive transmission planning is so important, because not only do you save the money, but you also get out of the damn waiting room, because you can actually take things into your own hands and build out the pieces of the grid that you need, and then turn those over to the people trying to connect.
I think cost is huge, because it's very hard to message to ratepayers, to voters, cost savings versus cost increases. And that is like a fundamental political tension with clean energy. There's just a cost to development overall, and you can't factor in taxpayer benefits to your electricity bill. So, you know, Wyatt, Janice, I'm curious about how important is state advocacy, being engaged in politics, showing our leaders support. Like, I think that's got to be a key part of the strategy, in addition to all of the technical, legal, policy, convening work that's going on. But would really like your perspectives on that.
So one of the things is, what does it cost? What does inaction cost? And obviously we care a lot of the environment and our future and our grandchildren and all, but inaction on our electric bill. So let's just get it to the very thing you're talking. The more we can make renewable energy, and I say this is something natural gas and other fuel prices have to go down because there's less use. That's not necessarily a great thing if you care about the environment, but it's to the consumers, or, you know, whatever. The more we have, it's supply and demand. So that's the real sense to it. And if you don't fix the roof, you then need to fix the ceiling. And if you don't fix the roof and ceiling, then you need to fix the floor. And eventually you just tear the building down because the water's been in. And that's literally where we're at. We need to do it now, and it will save us in the long run.
I'll jump in. A couple things. You know, one thing, and actually, Abe, I heard you say this recently at another event. You know, we always talk about cost allocation, but you phrased it as benefit allocation, right? If we can start to think about it in that way, right? It's not just fair sharing of the cost, it's understanding where the benefit lies. And so you're paying your share of the benefit. And I think it was, for me, an interesting way to change even how right? We always just say cost allocation, cost share, right? And it was a really interesting way, thank you, to be able to change our mindset on that and just change that one word and take it from what is essentially a pejorative, right, and turn it into a positive. But Wyatt just alludes to something that I've thought about a lot, right? In a past life, you know, I worked for a member of Congress, right? And I worked for him when we were working on the Affordable Care Act. And one of our biggest frustrations was about the messaging of that it was always about what the cost of the Affordable Care Act was going to be, and the Congressional Budget Office scoring the bill and giving it this huge price tag, right? What we could never get them to do was quantify all of the cost that was going to be avoided. How much does the healthcare system save by someone going to the doctor, right, and having that test and not showing up in the emergency room, or not having an illness go untreated, right? And there was billions and billions of dollars of cost savings that could easily be demonstrated that the Affordable Care Act was going to be able to provide, but we could never kind of net out those numbers, right? And I think there's a parallel here, right? There's the cost of grid upgrades, the cost of building these projects, but there is also the avoided cost. There are clearly health benefits. There's going to be benefits in terms of coastal resiliency and other things, you know, related to climate change, but we have to find a way to quantify that piece of it too, in a way that we can be able to say to people that there is, you know, this isn't just one place has cost and the other doesn't, right? There's cost with the status quo is going to cost things as well. And I think we have to find ways to be able to talk about it too. But to your question as well about civic engagement, right, and stakeholder involvement, right, it's at every level, right? And I think we've seen that, especially because of how offshore wind is developed in the United States, right? It's not we have national goals and national policy statements, but essentially it's up to the states to actually enact that, right? They're issuing the OREC solicitations. They're the ones who are awarding them. That's where the contracts lie. And that is a very different way than how obviously this takes place in Europe. And so given our local control, especially in a state like New Jersey, right, where it is all about local control, right, these conversations have to happen before you're even thinking about the project, right? I think we all know that, right? Because these projects are multi-billion-dollar projects that need to get federal permits and state permits, but also are going to run into the local zoning board of volunteer people, right? Who, you know, do this after they finish their full-time job, you know, the third Thursday of a month, and I know that because my husband is one of them, right? But that's it, right? That's how this is, right? You need to find, who are those people, right? Who are those local thought leaders? Who are those people who can either become your ally or your enemy? And talk to them first, because I think we've seen, unfortunately, that the other side has gotten to people before us on a lot of these things. And then we're there trying to dispel misinformation as opposed to being ahead of it proactively with the right information. And it's always harder to dispel misinformation than it is to get there first.
And just real quick, my union's 140 years old. So there's been electric working on from before that. And there's a lot of this equipment. So back to you said it with the Affordable Care Act. There's equipment there that kind of needs to be changed anyway. It's going to fail soon anyway. Like some of this infrastructure's been there and is going to come apart. So it's not all just really new funding. It's some PM that we're not doing anyway. So
I've got plenty more questions, but Anjali, go ahead.
he probably gave it to you good.
Here, do you want to just?
Yeah.
You want to use this? Here, you can
Yeah.
talk now. Come up.
Hello.
There you go. All right.
I was ready. I've been holding the microphone. Oh, no, you're. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for the excellent panel. I have questions about Order 1920 because I did not read the thousands of pages. But so I'm really excited about the opportunity to offshore wind and AI and data centers kind of present for the grid. It's revolutionizing the grid. It's modernizing it. And yes, you know, planning is imperative. And so I'm wondering about all of the states in the Northeast, Mid-Atlantic collaborating. I can see that easily happening within PJM, particularly with FERC Order 1920. But Abe, you mentioned, you know, doing the same with New York and then expanding that. Bob, I think you mentioned this as well, into, you know, the New England states. And so I'm thinking, I know part of the order is, because we've been paying for what we've been doing here in New Jersey, and now with this, other states are also going to be paying because of the benefits, but how do we do that with different RTOs? And is there a clear direction from FERC or the Department of Energy where, oh, you have to figure out, and maybe it's not rate reform, that sounds very scary, but sort of like, how do we actually, because if we're doing the backbone of interconnecting all of the projects in the water, but we're also interconnecting them on land with the RTOs, how do we deal, am I explaining myself correctly? Like,
Yeah, no, this is such a great
PJM
question.
versus
Yeah.
like New England ISO and New York, like they're very different in terms of infrastructure as well as rates. So
Very different. And I think you put your finger on a real problem. So, you know, 1920 is this big FERC order. And the good news is it makes all the utilities go through kind of what Janice and Bob were just saying. They have to calculate the benefits across 7 different categories of new transmission facilities. So, you know, you can't just look at the cost. You do need to look at the benefits. And, you know, benefits allocation's a heck of a lot easier. So that sets the stage for costs to be allocated according to benefits within each ISO region. But as soon as you go across the river into New York, there is currently no planning paradigm that's been imposed by FERC. And yet, you asked about FERC and the DOE. There are so many studies talking about the financial and reliability and environmental benefits of expanding the grid and making it larger, right? And it just makes sense. If the wind isn't blowing over here or the sun isn't shining over here, if you can reach out and touch places that are further away, you end up with a more reliable grid. So you see all these studies showing billions and billions and billions of dollars in savings, better reliability outcomes, and yet there's nobody requiring that the ISOs actually talk to each other. So they're required to talk to the states within the ISO, but crossing that border puts you into a totally different FERC regime, which is, you know, what they call Order 1000, which was the landmark FERC order from a decade ago that kind of fizzled out a little bit. And that was designed to require interregional coordination, which means they have to talk to each other to make sure they don't crash anything, but they don't have to plan across regional borders. And so we're kind of stuck in this regime where you have this really sophisticated new order requiring planning across states within a region, but as soon as you cross that regional border, you're kind of in this Order 1000, no man's land. So that's where we are. Now, there's a lot of federal legislation talking about fixing that. FERC has talked about fixing it. NERC, the National Reliability Organization, is coming out with a major study talking about fixing it. The Department of Energy writes study after study after study talking about the benefits of fixing it. Yet we don't have that mandate at the moment. So a big part of what we're trying to do with the Northeast States Collaborative is, it's kind of like we've all been waiting around for someone to fix it for us, and now the states are kind of saying, well, nobody else is going to do this, so why don't we at least start the process? I don't know if that answers your question, but.
I'm sorry, we are all out of time.
Oh, it's
one quick one? Okay, good. Nope, I got the high sign.
I'm going to stand up because it's a big solution. First off, here's the answer.
Good. Okay, great.
So you need to create a Gantt chart for the entire ecosystem of the build-out for the supply chain and the orders and the steps of what needs to be done, because like you said, it'll be another decade before we have the infrastructure. The IRA could fund it. You set up what do we need, period. What are all the things we need? What are the steps? Who are the entities that can approve it to get it going? There's money, make it happen, get around, we're here listening. Get a round table, get specialty groups that are gonna come up with all aspects of it. BPU, everybody's here. Set it up and get it done. We don't have to announce it. You don't have to say, we're going to do it so the protesters don't have to come. Just do it. Okay? Thank you for giving me this moment.
Of course. Thanks, Sharonda. Listen. Thank you to our panelists. I mean, this was a compelling case. I think next year, time for Turbines 1. Time for Transmission 1. Let's do it. Thank you guys so much. That was a great panel.
Thank you.
And go to the PBI, put your comments in. You got a minute, do it. Don't wait for the link, do it now. BPU, PBI, comment, you go down, you'll see it, click it, hit the submit button. Right in the middle at the top. Thank you.
Yeah, no.
Hear me? All right. Excuse me, down in front.
They're done. They don't have to worry.
Okay, so thank you all. I mean, this has been a really, I think, great discussion. And I think our next panel, we're going to be talking about the port, right? Like this morning, we started with the developers, and there's been a lot of talk about supply chain and the other pieces. And we just talked about transmission, and ports is certainly a key part of this puzzle, right? They're
Absolutely, yeah.
sort of important when we talk about the supply chain. And, I think one thing that was said earlier, and really, looking around this room, when the speaker said that, there's problem solvers and answer havers, I think it's really great to be here today with all of you, representing all the different facets of this industry and how we're going to get this going. And yeah, I mean, it's slower than I think any of us want it, but it is so important, as everyone has been saying, to make sure that we get this right. So, when we think about, wind turbines and blades, these are just massive, massive structures, right? And the massive infrastructure projects, and the same thing with the port. Massive undertaking of an infrastructure project. So I'm now going to turn this over to Peter Knorr. He's the Director of Ports Operations at New Jersey Economic Development Authority. And Peter, you're kind of lay the groundwork and tell us where we've been and where we're going for the wind port.
Yeah, thank you very much. So first, I know we heard a lot of problems today and a lot of challenges that, we need to overcome. But I'm here to tell you, the New Jersey wind port is the good news story in offshore wind. Okay, they took a dream team of EDA personnel that Jonathan Kennedy, Bill Dixon ran, and they built a wind port, like Tim Sullivan said, in 2 years, on time and under budget. So we're ready, right? And New Jersey's leading by example, and the EDA is on the forefront of that. So that kind of sets the table for what is the good news, okay? The good news is there it is. It's done, okay? We asked developers to come in and invest in infrastructure, invest in workforce development, invest in communities and community benefits. Well, the EDA has been doing all that, and there's one infrastructure project that's done. 535,000 trade hours, okay? That's under an ILA, okay? That's also met our diversity goals and exceeded, met and or exceeded our diversity goals. All right, our first parcel done, that's parcel A, 30 acres up of storage and a heavy lift wharf, okay? So you see some capacities there, and I don't know how much that means to everybody, but as you pointed out, Deborah, it's giant turbines, right? And in the future, they're gonna be bigger. I know right now they put the pause on some of the bigger ones, which is probably a good thing, but we're gonna be future-proofed, right? 6,200 pounds per square foot at the wharf, 3,000 pounds per square foot in the uplands, okay? What does that mean? Okay, that means these components can be here, they can get bigger, and that's before load spreading, right? That's before you put any matting down. That's before, you do some of the techniques so you can accommodate some of these bigger turbines. So, and this is what it's gonna look like here, okay? Fully complete, right? So we have all three things. Again, we're the good news story. New Jersey's leading by example. We have all three things you need to have offshore wind. We have manufacturing, we have a marshaling port, and we have an OEM port. Those are already built. They're already here, okay? So that's the good news story, okay? And if you look here, right, we have no restrictions. We have no bridges to worry about getting under. We have the draft to accommodate. We're within 50% of the lease areas, right? A one-day steaming distance of the lease areas. So what does that mean? For a mariner, that means we're really close, not just to New Jersey projects, but to all projects on the East Coast, okay? We're talking, I think by 2040, something like 77,000 megawatts of power. We're within half, a day's steaming distance, a half of that, okay? Think about that. That's good news. That's good news for New Jersey, okay? We're leading by example. And then we're gonna have manufacturing here at the port, right? So we're gonna have foundations up at Paulsboro. We have hopefully towers here at the port with us, and we have marshaling. Then you have the OEM ports. You got two here in Atlantic City, one complete, one about to be complete, and others on the docket. Okay, so I'm a retired Coast Guard guy, and what I wanna kind of spell out here is what we call like a common operating picture. Where does New Jersey stand as compared to everybody else? Okay, so you start in Salem, not our Salem, Salem, Mass, right? All the way up north. They're breaking ground, they're doing good things. Then you got New Bedford, you got New London, you got SBMT, South Brooklyn, Arthur Kill maybe, us, and then Portsmouth, okay? Everybody that has broken ground has said they're gonna be the hub. Every single one of them, they said we're gonna be the hub. That's impossible for them to be the hub, because you need to be in the center to be the hub, and New Jersey's in the center, okay? We are in the center of the hub. Again, 50% of the lease areas we're a day's steaming distance from, okay? That's gonna bring jobs. That's gonna bring marshaling. That's gonna bring manufacturing, okay? And of course, the O&M. So this is what it looks like at full build out. Okay, so now, so we have 30 acres complete so far of 220 acres, okay? So we got 190 to go because the 30 is complete and we're ready to go. We're gonna plug in power beginning of next month. So you see the blue area up there? That's what's complete. You have the purple area where we hope to see tower manufacturing. And then you have the red area, which is under design and development now. And then the small red area there, that's our tug berth, right? Well, why is that little red area important? Well, we're pretty far off the beaten path from all the tug companies up in the Delaware River. So what we plan to do is have them come stay with us. Rather than you go back and forth and transit back and forth up and down the Delaware River, burning more gas, impacting more environment, no, we're just gonna keep you there with us. So that's what I have for you so far. And then I don't want to take up all the time here. We can talk about this all day. But again, New Jersey is leading, right? We're leading by example. We asked the developers to invest in infrastructure. We have. We asked the developers to invest in workforce. We have. Okay? And there's more to come. And now, one last thing. It just came to mind. Right. But we're still, if you look at the Oceanic, I think we're like $30 billion gap in port infrastructure to meet the demand of offshore wind that we have. Okay? That puts us well ahead. And what's already been developed is like 10 billion, right? Of that 10 billion, you can see it right here. Some of it's already done. New Jersey's done an excellent job at future-proofing, not just for the next turbine, but for the industry as a whole.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. And I think, leading by example, right? And we're getting this done right now. And I think the one thing that you didn't mention was this was the first purpose-built port for offshore wind right in the country, right? For marshaling, manufacturing, and assembly. So New Jersey, we're here. And we have the one thing that we always have going for us, location, location, location.
That's right.
Right? Because we're talking about saving money, time, et cetera. So we're definitely going to come back and talk a little bit more, but I want to give Chris a chance to speak. Chris Ace is a millwright representative with the Eastern Atlantic States Carpenters. And yesterday, who was on the dive center tour? Right? So that was the Carpenters Dive Center in Sicklerville, and it was just amazing to see that training facility. And we're so appreciative that the Carpenters opened that up for us. So, Chris, I was hoping that you could talk a little bit, maybe just do first a little level setting about the Carpenters, because we talk about millwrights, pile drivers, divers. Maybe talk a little bit about that, and then some of the engagement that you're going to be having in the offshore wind industry.
Sure, I'd be glad to. Peter, great presentation. Deborah, thank you for having me. This is my first time at this event. I'm a little disappointed I missed the first 6, but hopefully going forward we can have more engagement like this. So the United Brotherhood of Carpenters is made up of mostly what we all think of, general carpenters that build buildings, bridges, residential homes. But we also have specialty trades that really kind of round us out. From floor layers and mill cabs, and then the ones that are going to be most involved with offshore wind is going to be the pile driver, the dock builder, and the millwright. Now, millwright's a term that not everybody is used to or knows. Basically, in a nutshell, a millwright is we specialize in installing, erecting heavy industrial equipment, which is going to go hand in hand to what's going on at the port. So as these phases start to develop, the millwright's role at the port is going to be initial machinery installation and setting, whether it's overhead cranes, welding booths, paint booths, things of that nature. And then as we start to receive the components, the nacelles, the blades, tower pieces, the millwrights will have, they'll be assisting in all those pre-checks, last-minute balances, anything that we need to do to make sure the components are as set as they can be before they hit the barge and get out to the water to be received by the composite crews. So it's a very exciting time for the Carpenters Union millwrights. Our job is to have a ready workforce, whether it's in this industry or the other sectors we cover. It's something we pride ourselves on, is having the skilled tradespeople ready at a moment's notice. We all know offshore is a very fluid business. It does create problems sometimes, making sure, just having the membership ready to go on top of when the offshore is actually going to kick off. But we are getting out in front of it training-wise. Like Deborah had mentioned, a few of you came to our dive center the other day in Sicklerville. And it really is a testament. Our training fund will spare no cost to make sure that our partners' needs are met. On top of that, we now offer the Global Wind Organization training, basic training at that facility, which whether you're working on the port or offshore, anybody involved with the project is going to have this basic sea survival training is basically what it boils down to. It's great training. It lasts about 2 years now. And we've already put about 25 millwrights through and plenty of dock builders and pile drivers. Another exciting thing to report on as far as training, the UBC did purchase an onshore windmill from the West Coast that we're going to be bringing into our Hamilton Training Center in 2025. Tower, nacelle, blades, the whole 9. So members will have an opportunity to have about as real life experience as you can before you're actually out on the water touching that equipment. So like I said in the beginning, we're really pushing to make sure that when everything everybody's talked about in the beginning, the hurdles that we're working to get over, Once those finally are cleared and we have boots on the ground and we're ready to get on those barges and boats out there, we want to make sure we can provide our partners with the absolute best craftspeople in the country.
Great, thank you, Chris. And as I tell people every year, my dad was with the carpenters and he was a millwright. So when we first talked, he said, "Oh, you know what a millwright is." So,
Saved a lot of time.
Save time. We level set right away. So one thing I want to talk about a little bit is, we have ports up and down, right? Eastern coast. And this is, New Jersey made the decision to build this port, right? To build a port for offshore wind. And can you just talk a little bit about that, of, the investment that we're making into the port, and, why didn't we just go and retrofit another port?
Yeah, all great questions. So our port is 100% publicly funded. The state, like I said, put its money where its mouth is, right? Our dream team over here took a marsh, right? A combined disposal facility, right? Dredge spoils, and made it into a heavy lift port, right? And those brought 535,000 union jobs to the port, right? Or hours, rather, to the port. So the problem with retrofitting, and we got Bill here to get more technical on it, but you can only take that so far as future-proofing the port, right? When you start from scratch, while it's a little bit more costly and arduous in the beginning, you can future-proof your port, okay? And to kind of touch on why, New Jersey's the better option, right? I'm allowed to say that since we're in Jersey, right? So.
We're all thinking it, but go on.
We're all thinking it. Yeah, we are the hub. Like I said, nobody else can be the hub. We're in the center. We're the hub. We got the best port, right? And that's because, we have no restrictions, right? If you look at all these other ports, they have restrictions either in load-bearing capacity, acreage, hurricane barriers, bridges. Portsmouth, our closest competition down there, they have to deal with the DOD coming in and out, right? Plus, they have a big container terminal they got to share that with, and then has to shut down to get monopiles and blades and everything in. We don't have these restrictions here, okay? We are specifically located in the center of over 50% of the lease areas, right? And the investment that New Jersey made, and Jonathan Kennedy and Bill, the work that they put in to be the good news story in New Jersey is a testament to what we're trying to do and lead by example.
And Peter, you said in the beginning of your remarks, we came in on time before.
On time, under budget.
On time, under budget, and that's great. And I give a lot of credit to the trade unions here in the room. And I know for the carpenters, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you had like 50 to 60 pile drivers and 10 carpenters down at the port.
Yeah, at peak 50, 60,
Yeah.
and then 15 carpenters.
Yeah, and the other trade, IBEW certainly was there putting in substations and everything else that you do. I don't know, painters, were you down there? Yeah, laborers, so, across the trades, and that's just gonna go up, because this, like you said, is phase one.
That's right.
So would you have an anticipated timeline of the rest of the port and then bringing in the manufacturing? Like, what's kind of your estimation on?
Well, I don't know if anybody has those definite numbers,
Fair,
but what
fair.
I'll say is that, New Jersey stays motivated. We are still talking to tower manufacturers. We're still working with Dan Fatten's team to make sure the right people get connected. We're pushing forward as much as we can. It's uncertainty, right? Everybody talked about the election. Well, from my standpoint, at the New Jersey Wind Port, we already got 30 acres. You can't take that away from us, right? That's why we're the good news story, right? You can't stop that from happening. It's already happened. And we continue to work with, the tower manufacturing. We're talking to EEW up in Paulsboro. And we have one-stop shopping, right? You can bring your monopile down to us. We can take it out, right? Then you can get your tower, right? We have everything you need right here in New Jersey.
That's great. I want to open it up for some questions from the audience. Hold on, let's wait for it to get a mic.
Hello? Yeah, hey.
There you are.
Yeah, Peter, that's a great update on the wind port. Thanks for that. And that tug dock, can you go into a little more detail on that? The timeline for that, how big a vessel can it support, what the draft is, things like that?
Assist tugs. Assist tugs, it'll be roughly 20, I don't have all the details, so we could go down that path. We could have a whole day about that, but it'll be assist tugs that assist the large vessels coming in and out of the port, so they don't have to transit up and down there.
The assist tugs. Okay,
Assist
got
tugs,
it.
yes,
Yeah,
yes,
got
yes.
it. All right. I was thinking maybe there's an alternative use with other vessels that may come in, or O&M SOVs or something like that to come in and to be serviced there or something like that. So.
I won't leave anything off the table, okay?
All right.
We'll consider it.
All right, thanks.
And I'm actually going to jump in with a question. When the port is fully built out, like what's that going to do for the economy here in New Jersey? Projections on how that's going to affect our bottom line and what it's going to bring to us, the state.
Yeah, well, the economic benefit will be obvious, right? Especially when you get manufacturing, and they're talking like 1,500 jobs, and that's marshaling manufacturing, and that's just for the first phase or first phase and a half, right? And then the first time I met you, you came down with the local community, Salem County, and at the Windport, we're trying not just to be the state agency. We are part of the community. We're part of Lower Alloways Township. We're part of Salem County, right? We're going to work with those folks to make sure they get these union jobs, right? And Monica, on my team and I, we work with all the locals all the time. We have monthly meetings with them to assure that they're up to date on what's going on at the port. So we are part of the community. Right? We're not just a state agency that's bringing offshore wind. No, we're part of the local community. We work with the fire chiefs, the police departments, PSE&G, everybody in the area to ensure that this benefits everybody.
Yeah, and if I could jump in, Salem County specifically, it's one of our harder counties to grow our membership, to find opportunities. The nuclear power plant there right now is putting about 70 millwrights and 100 carpenters to work as we speak during their outage. This Windport is going to be so important to the growth of the community, the trades, and just, the apprenticeship that we go through as millwrights, it kind of sets us right up for offshore wind. Power gen is nothing new to the millwright, to the carpenter. We've been doing it for decades. They say we're one of the best kept secrets in the industry, but we're trying to get away from that. But over 70% of our hours annually are in power gen, whether it's nuclear, fossil, petrochem, and over millions of work hours throughout the nation annually. So the skills and the maintenance that we do on these machines throughout the year, we're looking to translate it directly over to the offshore. I mean, at the end of the day, a turbine's a turbine. I know the environment's going to change. I know there'll be different aspects, whether it's weather, working at heights, working out at sea. Of course, we're going to have to get out in front of those challenges. But the work is very translatable to what we do on a daily basis. And I think it should be a really seamless transition, once we get through an initial learning curve. Everything's going to have its own little ins and outs, but we'll pick up on those.
Yeah, I think that's a great point and something that was stressed yesterday when we went on the field trip to the carpenters, training for maybe doing a job on offshore wind, but having those skills transferable, right?
Right.
So, I mean, that's just so important as we look at the industry because, there's construction ebbs and flows, right? So if you're skilled in this area, you can then translate it over here. So I thought that was really important. And then I know the carpenters have done a lot of work with outreach to the community as well, with apprenticeship programs, pre-apprenticeship programs. So just really wanted to mention that. I don't know if you want to say something about that or... I just, what I've heard, I know Olaf is here. Olaf, you've talked about this at previous conferences as well, and I know you've had different slides on that, so just wanted to address that.
Yeah, our growth, like anywhere else, has to be organic. I'd love to take in 100 people every year, but if you don't have the jobs to put those people to work, they can quickly find other opportunities, and that's the last thing we want to see happen, train them or they waste their time, and I don't want to see anybody go by the wayside. So the more and more that these phases of the port come to fruition will give us the opportunity. So we can train the members we currently have now, especially in that field, and then once they're working in offshore wind or at the port, it'll open up opportunities with our other contractors and other sectors of millwrighting and carpentry to bring in that new wave of apprentices and get people out to work.
I think the one thing that's exciting about this panel is the other panel, like you said, these are massive jobs. We're looking at 2-3 years out, right? But these are jobs that we're talking about today and jobs that happened yesterday, right? This is what's happening right now, putting people to work. And I think Drew, is there another audience question? Oh, I can't see, sorry.
No problem.
Oh, hey, John.
Hi. You mentioned the engagement with the community in Salem, and I was curious if that extends at the county level and then in counties maybe neighboring Salem where, obviously the politics have been aligned against the industry. And I'm not down there often enough, so I was just kind of curious if this is a touchstone that the industry can do more to remind folks in South Jersey that this is an industry that's delivering jobs right now. But just any comment you had on that, I would be curious to hear.
Yeah, so the EDA, Dan's team, Monica on my team, we do outreach not just in local towns in Salem County, it's statewide, right? And, kind of what you were alluding to, we're in a red area, in case anybody was wondering. And we've had nothing but positive response and people coming down and being so supportive and helpful, from the fire chiefs to the mayors to the county councilmen. They all have come. That's how I met Deborah. They brought some local church members talking about jobs and being part of the community. I think, when you show up somewhere and you're the new face, you got to prove that you're a good neighbor. You got to prove that you're part of the community, and that's what we've been working hard to prove. And especially in a red district, right? But we can't just do it down at Salem, right? And in Salem County, we have to do it throughout the whole state. And that's what the EDA team has been working on.
Yeah, I just want to say, to that point, really just want to take a moment and just, under this administration and the leadership, and then with the EDA, the work that you're doing down at the port and beyond, I just want to take a second and recognize that and just recognize your team for all the work that you're doing. Well, yeah, let's give them a round of applause. I love that. AJ.
Hi there.
Hi.
AJ Negrelli from Attentive Energy. For those of you that don't know me, I used to do offshore wind construction in Europe for Siemens Gamesa, and spent about 3 years on and off of these ports when we were actually doing this turbine construction. And one of the major examples of development I got to experience was at the port of Hull in the UK, a former fishing town that came upon hard times, and Siemens came in and worked with the town to build a new blade facility there. And it kind of reinvigorated industry within the city, to the point where Hull became the culture capital of the UK for the Europe's annual culture month. And one of the things that I noted when I was working out there was the importance of the logistics operations around a port. And it's not just about the trucking of parts into the port, but it's about the movement of people in and around the port that are trying to contribute to the activities that happen there. I was working as a project manager. My job wasn't to actually live in the town. It was to get to the town, to be there for weeks at a time, staying in hotels, taking taxis, renting cars, flying in, and ensuring that I was able to get where I needed to be for either an early morning meeting or for an early morning boat out to the wind farm. So my question is, with all the development work that is being done in South Jersey, what is the broader strategic plan for developing South Jersey to provide more growth for the region adjacent to offshore wind, to provide more of those logistical needs to ensure that the people movement around the area is going to be, have a longevity for what is going to be needed for folks like me that would be coming into South Jersey, but maybe flying in and then need a hotel for the night?
I guess that one's for me. Right, so the state has looked at that. Monica has looked at that. We looked at how PSE&G was built, right? We're right next door to PSE&G Nuclear. Okay, they built a nuclear power plant, 3 facilities that are there. The first parcel A there that's finished, we are their tenant, technically, right? But what Monica and I and the rest of the EDA team have been working on is making sure that, one, we look at those local communities. Tim Sullivan's been down. They talked to the local mayors and the Salem County commissioners about these very issues that you bring up. Now, I'm not behind the closed doors on all those developments, right? Maybe my man here from South Jersey Development Council can speak on that, but I'll say this. No stone goes unturned, okay? I've only been at the EDA for a year, but I can tell you right now, I'm very impressed with the amount of talent that they brought on board to make these things happen, and I'm just trying to keep up.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good point, AJ, and I know it's one that community members and nonprofits have been talking about for quite a while, the transportation issues down there, and I'm sure it will be part of the discussion moving forward. So I think we're going to wrap there, but I just want to see if the panelists had any final thoughts.
Yeah, one thing, I think, one thing that isn't said enough about offshore wind is the purpose, right? We always talk about clean energy and all that, but I think this is purposeful work. Being a retired military guy, I think that's not focused on enough for your folks and for retiring or transitioning vets. I think that's a message that needs to get out more. It's really easy to wake up in the morning when you have a purpose, and I think that's what this industry is going to bring to everybody.
I think that's a great message to end on, yeah.
Yeah, and just again to stress, if anybody didn't go on the tour and you'd like to come to Sicklerville and view, we'd be happy. Just reach out to the carpenters or myself, and we'll get you down to that training center. And once that windmill is up in next year in Hamilton, maybe we can have a small event there. But thank you everybody for your time, and it was a real pleasure being able to speak with you all.
And I will just say, after being at the dive center, I went in thinking like, oh, this sounds really cool. Maybe I'll be a diver. And then I saw like some of the stuff you have to do, like, I'm out. Like, I really, kudos. So thank you both so much for being part of the panel today.
Thank you for the opportunity.
All right, so we are moving on to our last panel of the day. I'll give people a moment to get up here. So I just want to take a moment and introduce the next moderator, our next panel, which we've been talking about throughout the day around workforce development. Robin Tabakin, president of Technoforce, and she's going to moderate this panel. Thank you, Robin.
All right. Well, last panel, but a very important subject, because without the workforce, none of this would happen. We need a strong qualified workforce to make the offshore wind industry in New Jersey work. So I'm project manager of a skill training grant where we do pre-apprenticeship training, and we work with residents of an underserved neighborhood in Newark to train them in math and reading comprehension so that they can be prepared to take either industry exams or IBEW exam. We're actually training towards that. And the one thing that I know is one of the most important thing is awareness of the industry, and career awareness in general is not present in the underserved communities. So that's one of the things we're going to talk about. So I'd like to introduce my panel. Ahmed Chaudhry, who's manager of the Wind Institute, New Jersey EDA. Kaya Harris from NJ Environmental Justice Alliance in the Green Careers Vista work. And Drew Heverly, Industrial Paint Training and Apprentice Coordinator of IUPAT District Council 21. Larry Banks, Manager of the Workforce Development and Education, New Jersey Manufacturing Extension, NJMEP. And Oriana Holmes-Price, Director of Organizing New Jersey Environmental Justice Alliance. So Ahmed, could you talk about some of the programs that you have at the EDA and some of the plans that you have?
Absolutely. Good afternoon, everyone. Great to be here, and this is my first time for Turbines, so really excited to be a part of this event. Just to initiate and give some background on the Wind Institute in case you don't already know about us. We alongside with the key investments that the state has made in building the wind port and building the infrastructure that's needed to support offshore wind development, we have also invested significant resources in our workforce research and innovation efforts, and the Wind Institute at EDA is leading much of that work. We are focused on building a robust and diverse offshore wind workforce and supporting the development of the industry through all these efforts. And over the past number of years, the Wind Institute has implemented a number of workforce development training programs, as well as research, education, and innovation initiatives, which include our Wind Institute Fellowship, through which we're working with 8 universities. We're actually entering our 3rd cohort for that program right now and have 40 fellows selected across those 8 universities. And I see many of our colleagues in the audience, including Philip, Josh from Rutgers, and those are all universities that are participating in this program and providing opportunity for undergrad and grad students to independently conduct research. They receive stipends, and at the end of the cohort, they present their research at an annual symposium that the Wind Institute hosts. So that's one of our key research initiatives that we're offering. Alongside with that, we have a number of workforce opportunities. Last year, we ran offshore wind workforce development training challenge, and through that grant program, we awarded 5 organizations, and each of them have already implemented multiple cohorts of programming to support our overburdened communities in accessing skills training and in the end land a job that can provide a meaningful career trajectory for them. And we're starting to see the fruits of some of that labor already. Some of our graduates have begun being connected to good jobs. Just this week, we heard from Courtney from Apex Solutions Foundations, one of our grads, just got hired an offer letter for a $155K per year job. So it can really be transformational for the people that we're serving to go from earning no income or little income to family sustaining wages that can really provide them a pathway to good career. The other grant that we ran that just closed applications this week, actually, on October 8th, is our Green Workforce Training Grant Challenge that we have a dedicated offshore wind workforce fund for. It's a $7 million grant, and there's $2.65 million for that is dedicated just for offshore wind. And as a part of the requirements of this grant, similar to the grant we ran last year, is to work with a community-based organization and to serve a targeted overburdened community or communities here in the state. So that our resources are directly impacting those communities that have been historically marginalized and have been disinvested from and are benefiting, equitably benefiting our residents. In terms of our programming, beyond that, we're also working on education initiatives. Last year in this very building, I wasn't here at the Wind Institute then, but my colleague Kathy's in the audience. We held teacher training with KidWind to provide support for our educators and to give them the resources they need to be able to bring offshore wind into the classrooms and to let our youth know about this as a lucrative industry for building their career. It's in its infancy now in the state, but we know there's a strong and bold commitment from the state to really build out all of the infrastructure, the workforce, and various other investments to make this a robust industry that brings a lot of economic and social and environmental benefits for all of us. So in addition to that, we are regularly engaging our public on the science and on the benefits of offshore wind farms. So just this summer, we had 3 open houses across north, south, and central Jersey to give residents the opportunity to learn more about the types of projects that are in the state and to give them the opportunity to directly talk with developers, directly talk with the Wind Institute, with BPU and other partners about the types of work that we're doing. And that's really a critical component of ensuring people are informed and know about the work and the types of benefits it can bring. In addition to all of this existing work, we have a lot of exciting new work that we're also working on. Last year, we released an RFI for developing a wind innovation center, and we haven't announced anything yet, but that work is still underway, and we're actively pushing towards developing that center and in active negotiations for that. The center will provide a space for startups, entrepreneurs to be able to do research, to have access to the resources, whether that's labs, whether that's offshore test sites, to test their technologies and be given the type of investment that's needed to solve the challenges that this industry faces. So there's a lot more exciting announcements underway from the Wind Institute that will be forthcoming alongside with the many initiatives that we're already implementing. And just speaking on the topic of workforce, we know that we need a capable and qualified workforce to be able to do the work that's needed and to build the industry here in the state. And for that, we're also, we know most of these jobs are going to be jobs that are existing occupations. So whether that's welders, whether that's electricians in the construction trades, whether that's operation and maintenance jobs, we already have a lot of the workers that are qualified for those skills, and we need to be able to embed skills specific to the offshore wind industry to be able to, have contextualized learning needed for this industry. So we're also funding the upgrading of facilities across the state and have worked with partners such as the Gloucester County Institute of Technology, Salem County Community College, and others to upgrade their welding training labs so they can offer submerged arc welding, for example, as a skill set that's specifically needed for offshore wind, in addition to the regular MIG welding, TIG welding, and other skills. Similarly for painting, being able to do and I think my colleague Drew will talk more about that, so I won't steal the spotlight from you. But we have integrated upgrades to school facilities, so our residents have access to those opportunities here. We're building GWO facilities here. We already have at Atlantic Cape an operational basic safety training with 4 modules that's available right now, and continuing to invest in more of those types of facilities and infrastructure that can ensure our residents have access to the training, to the resources and the skills here in the state. They don't need to go out of state to be able to access the jobs and opportunities that come with offshore wind.
Thank you very much. So one of the grant winners that Ahmed was talking about for the Offshore Wind Skill Training Grant was New Jersey Environmental Justice Alliance and Soulful Synergy implemented that program, and Kaya, who earned a bachelor's degree from Columbia, decided to enter that program, and now she works for NJEJA. So could you tell us a little bit about the program, what you learned, the certifications you came out with, and how you plan on using it?
Yeah, thank you. So I was in the first cohort of the Offshore Wind Training Program. It was a 6-week program. We learned a lot about carpentry and introduction into offshore wind and what that looks like outside of windmills in the sea. That's all I knew before I went into the program. We earned the OSHA 30-hour certification, as well as the New York City Site Safety Training 10-hour certification. And we also learned a lot about environmental justice. We did an environmental justice tour in the Ironbound section of Newark. And I learned a lot throughout that program. I had a bit of a background. I studied sustainable development in college and entered that program about a month after I graduated college. So I just wanted to get more of a background in environmental justice and get an idea of what green careers are out there outside of what was presented to me in school. And I felt like I really took a lot from that program, and I'm now using a lot of the information that I gathered in my current role at NJEJA on the Green Careers team.
A success story. All right, and Drew is the training coordinator of the apprentice, well, your apprentice training coordinator at IU PAT, and you have several training centers. Could you talk about your program?
Yeah, so just like the carpenters, IUPAT is pretty spread out. We have glazers, commercial painters, drywall, and then industrial paint would be the one that's going to, excuse me, deal the most with the offshore wind. When you're talking like industrial paint, it's the guys that are out, guys and girls out there doing like bridge work, overpass, infrastructure painting, not just painting a room like this. So there's a lot that goes into that. It's not just opening a can of paint and putting it on. You're talking about these monopiles that are going to go 20 miles offshore. Once they're blasted and painted, they need to be done precisely to spec so that they last for the lifespan that we're looking to get out of them. So our apprenticeship program is a 4-year program where everybody who comes through spends 4 years learning that craft about sandblasting, painting, and they leave with a third-party certification that says that they're trained in this. Like Robin said, we have a facility. Our main facility is in Philadelphia, but we have just opened a place right down the street in Boardwalk Hall, and then we also have a training center up in Newark. But we all correspond. All our members can take training at any of the 3 locations, and as they go through the apprenticeship, what makes sense to where they want to go and get their training, they can go there. Through DC 21, we before they get into one of our registered apprenticeship programs, we offer a bunch of pre-apprenticeship programs. We have partnerships with Philadelphia school districts, New Jersey school district charter schools, where kids get to come in. They kind of get exposed to the trades. Like when I got in, it was you filled out an application and you kind of chose one and that was it. With these pre-apprenticeship programs, they get exposed to multiple trades, not just in our building, but we're partnering with the building trades where they get to find something that really fits them and it's sustainable. They make a career out of it and it's not just a job that lasts a year or two and they move on. So with that, me and Robin were talking. Prior to our panel, we also, everyone that comes through our particular apprenticeship program, there's a stipend fund. The students get paid to be a class so they're not missing a paycheck when they come in for their training, which also helps retention and keeps them involved. Particularly, a couple of things we're proud of at my particular local 2011 out of Philadelphia. In the past 2 years, we opened a mentor program, where someone was a first-year apprentice who may not have the funds that a journeyman has, someone on their job they could get with to get help with getting a ride to work, getting gas money. Something comes up, a family emergency, they're not just getting left out in the cold. And we also started a child care subsidy where once a year, our members, anyone that qualifies, can turn in child care receipts, and we're giving refund checks to try and help with the cost of child care to keep that retention and not seeing the things that are roadblocks for those first and second year apprentices we're seeing people leave the programs. These are things that we can work with them and make sure they stick around. I think that's about it. Other things like most of the other construction trades, it said painting is painting. That's what we train them to do for their 4-year program, 4-year apprenticeship. So like the jobs are there. I think the carpenter said we could bring in 100 people a year, but if we don't have the jobs for them, there's no point in bringing in that many. But at the same point, we want to stay engaged with these pre-apprenticeship programs and keep those open lines of communication and keep bringing people into our programs. And then when it comes to something like the offshore training at the carpenters, I got to go on that trip yesterday and see that awesome facility. If we're talking 3-4 years out, then our 3rd, 4th year apprentices, we can start training them specifically in things that are going to deal with the offshore factor.
Okay, thanks. And while you mentioned the dive facility, we are very proud that we have one graduate of our program who actually got into the dive facility, and he's about halfway through the program, and he's diving underwater, many feet, going into the hyperbaric chambers. It's a lot. Larry,
yes.
Could you talk about the workforce programs at NJMEP?
Thank you so much, and again, good afternoon, everybody. So I'm the Director of Workforce Development over at NJBPU, and our biggest focus is bringing folks into the industry. When I talk about manufacturing, one of the things that people automatically jump to is that it's a dirty job or there's a negative connotation behind it. And one of the things that we can promise you, that's not true. We've now hit a part where we're looking at Industry 4.0. You're looking at clean labs and so many different technologies that now affect our industry. And the jobs that come along with that is the part that I really want to hammer down on. One of the things that we do in one of our programs, and this is how we map out a lot of the things that we do, it starts off with exposure. Right now in the state of New Jersey, there's over 80,000 different manufacturing companies that operate and make tons of things that you're using right now. Your chairs, your glasses, your earrings, anything you can imagine is pretty much made right here in this own state. With that comes also over 75,000 open job positions, if not more. And now when you're talking about manufacturing, it's not just making a product. It's somebody who can sell it, somebody who can design it, somebody who can make it safe. All of those things all go hand in hand. But you still need talent in every one of those roles, no matter where you are. And that's where those open job positions are coming from. Specifically for us, we got to start off with the exposure piece. So if you guys have saw the RV outside, that's one of the answers we have to that problem. We're taking that thing all over the state, 21 counties, 21 high schools, and this is just one of our initiatives. We call it our Makers and Creators Tour. What we're doing is we're going to underserved communities and we're bringing the CNC machines, the welders, everything that pretty much relates to the jobs, like the ones that are needed for Time for Turbines and the Wind Initiative. All of those jobs are letting the kids get an experience on so they can see themselves in that role when they get ready to graduate. On top of that, everybody here is familiar with the Scholastic Book Fair. I'm sure you probably spent a lot of money with your kids there sometime. Eventually. Exactly, right? So imagine the event like that, but instead of us taking their money and buying books and everything, replace the books and put manufacturing concepts in it instead. So we're actually having our teachers there that actually are welders, CNC machinists, engineers. They're actually there working with the kids as they come up to each booth and they're getting an experience from that. That's what enlightens them to the next step, which becomes knowledge, because now that you're exposed, now we can talk about knowledge and what you need to grow from that. But as we do this too, we're also bringing in manufacturers to the school with us, so it's real right then and there. So you go do a welding booth, right next door to that is a company that needs welders. Now that student can practice welding, get a like for it, talk to somebody who's in welding, and then now let's talk about what's next. Now that we give you the knowledge, we got to get you a credential. We have to prove that you are knowledgeable. So what we do is, after we do these type of tours, we go back to those school districts, and honestly, this is for every community, underserved, military families and populations, second chance reentry population, anybody you can imagine, like the Lego box, ages 1 through 99, essentially in this case. But what we're doing is we're now offering free courses so that they can actually get immersed and find the training that they need, which will then connect them to those jobs. So for example, with our CNC program, our students will come in and they automatically get an OSHA 10 certification because safety, person paramount. So get that out the way. Right after we get through the OSHA, we want to provide you with industry recognized credentials, but we're talking about manufacturing. There is food, there's steel, there's aerospace, there's so many different methods you can go through, but we got to figure out which one that student wants to take. So beyond that, once we start talking to that student, we get them that credential, we focus on industry recognized credentials, then we provide hands-on training, which is what the RV is. You'll probably also see me at one point at 3 in the morning driving a box truck, driving all up and down the state, dropping off equipment as well. But that's why we really love our jobs, because we get to touch so many families, so many communities, and so many lives. And with the opportunities that are going to come from the offshore wind, manufacturers are going to be contributing to this in some way, in some manner. So the jobs are going to open up there. You're going to need welders for the turbines as well. So we want to connect them to programs that have welders. So if we can teach all the intro stuff and all the baseline knowledge, that allows us to send them off to our partners who can now give them the apprenticeship opportunities, credentialing opportunities that go beyond our scope. And then again, even with apprenticeships, we do that as well. We sponsor apprenticeships for companies because our main goal at NJBPU and on the workforce side is we need to be able to get folks in each community sustainable jobs, and those manufacturers that are part of the wind supply chain, all of that, they're looking for people. But they're not looking for just anybody. They want folks that can come in and actually know what's happening inside of a shop, what's happening on a floor. How do you run that machine? How do you stay safe? How do you eliminate the risks? And that's the part that we want to focus on. So we are starting with exposure with our Makers and Creators Tour, and even just speaking to high school students. I mean, at one point I was calling cafeteria ladies to ask their supervisor to talk to the principal for me to get in there. But those little things do matter, and they do add up, and they do help. For us, our Makers and Creators Tour has already touched over 4,000 students throughout the state, and we've only been to 4 school districts so far. We're going to be expanding that dramatically over the fall and also the spring. But our goal is, after we're done, every one of those kids can enter our programs, usually at no cost. We use grant funding, we use our industry partners, we use any way we can to eliminate the cost of that student. We'll even cover travel in some cases if we can find the funding to do that as well. So for us, that's just a quick glimpse. I don't want to take up too much of the time, but I'm looking forward to answering any questions and talking more about this conversation.
Okay, great. So Oriana, how do we... How do we keep moving these things forward? And what are some of the issues that you're seeing some of the environmental justice issues?
Yeah, I think one, shout out to NJBPU because that sounds super exciting. That's the work, really reaching communities, stretching the state. I think I do want to take a step back and think about the language that we use when we're talking about reaching communities for workforce development, and understanding that not all the terms are synonymous with one another. Sorry if you were here on Wednesday, but I'm going to keep beating this drum because I think it's really important to understand that when we're, is this better? Okay, sorry. I think it's really important to understand, who we're talking about. I think in the context of workforce development, when we keep saying underserved communities, we keep talking about overburdened communities or disadvantaged communities, like who are the people that we're talking about? Like let's name the people. 9 times out of 10, we're talking about the Black community and how to get them into these roles. But if we're thinking about overburdened communities, that could also mean people who are non-English speaking. That also includes our Indigenous folks. So, and they're not even a part of this right now. But I think it's really important to understand like who's the who so that we can then acknowledge the nuances and needing to engage them, understand the legacy harms that are out there so we're not continuously perpetuating that. And then also just making it a point to be able to move forward together. If we can't even name the name, then how are we making this an equitable industry? And so I think from there, thinking about all of the amazing programming that EDA has right now and avoiding this idea, which I was telling Robin about, of predatory inclusion, which is, it's great that we have our marginalized communities that have the access to all of these new jobs that are going to be coming online, the trainings, the certifications, but at what point are we still missing a part of the conversation? So like Kaya has all these great certifications. She went through the Offshore Wind workforce development programming, but there's still a gap there to actually get her into a career in the offshore wind space. So I would love to see EDA in the next round of the Offshore Wind workforce development program bring unions to the table, have the painters there at the table so that there are pathways created for amazing people like Kaya, graduates from Soulful Synergy, from Robin's program, and all the others who can have that direct line, say, okay, here's the certifications I have, here's my gap, but how do I still work with y'all so that I can help you and we can actually build this industry together? Like that to me is a full comprehensive workforce development plan, start to finish. You have the community coming together, you have EJ folks helping, you have the unions at the table. Everyone's doing their part to make sure that we have the people ready when the jobs are there. The other thing, I think, so many things, but the other thing I think I would really put the onus on the industry to do is to really understand how to use your platform and your power if you are in the industry to really uplift and work with community. Sharonda knows this is like my thing. But understanding, like building those relationships are so important. It's been a theme through some of these panels today around, how do we get to the community? How do we make sure that people know what's happening? And I think right now, the industry moves very transactionally. We should be honest about that. It's very transactional. It's a give and take every step of the way. And there's no real, true, genuine relationship building that will last beyond the dollars. So right now there's a long lead time, there's a lot happening. We understand the jobs are not here right now, but what can we do to build the relationships with people so they trust us, they can help us get the information out, and then we have actual people ready when we need support, when we have to put comments in for PBI, or we have the jobs. The relationships will carry us way further than the dollars will. So I think really putting it on the industry, also putting it on the state to make sure that we're cultivating genuine relationships along the way and then breaking down those barriers for community members to be in the room. Don't talk to folks as a developer going into the community, but just talk to them as a person. Sharana and I got to know each other just because we share so many commonalities. So, and then I talked to her when I used to work for a developer. But it's that people-to-people first interaction that I think goes a really long way when we're thinking about how to actually bring community into the fold, especially with this industry where opposition, they're doing great at organizing. They are connected, they know how to talk to each other. We have to do the same thing, and we have to move away from transactions.
So when we're talking about awareness, I really like what you're doing with the schools. Students aspire to be either what their parents are doing or what they learn about in school, but they don't know what they don't know, and not everybody comes from a family that can teach them or set an example or tells them, you can go get a certification. So that's really our job, I think, to do that. And the way I see it, it's a path. So the path starts with awareness of the industry and careers in that industry, not just skill training, but all the way up through PhDs. And then the actual training, whether it's school or programs like what we've been doing, and then the connection to a job. And that, right now, has been one of the, I think, barriers that we've run into with some of these skill training programs. And I think that's really more of an awareness thing of the industry. So that's something that we need to talk about also. And I think also you had a training program, right, Drew, for students?
For
You were talking about that.
which training? So as far as awareness, I know we were just talking about at the table, the week of November 18th is National Apprenticeship Week. You could talk to probably any of the guys from the construction trades here. I know as far as us in Philadelphia and our Newark location, we have an open house on the 19th. If you go to apprenticeship.gov, there's a banner right on the homepage about Apprenticeship Week, and you can click it. It's got a whole list of events going on. It's not just building trades, but any type of apprenticeships, and they mostly all are going to have some sort of open house that week in November. So if there's anyone responsible for some of these groups that have people they're looking to, they don't know where the first step is, that's a great way to get in the door. You get all the information about applying and what you need to do to follow up with some of these programs.
That's really good information. So does anybody have any questions? No? I don't see.
Thank you. Thank you for all the work that you all do. Really inspirational. The question I have is about micro-credentials. In our field, there's a real need to get more trained marine technicians, right? So these are people that can operate the different platforms, the sensors, understand the data in terms of environmental, ecological. Not just that, but that's my field. And our community is trying to think about how we could use micro-credentials as a way for someone looking for a second career, someone coming out of the military, or students to understand that awareness of jobs, to see there's this pathway with this sequence of micro-credentials, and it would potentially lead to this career. And there's a whole communication with the potential employers to see what value they might place in a micro-credential compared to like a degree or a certification that would come out of a longer program. And so I just ask generally, are micro-credentials coming up in the different communities and activities that you all represent? And is that something that we're out on a limb, or is this something that we should continue to pursue together?
Just speaking from the perspective of the manufacturing industry side of things, right? So depending on the employer and what they're really looking for, the answer really varies. One, I think you're on the money. The more micro-credentials and the more ways you can have your resume say, I'm ready for this job, is definitely the way to run that. Some manufacturers will look at you and say, I don't really know what that credential really is. But if you can then demonstrate the talent, that's what I'm saying. So we start off with that credentialing piece. You have to have some form of a hands-on component or something to the job that will allow that credential to have merit. And again, I mean, we've had some manufacturers that have never heard of, like, for example, a certified manufacturing associate, a micro-credential, it's there. But one student goes there, he finds out he's a great employee. The next time somebody applies to that job, it has CMFGA written on that, that employer might want to take them even more. So really the micro-credentials are really what just opens the door for you. Same as an OSHA cert, same as your OSHA 30. But once you have that, you can now tell an employer, I have this, I can do this, and this is what it is. So I absolutely am a fan of micro-credentials.
Anybody else?
Yeah. Hi, this is John Dempsey from Bluepoint. Larry, this is going back to you. And I'm sitting next to Robert here, so I could just turn to my right and ask him as well, I suppose. I am curious how successful you think efforts to link up the New Jersey manufacturing community have been with the industry. And, you know, I do come at this, obviously, you know, it's tough at the 1,000-foot view, although we know there are ways within the industry that we can foster that. So I'm just kind of curious if you can share what sectors or examples that have worked well and where you think there are some natural synergies, but there's just a little friction in actually making the match, setting aside the issue of projects have canceled or whatever, but more assume the industry continues to move forward at a decent clip. Where do you see it in the future?
So let's put ourselves in the shoes of a manufacturer. Let's say you're a small manufacturer, you got about maybe 12 to 15 employees. You run a metal shop. Every single time you have to take somebody off the floor, that's going to be some type of hit to your business because you're losing productivity, right? So when you're talking about people who are qualified for those jobs, all those manufacturers are looking for folks that can pretty much turnkey, get started, and get going. Where I would tell you what the industry trends are, we're hiring, production, fabrication is usually the hottest spots. And the reason why I can't give you aerospace or food manufacturing is because every one of those industries are looking for that employee. But the skills are nuanced. If you're going to be working in food safety, chances are you probably won't need your AWS welding certification. But that's what I mean where the differences come. Welding is definitely going to be a big uptick, without a doubt. We've already heard from the Wind Institute. And then manufacturers as a whole, just in general, we do not have welders in this state the way we used to. Same with carpenters in a sense. I'm sure you hear from some of the folks. There's a difference of how you have to look at what that companies are looking for. If you talk about healthcare manufacturing, some of them need specific machining skills on specific machines, so their credential might match toward that. So honestly, in my honest opinion, jobs are growing. I do believe more manufacturing is starting to develop even more. New technologies are starting to create even more jobs. People usually say AI takes away. You still need to tell the AI what to do and make sure that the AI is doing it correctly. So that's 2 jobs right there. Someone for coding, someone for maintenance, and it keeps on growing. So the more technology comes in, the more development, the more opportunities like the Wind Initiative, the jobs will continuously grow. And every one of those initiatives, you still need somebody to sell it, make it, design it, and that's when the jobs just keep growing. Hope that answers the question a little bit.
I'm going to build off of John's question. AJ Negrelli, Attentive Energy. I think that this is an interesting point about the lower levels of the supply chain and what the reality is for them when looking at offshore wind. And this is for both contracts as small business owners as well as jobs as a member of the workforce. I'm curious for the panel's thoughts on whether or not the term offshore wind jobs is a misnomer, and if it's more about jobs that happen to be serving offshore wind.
So I'll just jump on that one real quick, and I'll let everybody open up. For me, if I find out you're a welder, it's going to say welder to me. And I'm going to bring your resume to a manufacturer that's looking for a welder, whether it's stainless steel, TIG, MIG, gas metal arc. So I'm just using welding as an example. But I really can't put my foot on it, to be honest with you, because whenever we're looking for helping people, this is a sector of a larger initiative. So it's easy for me to say, yeah, you know, there's offshore wind jobs. You're a welder for this company that works in offshore wind. But the person themselves need to know what their profession is. The industry can section it if they want to themselves.
And I'll just add that I mentioned this earlier, but most of the jobs that are in offshore wind are jobs in existing occupations. So they're in welding, they're in painting, they're in being electricians, carpenters, etc. So we're not expecting, you know, there will be dedicated career paths like wind turbine techs that those are jobs that aren't in New Jersey right now. And a lot of these jobs that are for welding, for a lot of these other roles, they aren't here yet, right? Like they will be here once and as these offshore wind farms are developed. But that's the beauty of it, I think, is we need to be able to provide the skill training now, so that way when those jobs do come, we have skilled people ready to fill those jobs. And in the meantime, they still have opportunity elsewhere with those welding skills and can still access those opportunities. It might not be in offshore wind at the time right now, but it might be in other industries. So it's a great way to ensure that these skills aren't, and these training programs aren't dead ends. They are leading to skills that are still going to be sought, not just by offshore wind as an industry, but more broadly by other industries across the state.
And possibly some of the manufacturing companies that we have now are going to pivot some of their production to offshore wind components, supplies that are needed. So, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, like he just mentioned before, think of it as a spider web concept here. You get the credential, it opens up another set of pathways. The more credentials you have, the more opportunities you can spread and branch. So the transferable skills. A lot of the times when we work with military and their family, these folks are coming in with so many skills, but don't translate directly to how it will look on a resume from someone off the street. But a lot of them can be a machine operator. Why? Because they ran Humvees and did all that stuff and mechanics. So everything that you do and you learn is a pathway, and that's one of the beauties about manufacturing. The day isn't the same depending on your job, and it can constantly change. You can look over to your right, see that person doing something cool. I want to do that. And it's all it takes is just seeing it to take it.
Yes, I agree. One thing I would also add to, I think when we're thinking about building out this workforce, the manufacturing jobs obviously super important, but I think also making sure that community is aware that there are other jobs in this industry. Like manufacturing is great, but you need your graphic designers, your comms team, your whoever on your permitting team, your community engagement team, like all the other jobs that go into building out a full workforce. I think we can also market, especially when we're thinking about going into our marginalized communities. It's like we don't always have to only market the laborious jobs. There's other jobs. There's kids who are great with graphic design. So let's tap into that rather than pushing them into only manufacturing.
Yeah, I think a lot of those jobs, service type jobs, are, many of them are with small businesses, right? So I think that's another sector that we need to make aware of the industry and how they can get involved and get contracts to do that sort of thing. Anybody else? Okay, it's the last session. So I think everybody.
There's one more.
Yep.
Just want to take this opportunity to mention about the importance of community outreach. Earlier on, panelists mentioned it is important to bring the message to the younger generation. And because sometimes when I look at the students in college, when they make their career choice, sometimes I see like they are driving, but just looking at the rear mirror. Because they make the decision choosing majors and career choice by the information that is sometimes is not most updated. So the reason is for the past decade, a lot of students they choose, for example, computer science. But recently, I start to see students, switching because of the economic circumstances, and more and more students are looking at power and energy. So it is important that we do the community outreach to high schools, K-12, to bring the message out about the opportunities in power and energy. So here today we hear a lot of opportunities, but in the schools they may not know. So we hope that we can have some more programs to do the outreach to the K-12.
Thank you.
Yeah, no. So actually in Pleasantville, we just ran a training program for that exact reason. We're trying to get as much credential opportunities and exposure as possible. So we work with Pleasantville High School. We, with Rob's help on this one, we brought them on a ton of field trips, over 1,000 kids on field trips going all over the place. We brought our welders down there. We brought our CNC machines down there. We did all of that so these kids can understand at least what this could be. And now when they graduate at the end of the year, I'm definitely going to call every single one of them and their moms and their dads because they registered with us. And we're going to say, hey, what are your next steps? College isn't for everybody, but college is there for everybody. So at some point, whether you're working, you can go back. And a lot of the times there are manufacturers, there are companies that can pay for you to go to college and get different certs. But that, again, it all starts with you have to see what's there for you to get there.
Okay.
So we heard a little bit today about how offshore wind is trying to do something that hasn't been done before, and that it's not an industry of the past, it's an industry of, you know, this century. And so we are building into offshore wind a lot of things like economic development, workforce development, diversifying the supply chain, things that industry has not really done before. Meanwhile, at the same time, developers are in it to build these massive infrastructure projects and focusing on things like permitting, like the technical side, offtake, and transmission, and a lot of these things, while at the same time trying to do the economic development and workforce development and all those things authentically. But at the same time, developers are not necessarily community development organizations, and that's not the, you know, maybe the skill set that they have, but they're going out and they're trying to do this thing new. And yeah, I'm just listening to what Oriana mentioned about the transactional nature. And I would love to hear, you know, a couple of ways that, keeping in mind all these constraints that developers have, you know, what are ways to do this authentically? And then the other flip side to that is building relationships. It's a hard work and it's time intensive, while keeping all these other goals and keeping these other things moving. But a lot of times the relationship side is not as newsworthy as giving money, right? And putting in investments and doing those things which like draw attention to the industry and draw support because there's investments being made. And so I just want to know, like, what are ways to do this authentically, keeping in mind that some of these sort of transactions are part of what brings awareness to the industry?
Yeah, I think no, that was a lot. That was a good question. I would say yes, optics are important, of course, but I think for me, how I would approach it, how I did approach it when I was on the other side of this with the developer, is if you really take the time to invest in the relationships with the people up front, the opportunities will come, like Sharonda's awesome gala that I went to just on my own. It was great. But then there was a real relationship that was cultivated from that. They can continue to support her, and those things can turn into your press releases, your social media, fit in your newsletter. They can turn into, you know, newsworthy things without it necessarily having to be transactional. I think at the root of it all, you should always be investing in the people. So figure out how you can get out of these local CBOs all the time and go straight to the person on the ground who's doing the work in the community, because that is newsworthy. It doesn't have to be, you know, you can shift the narrative of what's newsworthy right now in the industry. So invest in the people, make that the news, because that's how the industry should be moving, is with the people, not with what you think, you know, big industry wants to see, but really cultivating those relationships and figuring out, okay, what do you need on the ground? What are the resources that I have access to? How can we bring you into rooms like this? There's not a lot of community members here. That's a great opportunity. That's newsworthy. Bring community members, sponsor their tickets so they can be in this room. They can learn, they can talk with the union, they can talk with the state. That is the news. That's how you reach the community. That's how you reach the people. And then when you know their needs, move the dollars to them. You have hard and soft power, so use both and make that the news.
Can I comment on that? say. So I feel like some of our programs that we run with some of the local school districts, those relationships have been built organically with principals, guidance counselors, people like that. So they care about their students, and then us having a relationship over a 10-year period. They're providing us the members that are going to go into our program, and then we're providing the workforce out to these people that need it as part of the labor union. So that's authentically grown, where we're trying to help the people from our community get out and get these jobs.
And then on my side for this one here, honestly, boots on the ground efforts. I mean, if you're trying to go to a community in an urban area, walk into a barbershop, walk into a school district and just talk to people. Honestly, it just really starts off with a conversation. And honesty is a motivator. So everybody says it's hard to tell the truth. No, it's a motivator. If you're honest and upfront up the jump and tell everybody, this is what this entails, this is the negatives, these are the positives, if they can look at that and say, you know what, this is something I can do, there's your genuineness right there. You don't have to lead make the horse drink the water. You just lead them there. And that's exactly how I want to approach all of our programs, because I'm never going to force this on anybody. But I'm going to offer it to as many folks as possible, and it's up to them to, use the tools that we're providing and use the support that we have that we can also share with them. If we can do all of that, nothing more genuine than that.
And I'll just add that, I can't speak for the developers, but as, I'm with government, and we are, the way we're setting up solicitations, the way we're setting up procurements for whether that's the bids for the offshore wind farms or for our workforce development grant programs, we're always looking for feedback on how we can ensure that they are set with those expectations in mind, so the community, the overburdened communities especially, are well integrated. The way, as I mentioned, we've done that is to require partnership with a CBO as part of our grant challenges, and require that overburdened communities are targeted and served through these programs. For the bids, it's required that you have a community investment plan, and the developers do have multi-million commitments that they are providing either to the Wind Institute or to CBOs or high schools or unions that are directly investing that funding into the communities. And most importantly, right, when I think about overburdened communities, it's people that are working 2-3 jobs to make ends meet. They don't have the time to be engaged for things like this sometimes. And being able to provide the wraparound supports, so if someone is taking time out of their day to get this training, to get this credential, they need to be given those supports, whether that's stipends, which some of our training programs do provide those stipends. So while people are in training, they're getting paid while they're earning and learning at the same time, or they're getting transportation assistance. I know Ivy Hill Neighborhood Association and Robin's organization, Technoforce, they have a van, and they literally transport people from their homes to the training center. So because there are certain parts where public transport might not be as easily accessible or not as well developed. So ensuring that the services that are being provided in these programs are dedicated to the specific needs of the communities and the individuals in those communities is also really critical. And we're always happy to take additional feedback for how, as government partners, we can set up our solicitations in ways that are most beneficial to our communities.
I think our time is up, but I just want to leave you with this. We're building this industry from the ground up. I mean, how often do we get a chance to do that? It takes a lot of input from the government, from companies, from small business, from CBOs, from everybody. And I also will say that I don't know of any other industry that pays that much attention to building a workforce and to getting out there in the community. And actually, there are industries that care about the community, but I don't think that there's as much of a movement in any other industry than I've seen here. It's a tremendous thing, and we're all pretty much on the same page about all of that. It's just a matter of how we get it done and getting the pieces connected. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you again to our panel. Let's just do another quick round of thanks to everyone that we heard. And really, just we are at the end here, and I have 2 quick thank yous and 4 final points to close us out. Also just really wanted to thank all of you. I know I've learned a lot over the last 2 days, which is sometimes unique when you go to conferences. That's why we do this. We're here to learn. And I wanted to take an opportunity to thank again Dr. Amanda Norvell from Stockton and the leadership that Stockton has provided, not only hosting us, but on this issue, as well as the work of Rutgers with Dr. Josh Kohut. That coordination that we're seeing from the academic community is huge. So let's just have a final round of applause for Stockton and Rutgers. And then I would also be remiss without thanking the coordinating committee for Time for Turbines that literally has been working on this event for weeks, and I want to individually name each member, and that includes Bill O'Hearn with Offshore Power LLC, and then it includes the staff from the New Jersey Work Environment Council, which includes Cecilia Gilligan-Lito, Alicia Bertels, Nikki Baker, Drew Tompkins, and Deborah Coyle. So let's have a final round of applause. And I just wanted to close out with 4 thoughts. The first thought is taking a point that came up in the morning panel on the developers, paraphrasing Margaret Mead, that was saying the only thing that changes the world is a small committed band of citizens. That is correct, but in many ways the reason why that's true is because the most powerful body, the most powerful source of energy is the absence of it. It's inertia. And that's what all of us are fighting against. We are working to create change. That is hard. Let's be clear about that. 2, we are also not normal, not only because we're in AC on a Friday afternoon listening to this. We're not normal because most people never think about where the electricity comes from. And we cannot forget that. The majority of people in Atlantic County, from deep canvassing that occurred at the end of last year, they're not supporting offshore wind, they're not opposing it, they have questions. They want to learn more because most people are not thinking about the electric grid. The second point is that we don't think that the wolf is going to be at the door, whether that might be climate change or flooding or the impacts that are to come. We always think it's going to be somebody else, some other community. And obviously what we've seen here in New Jersey with Sandy and Ida, and then obviously down in Florida, means that we cannot wait for the wolf to come to our door. We cannot wait for climate change to come to our door. And then finally, it's human nature to think that we have more time. And in some ways, this is personal, right? We always think we have more time with our family, with our friends, with our parents, our children, and our grandchildren, and we never know how much time we'll have. But to take the quote from Abe Silverman, it's already 2030, right? The time is now. We need to act now. And all of you are helping to make that happen. And so I had a word of gratitude for our tremendous civil servants in state government earlier, but all of you that are here in this room, you are working to change the world, you're working to fight that inertia, and you're working to finally make it time for turbines here in New Jersey. Thank you all.